to a spot, it randoms you like 700 kilometers away sometimes is what happens.
All right, I need cords for 312.
One sec.
Yeah, I need to go ass rape them. Oh.
Hi. Hello, everyone. We are live, and we are in UAC, and we are literally my oldest kingdom versus my second oldest kingdom, while in the live chat is my newest kingdom, K533.
And Creep's drinking again. Iridis is my bitch.
There we go. Iridis, yeah, we got to make sure Iridis knows he's a little cunt bastard right off the get-go.
Absolutely.
All these guys hiding in 533 going, oh, we ran him out of 4 kingdoms. I'm still waiting for the plan that you used. They keep wanting to hold this seminar. Tonight we're live. And I'm about to walk away, guys. I have been up for 40 hours. I have not 8 and 24, and I just did 9 hours on the freaking road round trip at 115 miles an hour to go get a dog. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, but I have got to get some food in my gullet or I'm going to pass out at the keyboard. Especially if I add beer to this scenario. Yeah, here's this.
Can't have a live session without beer, Muse.
I know, right? I can get bloody pissed.
Yeah, what the bloody hell?
I'm trying to juggle a UAC in 312, a UAC in 362, and the fact that we have kill event in 533.
I'm not worried about kill event in 533.
No, I'm just pulled over there at this point because I'm not doing a whole lot.
You all know that I'm distracted from 533 right now. It might not be good if I log on to something that I didn't like when I get back. I'm just saying. Not that I'm threatening. I'm just saying I'm a little sleep deprived. I might get angry. You never know. And I got
there's Trick.
I got some more prednisone pills here. Hold on. Give me a link. I got to blow my windows up here.
That's why I hate the corner strategy, because when you try and teleport in, it won't give you a spot, and then it shoots you out in the middle of fucking nowhere. They're not in a corner, but they have hundreds of C2s around their hive. So I mean,
so let's demonstrate the slimy, low life tactic that a low rent player has to employ in order to have any chance of beating real experienced players. Is what Koji is saying. The right under the bus.
Hey, I'm keeping it clean and sportsmanlike.
Oh, he wrote a book on my freaking YouTube channel the other day and then cowardly removed it. It's not me.
What's my name?
I don't know. I think it's Trick's bitch this time, right?
Yeah, check my bitch.
Check my bitch. So, technically,
You guys are going to get me in trouble on this live stream, aren't you?
See where it says join kingdom?
Yeah, I've already messaged Boss Hog to talk to you.
Yeah, he's
I don't care about Boss Hog. Tell Boss Hog to bugger off.
Oops. Confirm.
Is Boss Hog talking shit in 533?
He hadn't stopped talking shit. Yeah. And he's not doing it well.
No, I pretty much eviscerated him in chat the other day, but he annoyed me. Boss Hog just don't know what his game is, or I do know what his game. He's got nothing really to go on.
Got no game. All right, so I've got to wait for March to come back. I'm gonna They're texting Trick right now.
I'm scouting him right now.
Hold on, we got to change my name. Oops. Rename.
I'm about 3 or 4 double vodkas in at the point, and I wasn't planning on having a late night.
But now
Yeah,
it's
you're gonna have a late night
I'm
now.
fucked now.
Now it's an
'Cause
all-nighter.
This is gonna be fun.
This is an all-nighter now.
I don't know. I'm saving these reports because Goose, Titan, and Moi hit my tower. I'm just saving them because I'm buddies with those guys, and I think it's funny because they've never hit me on 312. So, but they hit my tower in 362. But it is kind of funny in hindsight.
That's going to change now, buddy.
Yeah, I'm very easy to get along with. Although I'm gonna get in trouble because of creep here.
Oh, you got no idea.
Oh, I do. I'll just if I wake up 0, I'll go fucking creep.
Fucking creep. What was I doing? I'm not.
Wait, did you buy Fireball again?
No.
Okay, that's good.
Fireball's been banned.
Fireball has been banned from the live sessions.
Yeah, with good reason.
My bad.
See, about
Well, we all
5.5
get to sit
hours
home
into
during-
last live event, and you can find out why Fireball has been banned from live sessions.
All right, so I already got Trick to change his name to You Are Nobody. And he's scouting me. Oh, such a little cunty cake.
Hold on, we got to make sure everybody knows who we're talking about. We're talking about Trick. I got a picture of him here somewhere. Hold on.
Yeah, let's share
for
all
fuck's
those
sakes, don't
all
do
those
that.
memes. Let's get them out there. All those pictures.
I don't even know if I saved all those. I had them all believing I made them there for a while.
Yeah, look at my dick pack abs.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't go below the belt.
Oh, there we go. Oh, that's where I live.
Well, if he
that's
does
where I
more
live
than Scout, I'll call him a better man than here it is.
That's where I live this year, man. I don't even know if I got these trick picks anymore. I really, as much as they think I obsess about them, I honestly don't know if I got this shit saved even on a hard drive somewhere. Oh, look, trick picks. I got a folder for it.
Trick pick. Get in ads with a bunch of people and send them trick pics.
I don't speak Japanese, but I understand a lot. Hold on. Can we make these bigger?
Hey, some people are just Japanese from the waist down.
Oh, there we go. All right.
I'm gonna stay the fuck out of it at this point.
Yeah, dude, we're not even 20 minutes in. You're screwed tonight, Koji. Don't gotta fast forward ahead to like 5 hours and 43 minutes to hear a 4-minute
Oh,
clip.
there we go. That was the one he sent to, he likes to troll girls with. That was another one. And then because he sent them out to the public, everybody started adding a few dicks to him. Adding some.
Screenshot.
What do we got there? Oh, there was the one. That was the one I did make up. I don't remember who made that. Somebody.
Look at my new toy money.
I swear. And just so everybody knows, this channel is rated for adults only, and it is stated so in the fine print. You have to be over 18 to view me, or you're lying to YouTube. I don't care. That's your problem. Go whine and piss and moan and watch them delete another one of your
Wow, that
accounts.
happened quick. I'm already reported.
Are the children reporting people? They know so much about the reporting possible. No, cancel that. What was I doing? Holy crap, I got... Oh. I'm forgetting that I'm not on freaking 533 and I'm over here opening up all my damn...
Apparently, I cannot change my name to Trick Likes Preteen.
I wonder why.
Yeah. Did you... No one did a shout out to let 362 know that we're battling 312. Biscuits would love this.
He knows. He's the one who told me.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say this is like...
Check Alliance chat, Bob.
Oh, hold on. I was just reading my mails. I'm a little behind.
I thought we had Mom initially because they were like, "Are we gonna have nap with 312?" And I went, "Well, let me go ask." I didn't know we were fighting 312. Is it Mom? I went and like, "Are we gonna have nap with 362?" And they were like, "I don't see him on our board." And I had to go double take. I went, "Oh shit, we don't have Mom. We have SDR." And about 2 seconds later, Mongoose poured it in.
So...
Oh, Shadow left.
Shadow left what? The chat or the... Oh, it's late for her. It's like 2 in the morning right now. Wonky's just like completely off his schedule because we've been drinking for 3 weeks.
Wonky's always drunk.
Yeah, but he was telling the other day that, you know, everybody gives him a dirty look when he gets on the train in the morning. He's got a beer in his hand.
Hey, what's that big famous highway there in the UK, Wonky, where everyone drinks drunk and drives late at night?
Don't know. I've never been sober enough to get a driver's license.
I did not understand any of that. Hold on, let me take a swig of my drink.
And it's gonna be a long night. I'm going to pour another.
All right, come again, Wonky. What'd you say?
I've never been sober enough to get a driver's license.
Oh, okay. Well, don't they all still use horse and buggy over there too?
Oh, yeah, we're not from the outback like you.
Outback? I sure as shit ain't Australian.
Now, the road you're talking about is called the M25. It's just a big circular motorway. Goes round London.
You better wanted everybody to see your photo, Courtney, because I'm about to show it. Yeah.
So I'm sitting here scouting the hell out of Tricky Dicky, and he won't attack me.
I don't know if I can put that up there. That must be her new beau. That's my niece. You animals. Yes, she is. She's a cutie pie. Spent the first half of her life in a helmet. For those who think I make fun of kids in helmets. You little bitches. I'm still waiting for an apology, winner. Yeah. Got to keep it quiet before my aunt figures out I'm live because she's wanting to come in here. She curses too much to be live.
Do you know who you have on here? I went back and I watched my video from last week.
Okay. My grandfather spent 30 years in the subservice. This is one of his daughters who also spent 10 years in the Navy herself and has spent the last 30 years of her life pouring drinks in bars. I'm telling you, it gets a little foul and rough. I think she took a shotgun to her second husband.
Damn.
I can introduce you, Trick. Or Creep.
So I just went to go lit a cigarette, and I lit the wrong end.
Hate it when that happens.
Yeah.
Man, I wonder if my wife would go buy me a cigar. Do I have a cigar? Maybe I got a cigar somewhere.
Fire it up. I'm burning one right now.
Because I'm thinking it's about the only way I'm staying awake tonight. I am pooped. I tried to get a couple hours sleep.
You know, I spent a whole week telling myself, you know, I'm not going to drink during the next live event. I lied.
For those of you wondering why I have guns in my hands, because I got money near me as well. Okay. How's everybody doing? Can everybody hear me? Let's make sure that we got voices working like we're supposed to. Can you hear the other players in the room? I'm going to cure up this cough here in just a minute.
Oh, we're live now?
Oh, we've been live. Oh, man. I did that this morning. Trim the beard, too. You got it underneath the neck. Okay. I don't have a cigar. And I got to do something to quell the irritation in my throat, or I'm going to be hacking all night. See, at least this time, the Miller crew won't have to listen to 5.5 hours of me and swear to God that they don't in order to find all the insults. We put them right up front, trying to make gamers' lives easier. That the trolls out there are getting trolled immediately and up front instead of having to wait 5 hours for me to do it. Yeah. Oh. Man, those things are horse bills. If I was like more like Trick, you know, it'd be like sucking cock and just go right down my throat.
It's funny because it's true.
Oh, I'm so not going to join the comments tonight as much as I normally do. I don't want to get into it.
Have one more.
One more. That's what Trick says when he sees penis.
Here we go.
Oh, this is funny.
All right, I'm getting up from the thing. You guys have got the screen going here. I have got to get some food in me before I start drinking. Like I said, I haven't eaten way too long.
Oh, fuck that. Start drinking. Let's go. Come on.
Oh, no, man. I get it a little too much out of control if I do that. I'll see you in a bit.
Is that a common Navy worry? Alright guys, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our live event. How's everyone doing this evening? Give us a shout out. Let us know who you are, where you're from. Tonight we are going to treat 312 like they're our little bitch. Well, not Kingdom 312, just this alliance, just TR. They like butt sex. Receiving. Creep's been drinking again. Come on.
Not holding back tonight, are you, Creep?
Oh, Wonky, I'm ready to rock and roll. Come on, buddy.
Well, it's 3 AM over here for me, so I'm not sure how long I'm going to be on for. I've got a busy day tomorrow.
Oh, you're going to be on plenty. I'm drinking, you're drinking. I need my little Brit to keep up. Come on.
I've got another 5 or 6 beers in me yet. Don't worry about that.
Oh, I ain't worried. I know you'll keep up if you want to keep up. My question is, do you want to?
I'll normally outlast you.
No, I don't think you'll outlast me.
You're all gonna outlast me. I've been up all fucking morning, and now it's 11 o'clock at night.
I was up all morning too. What's wrong? Canadian issues?
Probably. More like my kids, but
They're asleep, aren't they?
they are finally.
So what's the problem? Daddy can play now.
Kids tend to suck your energy out. I always wonder, where do these fucking kids get all their energy? And it's like psychic vampires.
Yeah. Trick hangs out at playgrounds hoping kids will suck the energy out of him. He keeps trying, but he keeps failing. Sorry.
How much have you had to drink already?
Hold on, I gotta take my socks off to use my toes for this one.
Uh-oh.
I think about 17 or 18 beers. I don't know, I've taken about 3 leaks already, something about there. All right. We're still live. How's everyone doing? Come on. I don't hear much out of Rochambeau this evening.
I'm just laying in the weeds.
PR, how you doing? Wartown. JJ9891, how you doing this evening, sir? Yeah. Yeah, 312 does have a pretty nice buffer set up. I like that. How's it looking on your end, Koji?
I am in 151, and someone just teleported right out of the middle of their hive, and I landed right in that spot, and I'm in a tower.
Well, come on over to 312.
I'll get killed on sight.
No, you won't. Hey, don't you remember when I got my old kingdom in UAC? What did I do?
Back then, you had stats, though, and you had better stats than I did back then.
I got better stats than you do now.
Back then, you had better stats than I do now.
Yeah, that's all right. You got troops. PR, where are you from? What kingdom are you in, bub? All right, Koji, take over for a minute. I got to take a leak, bub.
I have a 3 billion power C40 eyeing me. I don't like that.
What's your castle at there, Koji?
C38 in both kingdoms. They're going to be C39 after the next event. Yeah, I'm surrounded by C40, so I'm not liking this. But, whatever. This is a spot for one of the bigger players. I should just give it up.
All right, I'm back. PR 329. How's your UHC looking, bud? You got a pretty decent lineup? Yeah, we got a couple from 312 of Wonders right now. Thomas, where about you from? Who are you? All right, I'm trying to get Roma in on this mega in 312.
Uh-oh.
Clinton, Arkansas. That sounds familiar. I think I delivered a load of concrete there one time. Koji, I think you're going to need to bounce to 312 and get in on this. I think Donnie, Mr. GunMuse there, he got lost. He must have fallen in.
He's been driving all day and hasn't eaten yet.
Yeah, he's gone to get some lunch. He'll be back afterwards, he said.
Ooh, we might have some fun here. PR, where about you from? Thomas is from Clinton, Arkansas.
I'm sorry if I'm quiet. I'm juggling a couple of UACs at once, trying to get points. It's a rough night so far. I can't open the live video while I'm running 2 instances of BlueStacks and my phone because it just crashes my computer.
Don't you have like a tablet and all that?
Nope, just my phone and the computer. I have a second phone I can try and run it on.
Oh, get it up and going. At least run YouTube on that.
I don't think you can even hear my voice coming out of the live stream.
Oh, everyone can know it's your voice there, wonky.
Oh, I see fucking Jers is in the channel. What's up, Jers?
How about it, Jers? How you doing, bub?
You know, same old shit as you guys, trying to do UAC and watch KE.
Oh, it's much fun, bud. How's yours turning out?
We're in first, but most of our bigs are still asleep, so it's cat and mouse right now, pretty much.
Yeah, it'll always be like that for a little bit. You just gotta take advantage of it when everyone's asleep. Very close to Robbins Air Force Base.
Wow,
That's a
he used
good
the
area.
strat to evict me.
Where at?
In 151. There was only one guy online, so I was able to hop from tower to tower, just stealing his loot, and he used the strat to evict me.
Ah, good job. Burn up their strat points. We'll come back and rape them later. Well, now that we got people in the channel here, if anyone's got any questions, we'll be glad to answer them. Lay them on us, folks. Let us know. Well, how's your UAC matchups doing? Who do you got? Tell us about them. Koji, you got your meat shield built up nicely?
Fairly well. 9 million, 8 million, I can't remember. Different on both kingdoms.
That's a decent little hit.
I think I have 1 million more on my 312 account to do 362 just because it's a 6
I
month
only got
newer.
2.5 million troops. Come get me, 312. Take a look at our Q&A channel. I haven't looked there in a while. See what we got. Crystal Dragon, are you here with us?
Oh, he's back. All right. I'm hooked on a feeling.
S. wants to know, is there a limit to how many beers I could down in 1 hour? Well, I'll be honest, fella, I don't remember the last time I actually counted. I've I'm down quite a bit. I heard that, Rochambeau. I've shotgunned the whole 12-pack in under 5 minutes.
Robbins Air Force Base. All right.
Everyone say welcome back, GunMuse.
I can't hear you. I can barely hear you, actually. Now I can hear you. Okay. Ever going to see me eat my pathetic dinner of burger patties and pimento cheese? Because I have to eat keto. Took my blood sugar and said, "Woo! Don't even try, mister." My wife snuck some of them crappy waters in there. I don't drink crappy water.
Well, I might as well go test Tricky Dick's stats.
Carla Polinsky. Let's see. We know that Trick likes to troll the ladies. Campaign teleport. Oh, yeah, we're going to get bounced, aren't we?
Bounced where?
Somewhere.
I have their fortress in 151 right now. They actually used their eviction strat on me and hitting me, which is comical given my stats suck ass. I don't... I have a lot of troops, though. Maybe the 40 doesn't want to waste gold on me. But I had a seat right beside their fortress, and they evicted me, and now I have a seat that's not that far away from there.
Well, that's kind of strange. That's a new one on me.
All right.
I sent the full march at Tricky Dick.
And those who just saw me do that bounce thing, that's because this alliance, who thinks they're so clever, is hacking the map, which, according to the Guns of Glory, can't be done, isn't happening, and they put a stop to it. They've been doing it for 3 years. So, yeah. By the way,
nice hit, Roma.
This guy that's the leader of this alliance happens to be in your freaking developer room. So maybe ask him directly how he's hacking the game. All right, so ultimate alliance strategy. Treasure.
Hey, Koji, check your line.
Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah, you saw that?
That's strange.
I know, right? That's a new one on me.
What's up?
I thought you always get a report when you send a full march. You got a bloodbath from sending a full march.
You did?
I'm going to fill up another drink.
There are no stats here high enough for that shit. I had a good spot picked out earlier. But I won't let you.
You want some more comedy? I got 343 again on my 312.
Oh my gosh.
I always get back. I get Kiss Kingdom every time. If she sees me around, she's going to be headhunting me. I don't know if it's her alliance, though. I'm looking around. If I see Charity, I'm going to look for her.
Charity needs to come over to 533. She would do well there.
No, she don't like us.
That's not true. She has no respect for us. She still likes me.
All right, let's see what we got here on chat. Splice, you're boring. Cheer us up. Come on, what do you got?
Everybody comment on my hairstyle.
Hairstyle? What hair?
Exactly. Yeah.
You got less hair than me, and that's kind of impressive.
This is what happens when you sit in line behind Ted Cruz to get a haircut in the morning. I'm just saying.
I was going to say, I got more hair on my nuts. There ain't much left. Those are starting to turn gray and fall out.
This is fucked up. How often does this happen? The people were fighting on 312. They don't like. I mean, 312. I'm playing in 312, fighting against 346, and they don't even have 6 buildings. They only have 3 buildings.
Redbeard did that one time where he tore him down after the start, and when you put him back up, they start at 0. For anybody that's wondering what happens if you tear down a building after the game started, you get 0 loot, and you got to fight out of that hole.
They tore down buildings while it was going on. It's really weird.
All right, so anyone out there, if they're interested in White Claw, it sucks. I tried it for the first time tonight. It ain't worth a shit. I had to go back and buy some real beer.
It's also for gay men.
Yeah, it must be. I mean, when I first went there to buy it, I saw White Claw, and now all I see is Iridis.
Just out in the middle.
How was your
of
road trip, bud?
Trash. Fast.
What?
Man.
What?
Fast. Dad set that damn cruise control to 115. Didn't take us long to get through that mountains at all. Smoking the Bandit be proud of that run. You know, I don't even know what my stats are right now. Can't be too good. I've been off for 5-6 months. I think this is the first hit I've done in freaking 7 months on this account.
I've been very excited that the 2nd annual Saturday Night Live Drink and Burn happened on my birthday this year.
Right. We did wind up with a nice German Shepherd puppy. Her birthday is April 4th. The dog's name is Sunny. It's a girl. Yeah.
Yeah, how'd it go? The new owner's happy?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh, that dog couldn't have been more pleasant and just like it's a 5-week-old puppy. You expect it to yap and yearn that it's not around its other puppies. Thank God I got somebody to live with.
Yeah, 5 weeks you still got to worry about their bladder. They like pissing everywhere. You know, being uncontrollable and all that.
5 hours in the truck. No problem.
You know, usually isn't
I
it
had
what,
to piss more
like
than the dog did.
Isn't it like 6 weeks at least till their bladders, you know, they're able to control their own bladder or something like that?
It's already going into training. I guarantee you in the next 3 days, that dog will be peeing at 10 o'clock at night every night on like clockwork in 3 days.
Right.
We've got 6 cats, 2 other dogs that do that. She feeds them hot dogs every night at 10 o'clock, and that's bathroom time. They get their little hot dogs after they go out and do their business. It'll be on a schedule for anybody knows what happened.
Good deal.
It's a lot easier when you have other dogs to train dogs, because then they just know where the spot to go to the bathroom is, and that spot's outside.
Right. Wonky, where you at, man? You gotta add some British like twang to this channel.
Sorry, bud. I was just checking on the farms quickly. A bit distracted.
Roma needs to fix that problem.
He was drinking his White Claws.
Sick 'em, Roma.
Where's Arkin at? We need a little fuck the world flavor to this channel.
Coming to you live from the TRK Alliance Fortress. Arkin.
They still
Nine and a
burning
half
down good?
hours. 9.5 hours and it'll be torn down.
You still dismantling that, are you, over there, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, I got it.
How about it? Live on YouTube. Can we get a little British commentary on tearing down a fortress?
Wait, Bob, calm down there.
Oh, how dare thou? Who hit me? Hot boy K533. So, Trick being Trick, can't fight his own fights because he's a little cowardly bitch like he is. Probably has been over there making all the deals he can make. And I'm going to sit back and let him make me famous as he pulls this crap, because if you believe someone from another kingdom ran it out in the middle of Randomville, where I had to, you're wrong. Because I had to jump twice. All right? Everybody saw me do it.
So I'm downstairs cooking, and I start to watch the live feed. And the next thing I know, Gun's going through his computer looking at pictures of naked dudes.
That's Trick.
And then I come on, and the next guy's talking about drinking White Claws, and I'm not sure where I am anymore.
Right? Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
It's the Democratic National Convention.
Hey, Arkin.
Hey, creep.
Fuck you.
I love you, sweetheart.
Oh, I hit somebody. Hold on. He's waiting for my march to come back to zero me. Because he's from some kingdom that I've never seen before. Never heard of this guy. Hey, Hot Boy. Did you know that Trick started his career by screwing over his own kingdom in order to get a wonder? Literally sold us out in the very first KVK. Documented. Got a story on the website if you want to read it. Just so you know who you're playing with. Yeah. Why I have a problem with scumbags. They irritate me. I have PTSD. Pretty tired of sorry ass Democrats. Is that Trick? All freaking nope, that's somebody else. Yeah, hit anybody with a woman's name on it. That'll just piss him off. Can't help himself. Some type of insecurity. Look at all these bubbles. Yeah, if Core's hanging out here, we'll work a damn castle down to nothing and let him steal some wonders. We'll float them some bitches. Who's got wonders here? Oh, Trick's got the wonders. We're gonna have to burn his ass right the fuck down at some point tonight.
I agree.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I was just talking about how he trolls people. Hold on. Piani. Look at that. Right in the freaking name. Is she even playing the game anymore? What a freaking mess, man. See, the problem with this play strategy is that when the activity falls off, it's just as hard for your alliance to get back to defend anything as it was for you to prevent them from attacking anything. That's not what I'm going to play with. Hold on.
I thought you were back in 533 there. I saw Wonky's little C1.
Maybe. You never know. I'm not even throwing proper marches at him. I'm just here to tag and annoy. Kind of like the guys he's tricking into doing his dirty work. How long? That's a 3-minute march. Holy crap. Was that the Blue Oyster Bar? Remember that movie?
Thomas, you might be right.
She-male boyfriend? Yeah. You never know. It's really amazed me, the endurance of these lowlifes. Years, man. They never relent. They have forced me.
Well, they forced me.
They have forced me to keep up with their relentlessness. Because I can't be a quitter. They got to quit before I quit.
They get hard thinking about you.
Right. Apparently. Daily delivery. Oh. Yeah. We're saving that stuff. Hold on. Oh, you know what I did? I left my heel gear on. Silly me. I've been over here busting bottles like I should have been. Oh, wait a minute. People did it for me. Look at this. Here's 20. .362 so awesome. They work so hard. Kill 120 level 11 thralls for 20 bottles. Hey, I can do that. I can do that tonight.
All right, I'll be right back. Gotta take a leak.
I can see that becoming a theme of the night, but the third one he's had so far.
Them bloody drinks. They keep showing up in my hand unannounced. Patow. Patow. Patow.
Wonky loves us so much, it's like 5 a.m. where he lives. He switched to our sleep schedule to game with us.
Hey guys, if you guys are thinking about New Kingdoms, I haven't put the video out. It was going to go out today. It was supposed to be I was supposed to drop a video before the pre-live to explain how much different the game is from if you started over a year ago, and that what you pay to maintain your castle in an older kingdom, you can build an equal level and be competitive almost instantly in a new kingdom. Literally only takes a few $100s to be right there at the top right now. And they put enough throttles in place to try and keep the runaway money from getting insane. Once I broke $1,100 real quick, I would say the next 300 would have been worth way more if I had waited for an event. I mean, but I just needed to scare a few people real early. And quite frankly, during our KE, it's been the best KE start I've ever seen. We've got our YouTube trolls that have followed us for years, spouting the same lines they've spouted for years. Everybody swearing it's not them. How dare you? You don't know who that is. Well, then somebody's sharing a book of dumb comments. And I don't know whose brain you're sharing, but exchange it. You need a new one. And at the end of the day, even if you're not who I think you are, you're acting like the person I think you are, and therefore I'm going to deal with you the way I was going to deal with them anyway. So it doesn't change the facts. Everybody keeps trying to convince me it is who it is. It doesn't matter. It's a troll. I've already decided how I was going to deal with trolls before I spent my first $1. And I got 30K more to go. So we're going to be dealing with trolls in a unique way. I've got an article on the front of RogersRaiders.com that show a very simplified set of rules that we put in place for New Kingdom. So even if you don't want to come play in the visibly on YouTube Kingdom with K533, don't think for a second you can't take those rules and go implement them in your New Kingdom. And this is where it becomes a challenge. Instead of having one guy like me just force feed them down everybody's throat, you're going to have to deal with the top 20 nap guys, the top 10 should be a nap, and people don't even know what nap means. They think the top 10 guys shouldn't be allowed to be hit, and everybody else needs to die. And that's the generalized thinking that comes from people like Trick here that I'm picking on right now, in that all kingdoms turn into 3 alliances and there's nothing you can do about it. So the goal is to trash everybody in any way you possibly can to be one of those top 3. And that's just not true. It's just absolutely proven wrong. So I'd say over in 533 right now, we're well ahead of the curve. 420's been playing nice by the rules. 420, which is in the number 1 alliance spot, gained up a lot of trolls. We broke up a couple troll alliances before the KE started because I didn't want them hunting in packs. A little harder to control, a lot more gold for us if we waited till the end. And then for the most part, all I had to do for the first day of KE was send a scout at people that were farming off alliances. If you wanted to engage in combat, go into an open field and engage in combat. That's you agreeing with somebody else to blow your money together. You want to go over and prey on somebody and steal their money because you know something more about the game than they do in the first 10 days, you're a scumbag. And I'm gonna send a march at your ass. That's just the way that works. If I don't have a march, the Mad Hornet will. Or what was it? What was this thing? What was your alter ego? Was it Wonky still on here?
Murder Hornet.
Murder Hornet. Murder Hornet followed the rules the entire night and wound up making massive kills, proving it can be done, how it can be done, and instead of having easy prey on a platter delivered to your scoreboard, he had to hunt and kill. He made the game entertaining, which is what everybody claims when they say it's a war game. Well, then there's hunting involved. Leave the people safe at home that are trying to learn the game, and they learn at different rates. The goal for K533 overall is at the end of 18 months, I still want to see 600 active players. And that means we got to start off right. So,
unless they piss creep off.
Yeah. Unless we get pissed off. And then I'll just start.
I don't know. We got Arkin here. Arkin's kind of a loose cannon.
Arkin's been doing some good work on calculators.
I'm just trying to stay calm.
Yep.
Just trying not to snap.
He's got.
Have you looked at the Alliance kill list?
One of these days, I'm gonna hide your blood pressure medication from you, Arkin.
My Alliance kill list?
Can you imagine?
I'm in.
No, like the overall Alliance kill list for the Kingdom.
420.
So now because 420 took in all of those shitheads they shot up to number 1.
Right.
And with only 20 members left in TRK, they are still number 3 on the list.
And nobody to kill. I mean, it's not like we can't even kill them to get them down.
They have 20 members in their alliance. 20 members. What do we have? 72. We have 1 million more kills than them. That's it.
Yeah. And we've been killing the killers. We kind of took.
I let shells kill me.
Yeah, everybody's thinking we're Kingdom Police, and that is not the case. We're playing by the rules that we set, that if you're out in the open attacking somebody else, then you agree that we're going to attack you. That you know.
I'm not going to lie. I mean, once I get let loose, GunMuse already knows I'm kind of a loose cannon once I'm let loose. Piss me off. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, well.
I've not done a single hit this KE yet. I might go out in a little while, you never know.
I mean, everyone here knows I respect GunMuse. He's a friend of mine. We go back pretty far now, honestly. We do go back a bit. But I get pushed to that point. I say fuck rules. But it takes a bit to get pushed to that point. If I saw
What
Arkin
kingdom are you in,
naked,
Chucky?
I'd probably, if I saw Arkin naked, I'd probably get pushed to that point.
You would turn gay for her instantly.
See, Antonio,
I might.
I tried to ignore them. They literally followed me to this kingdom, started announcing the kingdom chat on day one. It was like, oh, we run him out of 4 kingdoms. They haven't run me out of shit.
I'm not going to lie. Arkin,
damn near having an aneurysm ran me out of 362 last November. I couldn't play the game. I just now got healthy enough to where I could actually stare at the screens and, you know. So this time when I went to the K533, since the trolls don't seem to respond positive, you know, the carrot, I'm going to pull out the stick. I'm going to verbally abuse them. I'm going to spin them around in KC. I'm going to have them tattling on themselves because they're that dumb. And then I'm going to burn them. It's just... And the funny thing is, I'm telling them now, and they still act like it's a surprise. Yeah, that's how dumb this is. And it would be one thing if I thought they were just trying to get fame and attention out of the deal, but there's not that much fame on the channel. And number 2, they don't use the real name to get the fame. Yeah, I don't get it. I honestly, the Miller cat needs 6 months of good therapy just to engage, get his drugs leveled out right. And everybody keeps thinking I'm joking when I say that, and I'm not. I've seen that type of behavior for that man, and that type of behavior. What's odd, it's like some super sticky glue with other people with that kind of personality disorder. They stick to them, even through chat. Hold on, we can show you some of them sticky, freaking disorder problems by name in here.
Well, the thing with Miller is, I think when he was younger, he just got he got abused, you know, touched inappropriately, and that kind of transferred onto his adult life. You know, it sticks with a person. You know, when you get touched like that, literally, it just carries on.
You're not my priest. Don't touch me there.
I'll be right back, guys.
10 seconds on your dick, years on your soul. That's what they say.
Well, no, really. I mean, you gotta feel sorry for those kind of individuals. You know.
We know they're listening. They don't wait for the playback.
Just change your castle to Tricks Beast.
No, I mean when you're a 9-year-old boy, you don't know how to approach stuff like that. You don't know how to say no, father, don't touch me there. I mean that seriously affects a child. You know, I feel bad for Miller. I mean, if he wants to reach out to me, I could send him some phone numbers of people he could talk to. You know, you just gotta express that. You gotta come out in the open. You gotta say, hey, listen. He touched me in my penis. I'm not gonna I'm not going to stay quiet any longer. You know, you hurt
First
my
step to
feelings.
recovery is admitting your problem.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Go to your
same thing
therapist.
goes with Iridis.
Go to your therapist. Lie and tell him I did it. Let him explore.
Yeah, you just got to say, hey, listen. When I was 8 years old, he touched my penis. I'm not going to let it affect the rest of my life.
Show us on this doll where Uncle Creep touched you.
You know, you got to do what you got to do. Tickle, tickle. I mean, guys, we all know you've been abused. You've been assaulted. It's wrong. Speak up. You know, take back your lives. Take back that manhood. Tell the world we're not going to allow this anymore.
Anybody else think Creep knows this process way too well? Like he's been through it?
I've had to guide people before.
I think it's that chick you pissed off from Old Kingdom. Which Old Kingdom, Thomas? What are you talking about? I don't know if I pissed any women off in 362. Not even the Russians. I don't belittle the women in the freaking game. Usually they're better than me, so they start coining, they're gonna burn my ass.
Oh yeah, that's a good PBR.
Man, I am going to have to. Stink eye, man. Not stick eye. Sticks and stones. Stink eye gives you groans. Man, I wish I could get a hold of Lily. She would actually enjoy this.
Oh, she'd have a blast. Yeah, we got TK over here in 312 now. Anyone else want to join?
Yeah, what are you doing? I'm here.
He's got a Merc Airship and it looks like he's getting ready to start rocking.
Oh my god. And Creep, you would have died laughing earlier in AC. So Shadow comes on, she sees my I don't even think you've seen a gun. Finally my new avatar comes through and it's this awesome pic of Starvin' Marvin. And
Okay.
she comes on and she's like, I don't like your new profile pic. It looks like that new player. And I was like, holy fuck, did she just put together that my profile picture looks just like Job? I was like, God damn, you're racist.
Oh, we were picking on Job last night with the Starvin' Marvin pics. That was terrible. Yeah.
You took it in stride, though.
Most military do. Like I said, you spend 20 years in the military, buckle up. Words do not hurt. Are they already cleared?
Well, I'm looking at least one building now that's cleared. There was a few more, but it's a 4.5 minute march, so they're filling them as we're clearing.
Watching Gunplay, Guns of Glory, is like watching Homer Simpson work. They got his feet up on the desk. He's eating hamburgers. He's got his keyboard. It looks like he's got it on his belly. I can't even tell.
No, I got two.
It's on the belly. It's on the belly.
Like, holy crap,
the
guy.
keyboard's on my gut. Yep.
I could balance a beer on my belly.
Oh, man, I hadn't eaten in 24 hours. Last night I had hamburger, ground up hamburger for freaking dinner. Freaking, I should have been more starving than I was, but a burger and a half was enough. But I know that leaves me room for the bread basket stuff. Hey, that's got a kick to it today. What the hell?
Have you all noticed that Koji's actually relatively quiet during this live
No
event?
kidding, right? What an opportunity.
You think he's embarrassed?
I think he doesn't want his count zeroed.
He's concentrating on UAC on 2 servers.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Trick is a spiteful little prick and would use any
And
excuse
this
on
is
the
why
planet.
Koji's quiet.
Yeah, would use any excuse on the planet to blame somebody that he can reach because he hasn't beat me yet in 3 years. So he can't get no satisfaction. He's going to have to actually coin up a castle and not use a borrowed one from the Germans as if he built one.
Well, Gun, you got to realize you're a grown man. He likes boys. You're just not. You're not his favorite popsicle flavor.
Dirty little secret. Trick's a 15-year-old boy. And he's played many players for years, thinking he's older.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That kind of sounds like someone I know for 362.
What are you thinking about, Iris? Iris
No, yeah.
Iris and Trick are different personalities, but then you never know when you start banging that gong how many personalities are going to come floating out of these people. All right. Sup, Gun? Kingdom 3-4. Mish. That's Michael. Michael Manella. My main one over KVK. That's... Oh. Tank Girl. Well, Tank Girl's in 312. She stole a castle to get here from me. I let her borrow one so she understand what UACs were like. She never gave it back. I had like $1,500 in that little farm. And she freaking just stole it. And well, you have other castles. How is that a justification of steal? Unless you're a crackhead. That's crackhead logic.
I mean, personally, I got nothing against her myself, but
I'm just saying, crackhead logic.
I remember this time I did crack.
Belladoce. People are like coming into this one going, what the hell's with all the trash talk tonight? My gosh.
I'm back.
It's like,
Hey, welcome back, Koji. We're just talking about you.
What else is new?
I stuck up for you.
I fucking hate these corner setups.
Wow.
Oh, damn, I just killed Trick.
I didn't. Oh my gosh, I gotta make these red lights go away. Fucking spammers, man. I just threw a march at this. I didn't even... Who the hell is Goose?
Hey, Koji.
Goose is Titan.
Oh, I could kill the shit
Yes.
out of Titan.
Tell me about this Black Archer fella.
And I'm
Black Archer. I think he's German, and he's from the GOT alliance, like before they merged into one German alliance.
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to let you know he's weak.
We don't fight. We don't fight amongst ourselves on 312 anymore,
Well,
so I never really need to know.
If the Titan guy is the big guy, he's not a very big guy. Just saying.
All right, so Trick's barely 5,000.
He's barely he's barely 4,200. He's barely over me, and I haven't been playing for 7 months. So
No, I got Trick's
he's
stats.
got two C40s there.
I got Trick's stats. I just shared them.
Hold on, you know what I needed to do, and I didn't do it. I didn't put a lantern on. I'm an idiot. Look at this. I can't even play the game, guys. Why are you listening to me? Don't go out and play without the light. Yeah. Crackpot logic. No, crackhead logic. Yeah. Crackheads all talk alike. They all think alike. It's weird. Something triggers the world is against me thinking in a crackhead. I don't know what it is. Kingdom Hospital. I'll throw some more gold at this real quick. Now to get my shit together.
All right, let's go to 312. Roma's on board. We're wiping out Trick.
Hey, Koji, this is a great time for Mom to deal with their STR problem. You'll never have a better opportunity.
But we don't have an STR problem anymore. We don't fight on 312 anymore since Interkingdom K started.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
I think we're gonna create one right now. You on board, Gun?
Yeah.
Roma's gonna do some megas.
Who we make? Oh, we're gonna make us some castles. I don't even have a castle in 312 to dick with people with. They think I do, but I don't. Or I would be dicking with you right now. So that just proves that I don't have a castle. You're all paranoid. That I'm there screwing with you all the time. I'm right here on the other side of the glass screwing with you guys. I'm even telling you I'm doing it. You just don't believe me. I'm evil.
All right, I'm healed up. Let's rock.
All right. Where are we meeting at so I don't have to dick around with the damn... Oh, if Goose wants to tower bounce, I will tower bounce with Goose all night. I love tower bouncing. It's a great time to demonstrate a strat on video.
Oh, little cat and mouse.
Yeah.
You bounce on my tower.
You don't gotta be bigger to be bitter.
That's funny. What time does Roma go to bed?
Roma don't sleep. Sorry.
He's just kidding around.
Sorry, Texas time. He just got up.
Who froze Titan anyway? I think it was KP did, and he said, Roma, let's mega him, and then Roma didn't bother. Roma eventually megaed him, didn't he? I don't know. I'm in 131.
What time does Roma go to bed? I don't know. What time does your wife go to bed?
Well, this being off for 7 months hurts because I'm used to being one of the bigger castles in the game. Ugh. My gosh, man. GOG, work on this spam. One alliance versus 7 other alliances. Not one alliance against a guy who has enough time to make 7 all his own. Jesus, have some respect for the game that you've made.
There's at least 2 or 3 more corner alliances
I
in this
know.
one. Like, I've been around and I'm just like, oh fuck. It's problem with corner alliances is the amount of gold spend that free players like cheap asses like me have to spend gold to actually get to a tower, and it just kills the desire.
I hunted for an hour this morning for these glasses that are for some reason sitting right there on my desk next to 4 other pairs of sunglasses.
Thralls 23 and 24 are out at YI.
I'm going to come back and do some defense here in a little bit and get some of that stuff, but I got to get some points in first.
I'm trying. Me and Butter are just going home now because we were just there's someone with way better stats than us just kicking us out at this point.
What kingdom am I in? I forgot. 151. There we go. Treasure. They don't have much. I guarantee you, whatever their big guy is, he's right in there.
Which kingdom are you in?
151.
Yeah, I was there. There's a couple of them active in the center kicking, and they have. Hang on, I'll share.
Are you better stats than me?
No, hang on, I'll share the stats of the people that were kicking me out of that kingdom.
Hold on, I forgot to share the goose one.
So I mean, I just shared one. Dude's like 2,800 or 2,800, 6,500 in some spots, and
Damn, Goose is weak.
Yeah, I could spend $50 right now and blow right by him.
Yeah,
those are not his stats. He has way higher stats than that. I think you just caught him with heel gear on or something, because he hit a few times earlier. Wait, which Goose Castle? He has 2 castles, so
we're looking at just Goose.
Make sure I got my guards on. I've done something sillier before.
Because he hit a tower earlier and he had some stats in the 6,500s.
Then TK has Trick beat on stats, some stats.
Well, Trick can't afford the castle that he got for free. Yeah, so there's that. Woo! Popped right in there, did you? You know what? While I'm here, I guess I could pop C40. Are we in an event? Oh, I should have done that during the event, huh? Carnival Fever. Can I earn bunnies from this? What the hell just happened here? Data error loading. Points event.
That was me.
This is not.
I'll be right back.
Type of event. Airship event. Recharge reward. I'm not doing any of this for 362. Not yet. I have a plan. I don't have them in my hand yet, but when we were driving up north today, I talked to my dad about it. He goes, I said, man, I went out to your house today because like 20 years ago, I left some godless dollars in your closet. And he's like, I found a godless dollar. And I was like, I didn't know where the hell it came from. And so we know where one might be. I own 2 of them. I hadn't seen them in 20 years. And I'm going to give a godless dollar away as soon as I get them in my grubby little hand and can prove that I actually got the damn things. And somewhere I've got a Jackie Robinson dollar I might give away too. Now that one's not primo quality, but it is very rare. Yeah. Oh, and September 11th of this year, I believe I will be going to the Kansas City game and the Royals same weekend. They are doing because it's September 11th, they're doing a lot of veteran stuff. We are finalizing that stuff right now. I will shoot some stuff from there. I'm actually trying to get George to let me interview him. For what, I don't know. It has nothing to do with Guns of Glory, but I just think it'd be cool to interview George Brett on the freaking channel. Elisa, who's my contact.
Don't bring up Billy Martin.
Oh, you bet I will, man. I hope he takes my phone, throws it across the fucking room after I say the name. That'd be
Just
awesome.
Just a bottle of Pine Tar.
Just fucking yeah. I'm as mad as he am. I'll join in. We'll trash the office. But Eliza, who's my contact there, she's gonna ask. We got to get permission for that shit. I'm not even too sure I don't have to script stuff for that. We'll find out. I'll try to make it happen. And then I'll forget about it because I'll be out hanging out and not paying attention to what I'm supposed to be doing. I'll be enjoying myself. Hot dog in one hand, beer in another, going, why the fuck am I here? Baseball, baseball. That'll be. Oh, yeah. Redeem. Oh, I guarantee I got a few speeds on here. I don't log in every day like I should. That's a problem. If only I had some robotic feature that everybody thinks I have that would go and buy my speed ups every day, I'd be tickled. But there is no such feature as far as I know. I would pay for such a feature because this is a tedious task. Hold on. TeamSpeak's just blinking. It's got to be freaking easy. Because it's not enough that I got to read one chat box. I got to read a second one. Just said them. Didn't say the entire alliance.
A little early for merge talks in a brand new kingdom.
I got the.
Although Sniper seemed like a nice guy when I talked to him in Kingdom Chat the other day. He was all cool.
Sniper and his wife are I'm happy to have them, but I'm not taking everybody over there because of his loyalty. That's not the way it works. I know it sounds so mean, but it's not being mean. It's just being realistic. The kingdom is going to be bigger than one alliance. They can be first on the list when the next one's set to come up because I also got RIP guys that we've promised that can come in there, and then I got some other guys we promised that come in there. So it all adds up.
Who is waiting to come in? We've got like 8 spots.
Well, we just opened them up last night. I kicked a bunch of people and finished off the research last night.
Yeah, I liked Sniper when I talked to him. He seemed like a decent folk. He wanted to make sure everything was cool during KE, and it was. So I don't know. That's R3. I don't need to do that stuff.
Exactly. Quiet, you R3. How dare you have an opinion? Yeah. What would make
I agree, Code. Feels good to be R3 again.
what would make me listen to an R3's opinion? My gosh, what are they thinking these days?
I've always been a good diplomat for some reason, but that shit makes me want to tear my hair out. And I've had a few drinks. Like, I'm like, fuck this shit. I just want to play the game and not do any of this shit. Who's running Night Siege? I'm like, fuck that. I hate Night Siege. Who's running Underworld? I don't give a fuck. I donated a key. I'm a terrible R4.
I think Mad ought to throw a Doom cannon on Trick right now. How about a little poison?
You can't. No, I am not fucking doing stuff from 312 and getting my friends in 312 in trouble.
Wait a minute. Aren't I'm still an honorary R4 over there. How about we get a little poison water on these assholes? The little Doom cannon action going. The lucky I'm still.
No, I am not. I am not bringing 312 into this. You guys can say whatever you want, and I'll say I'm staying out of it. I'm not going to get my friends burned for that shit.
That's it. I'm going online. I'm holding the vote. I think you'd be outvoted if I held one.
All right, creeps back. I'm sitting there on the shitter listening to Koji. Like, I don't want to hurt their feelings. All right.
Great. That's why there's an echo in your line.
All right.
Not picking.
Got Lawrence's computer ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, mergers.
Hey, Donnie.
Huh.
We set Lawrence's computer up, got him with 48 gigs of RAM, and he's still got enough slots to double that. We put the big sticks in.
That sounded really wrong.
And he's already got we put an extra adapter in so he can slap in solid states. I mean, it's and he even has so much room he can slap in adapters to slap in M2 drives. So this machine's ready to rock for him. He's got a good deal.
Well, I don't have nothing to do with it, man.
He's got a 2 terabyte drive and a 1.5 terabyte drive. So he bang for the buck. He ain't getting much better.
Okay, I am going to. What do I?
If he wanted to run a bot with 1,000 instances, he could.
Nah,
I don't condone that.
I will try to trade you a PlayStation 4 Pro for that computer.
Dude, you got to do a lot better than that.
Listen, I tried. I'll throw in a 6-pack
Hey.
White Claw for you.
Arkin, we could. My brother's got other rigs ready to go. You want us to set you up with one?
How much?
What are you looking for?
I don't know. I just want something for a bot that I don't run.
$600 plus shipping.
All right, let me think about it.
Oh, there's a freaking introduce. I have my freaking. A point guard.
And my brother's got, I think, 3 other machines ready to go.
That's a UAC guard. All right. Kingdom Hospital. Heal. That saved a bunch of time.
Now, really, these old school workstation setups, bang for the buck, you can get a lot out of them. Right, Gun?
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, at the same time, where, like, the math problem that we're having with that software, I think is actually in that Xenon processor. The somewhere in their Xenon line, there was just the damn things couldn't do basic math. But they run like freaking freight trucks.
I haven't had a desktop computer in over 10 years.
Yeah, they're not overrated. You still need them.
Yeah, my brother builds real good workstations. I mean, they're not per se gamer setups, but you can rig them up to run any game on the market with ease. They just got that much room, that much capability, that much power.
He's wanting the multiple instances, which a rig setup like that will let him run 4 at a time. And which means
Oh, shit, I could run 10 at a time on mine. He could run more than that on this.
I'm betting it'd slow down before you know what happened.
Yeah, I've already done run 6. I'm sure I could run 10 with ease.
Yeah, but I have no need for 10.
And that's 10 times however many you got in there. So if you have like 40 and you ran 10, it would be running 10 with 4 more, 4 in a loop on each of the 10. Or you could run 4 with the loop of the 10. Same difference. And you would want to do the 4 of the 10 because you need the timers. Yeah. Okay. That being said, what are we talking about here? I'm missing something. James Finger, I appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot for your M&M money. Today that bought some puppy chow of all things. And a mask. I had to buy a mask because I couldn't walk into a damn Allsups without a mask on today.
Oh God, Allsups.
Did you get any pictures of the dog? You should put up on the site, show people what everybody's helping with money wise.
Oh, man, I actually do. Pictures of the dog. If I only knew where my phone was.
Hey, that's not the dog. That's Creep.
I actually sent pictures to Creep.
God damn, that's Trick's pick again.
Let me go grab my phone and I'll throw up a picture of the dog. Ooh, that's good beer.
Oh, it's almost 12:30. This is a bad start to my night if I barely got 10,000 points at darts like this.
Did you see what I'm drinking tonight, Coach?
No, what are you drinking?
I got a 6-pack of Molson Canadian, a 6-pack of Labatt's.
Oh, nice. Molson's some strong beer. It's got some strong flavor.
It is, but I like it. Trust me, it tastes different down here.
Oh, you got the American version of Canadian?
Well, yeah, they don't sell the Canadian version here. First time I ever ordered a Molson Canadian up, it might have been like a Molson export, and I was sitting at the bar, I was like, holy fuck! Like, up there.
Potent flavor, eh?
I was like, holy shit, like, this is like black coffee.
Another strong beer, I don't even think they make it anymore, was Labatt Maximum Ice. That shit was like 7% alcohol, and it was just powerful flavor.
Everything's just stronger. I believe I'm about to admit this. I was like 17 years old. I had Mike's Hard Lemonade there, and I thought I was going to fucking hit the floor.
They've recently pussified those coolers. They used to be like 7-8%, and they reduced them to 5% one day. And my girlfriend was sitting there drinking. I'm like, why aren't I getting drunk? And then I looked at it, I was like, did you get a light? Because it says 5% on it.
Because I didn't have enough money in the check for rupees this week, sweetheart.
My name is Jose Jimenez.
How do I read these keys? That's a great episode too. The South Park episode where he does the Stand By Me. My name is Professor Cartmanes.
That's like from the 60s. There was a comedian, Jose Jimenez. Oh, they're going to blast me off into space. Oh, I hope not.
Sounds like the episode where the dog whisperer was on South Park.
Oh my god.
Beating Cartman with a stick and shit. Like, you have to take him for a walk to get him to fucking lose all his energy.
One of my favorite episodes ever was the Scott Tenorman episode, where he gets mad because the kid essentially fed Cartman pubes. So he did this whole thing he basically invited Scott Tenorman to a cookout, a chili cookout, invited his favorite band to watch him. And then after killing his parents, put them in the chili and fed it to him.
I don't remember that episode.
He's licking Scott Tenorman's tears off his face, saying, "Feed me your tears."
I think one of my favorite episodes was the episode they all pretended Cartman was dead and Butter started seeing a ghost, and he got like just taken in for all those tests. Ended up getting the probe. That and Return of the Lord of the Rings. That episode was classic.
Yes. Butter's episodes are very underrated.
He's one of the best characters.
Like, the amount of shit that he takes is unbelievable.
At least Kenny just gets killed every episode.
The whole season where Mr. Garrison turns into Trump is amazing.
It's been years since I watched that show, to be honest. Like, are they still making seasons?
Yes. One of the last few, they had basically the presidential election, and it ended up being Hillary Clinton versus Mr. Garrison. And Mr. Garrison completely changed his character. He looked like Trump, talked like Trump. And he basically ran a platform that anybody who opposed us, he was going to fuck them all to death.
All right, here we go. Connecting to my phone.
Hey, James Finger. Thank you. Appreciate it, bud.
All right.
As we ride out COVID pandemic by drinking and playing Guns of Glory.
Hey, GunMuse, do we possibly got another castle that may be up? I don't know if you've looked at it yet. Figure we might as well just toss the idea up there.
Another castle might be up. There we go. That is, her name is Sunny. And that's what people's money bought today. We spent $300 on the dog. 10 hours of driving time because everybody's locked them in their house in the COVID. It's actually hard to find good dogs with the right breed. These dogs are normally about $4,000. They cut me a deal because I took a female and promised not to breed them on them. She just had the best demeanor of any of them. Let's see here. As you can tell, ride home, she was just a ball of energy. Laid there right in the middle and slept the whole way. Like I said, her name's Sunny. That's what you guys are spending on when you spend the things like that. We had a dog die just 9-10 days ago. Plus, my dad's dog died not too long ago. On April 6th, my dad's dog died. Now this one was born on April 4th. So it seemed kind of fortuitous to get one in there. And we'll go through some training on it. We'll get it potty trained. It'll be used to going outside by the time we give it things. And then we will make sure that it bonds with the owner before it gets too old. That's why we get them a little earlier than normal. This is a 5-week-old dog. You normally don't want to wean them before 6 to 8 weeks. We want a little time with them to get certain things done a little early. And then we treat PTSD dogs a little differently because they have to be around crowds and they can't get nervous just because their owners get nervous. So there's a little bit to them, but we don't spend $50,000 on a dog that we can do some of the work ourselves. And then, quite frankly, the veteran can be doing the work, which makes what we're doing work when they can do that. File, drag and drop. What am I? Live stream. That's what I'm looking for. The feed going in and out. Did everybody miss that because of the hookup to the freaking phone? Is that what we're telling me? No one see the picture or not?
I'm not actually logged on to the stream because it'll crash my computer.
Did not see the picture. All right. So, hold on. I want to copy. Because she's too cute. Not so, oh my gosh. View. Full screen. There we go. That's a good clear picture of her. No, well, I wireless hooked up to my phone. This is the first time I've done this since I updated firmware in my router. And I didn't know if there would be a problem with that or not. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. I see that now.
What happened?
I don't know. YouTube's going nuts. I can see the stream on my output, but I don't see it on my...
We're not even playing music this week.
You know, right? No, I tell you what it is. I'm betting that phone took over that connection. Wow, that is like some serious lag on the preview. I'm just now seeing that go up to preview. It's like 2 minutes ago. You laugh, but we have 5 cats that are going to help train the dog. All right, let's see if we got some stream action going here. Now it's complaining that I don't have enough resolution, which means you guys are not buffering at the very least. Yeah, she's a sweetheart too. I really like the demeanor. I look forward to working with her. I'm really good at training the dogs. And I say I'm really good at training the dogs. For some reason, I ask dogs to do things, and they do it. Everybody but Trick and Miller, you know. Can't teach an old dog new tricks.
This is the kind of stuff you get up on your social media. Videos of the big bad gun training the little dog.
I'm so evil, it's just unbearable. Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah.
Koji would be proud. I poured a vodka.
Yeah, but everybody needs to know that's exactly what you're hitting the join button for. You know, you don't have to give people don't have to give the money. You get all the stuff for free whether you want to or not. But that's what we're doing with it. Part of what we're doing with it. Usually it's very boring stuff like we're buying tanks of gas so that people can deliver groceries. I got lots of people who volunteer their time who don't have anything to volunteer it with. They don't have cars. They don't have money for gas.
Hey, Arkin.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to drag you down here right quick. Away from live.
Only 2 blue pills left. Don't take the blue pill. Take the red pill. Oh, I hate those things. Okay. I was doing something else. Oh, I remember what I was going to do. You think that made me lag. Wait till you see what I do next. For my next trick, I'm going to log into my other computer. Yes, the name of that computer is called Juggernaut. Boo-doot. Ah, yeah. Ooh, that's terrible. Ah. Am I giving away another C-26? Was that what the question was? I do have another C-26 or better with Splendor on it. But I think this month, I got to put the dollar in my hand. I think this month I'm going to give out the $350 dollar. That way somebody can win it and then turn around and go hawk it and get half of what it's worth because they took money real fast. Go, oh yeah, great. I went and spent it all on freaking bottles. Gave it to the Chinese. Woohoo! Oh yeah. I still see the dog up in the live stream, and that's not what should be in the live stream. Something's wrong there.
Well, no means no finally worked.
Right?
I hear you.
What are you guys pissing with, man?
I mean, all we did was leave the channel and come back.
Right? How dare you talk behind my back? It makes me paranoid. Just ask anybody. Name Miller.
How dare you make me my own blood?
How dare you? Stop streaming. Well, that means I am streaming. This is what I'm sending to stream. This is not what's in the frickin' stream. Maybe that's because of that.
But gentlemen, have a good one. I'm gonna go spend the last half hour of my birthday with the wife, and then get to bed.
Play a little pickle tickle.
Boom boom.
I haven't heard any singing today. She could do a round of happy birthday or something for us. I mean, I've had to listen.
Oh, is Creep gonna sing happy birthday?
Not you, your wife, man. She did like Leonard Skinner last week in the shower and freaking
Yeah.
that's because some Copperhead Road.
You weren't on until 9 o'clock. You missed it all.
I missed the shower show. What's up with that?
It was Bon Jovi earlier.
It was Bon Jovi. Oh man, see, there we go. At least your wife's got good taste in music. That's a given.
Yeah, she's a good one. All right, boys. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, buddy.
You see the gameplay? Yeah, I my preview was behind a few minutes because I logged out, logged in. All right, so I'm gonna close that down now and close that down now and open this up. I can't even believe this is working while I'm doing this. Oh, no. 3 million silver. That's not gonna be enough. Oh no. We're gonna have to do better than that.
I'm back with a full drink.
Koji, you'd be proud of me.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
I poured me a vodka.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait.
I know.
I thought you weren't doing hard liquor.
Yeah, a little bit about Creep. Whiskey makes him happy. Vodka makes him mean.
Yeah, that's about everybody. Just about everybody.
I get pretty passive on vodka.
No, grain alcohol's.
You're Canadian. You're passive on everything.
Yeah,
This is true.
You're talking about degrees at that point.
I've been on vodka every night we've been on TeamSpeak for the last week.
Blame Canada.
And you trashed somebody last night while you were on your vodka, by the way.
Because Boss Hog's a moron.
Yep. I'm just saying it's a degrees issue at this point. This is it.
I like how Koji wanted to not be R4 anymore. First thing he said was, that's how I ain't got to talk on KC. As soon as you demoted him to R3, he went straight on KC.
Oh, I can't help it. There's certain people that can just twist my gears. Fucking.
Okay, so troop load, guard, and point guards. Is it this one?
I think the problem with Boss Hog is he reminds me of Iridus. It's like looking to a brick wall. He's just stubborn and.
I don't think he's Iridus smart. And
Makes no sense in his arguments.
Yeah.
Makes a problem out of nothing.
Yeah. I see you, Roadrunner, and I know what you've done. Can't get away from me now. Beep beep.
Did I drop out? Shit.
I know I did.
Anyone still there, or did I drop off the feed here?
You're fine.
No, you're still there.
You're there. Oh, I dropped off the feed.
Hold on, guys. I got something. My brother here wants to do a shout out on live.
Cha-cha-chia.
That was it.
Loud and clear. Well, that can't be right. Only 10 million frickin' load. I know I can run a 15 million load. So I'm missing something. Oh, I know what I'm missing.
I am so fucking sick of hitting thralls. I'm tired of hitting thralls like you wouldn't believe. I have 9 fucking accounts on the go.
No more thralls.
Welcome in, Chills.
Hi, Charles. How you doing?
Hi guys.
Oh, hi, Shells. How you doing?
We were shit talking your alliance earlier
Hey, Shells.
because you guys
I'm
went.
not surprised.
You guys went full.
Hey, Shells. What are you wearing?
You went full.
Charles, I just found your farm out in the boonies.
Yeah, you went full vacuum and picked up every single guy we went and tried to kill this week.
I told you I invited a few,
You invited the cheaters too, though.
but they still have to follow our rules.
But they're not
Hey,
following.
it's a clean slate.
Never said it was a clean slate, but I did say they were going to have to follow my rules,
I'll
which
tell-
I'd rather have them follow
I'll
my
tell you who-
rules than TRK rules.
I'll tell you who's not getting a clean slate, and that's the ex-commander of TRK, who is using.
Spartus?
He's
Spartacus,
using.
or whatever his name is.
Yeah, he's using a duplication hack to make free loot. I don't like it.
Is it Spartacus or Alec?
No,
Both.
it was Spartacus.
Yeah, he's done it. He's like 40 million in the damn catacombs. I don't have 40 million on this catacombs. I've been playing this one a year and a half.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of bots doing that. I noticed on the there's
Where am I?
you notice from 50 to 100 on the top 100 for catacombs is all like Lord Name Nothing, all
You're
just
here. Yeah, I lied. I'm at like 400 million over here, but I have been playing a year and a half.
How you doing tonight, Chelsea? We're all drinking on the good old COVID drinking party.
I'm drinking and eating pizza rolls.
Pizza
Oh, I want
rolls.
pizza now. Pepperoni and bacon.
Yeah, you know those guys like the muffin tops.
Pizza.
You,
Hi,
mi-
Shells. How you doing?
you missed the cute puppy. I was late starting my live broadcast tonight because I had to go pick up a puppy for a bit.
Hey, Shells. Is there any shout out you want to do?
Am I on YouTube?
Yes.
You're live.
Yes, you are on YouTube. So if you got anything in your mouth, it's gonna sound silly.
I was shoving my face with pizza rolls, okay? Leave a girl alone.
Be nice, be nice.
Are you feeding for two?
Fuck no.
Kazoo
Hey,
Donnie.
Hey, now you gotta watch your fucking mouth. You're live.
Yeah, there's,
Says you.
just don't play music. That
Sorry.
fucks me.
Yeah, don't play music. We don't need another 193 copyright infringements.
You guys actually get in trouble for that?
We had like drunken karaoke night. We were all playing shit. Nothing I played got it on the list. I don't think because it was all like metal for
it all
nuclear
did.
blast.
It all did.
Everything made
I thought
the
like
list.
if you post like I don't own copyrights or something like that, you can get away with it. I think
There's-
that's what they do on like
No,
Facebook.
it's the algorithm that's in YouTube. I mean, people don't even need to monitor your feed. There's just an algorithm set up where, oh my God, you're playing music. Boom, we're gonna nail it.
Yeah, it's lots of rumors, and they're all bullshit. If you don't have permission to play the stuff, you don't have permission to play the stuff. Yeah, that's why like the Wonder Hit on Enigma, I haven't posted that yet because I'm waiting for permission from the movie studio that I got clips from. Yeah, because I'm blending it with a little Smokey and the Bandit to make it entertaining. I got Creep.
He left our alliance.
Enigma.
Enigma did? Why?
He got upset over the kill event.
Well, yeah. Oh, he did tell me that. Yeah.
Like, I understand his reasoning. I get it. But at the same time as he was all for it until he got the wonder.
Well,
What about the kill event did he get upset about?
Because we jumped in kills and we killed the kingdom. I was like, let's just say that, like, KE is always going to have massive kills in the first time. Like, no matter how you look at it, every first KE in a kingdom is always a brutal murder.
we were doing so well until I went to bed. We really were.
I'd like to give another shout out
Uh-oh.
to Chels. She's single. How y'all doing?
How you doing?
Oh my god.
Creeps on the hard liquor again. I thought your kills only jumped because you accepted people with a high kill count in it.
Well, and that did jump it up a lot, but I had a lot of our under people because I wouldn't let them go out and kill during nap. And then when KE hit, I like flipped out on them this morning, and I was like, "Hey, we can't. Like, you gotta lay off." Like, I've had 3 alliances write me asking if we can lay off, and one was an ally of ours, and I was like, "Dude, you need to repay that like back to the RSS to them."
Yeah. Can't get
It was
back
just, it was like a clusterfuck, and especially with, it's hard to translate to people, especially like in our motto. They can't translate that motto very well.
right. Or at
So
all.
it gets like a cluster when people speak different languages and you're trying to be like, hey, dude, it's not like a murder spree. Like, don't go out and like plunder people consistently. It just gets confusing when you're speaking different languages to people and then they have to translate and then it gets confusing.
It also
It does.
It also
absolutely
means that
does.
you're not dealing with players who made it to KVK anywhere before. Because anybody who's been to the KVK knows we don't want this. We want players with freaking 300,000 troops stacked up supporting my marches and yada, yada, yada. We don't want this. And the new players are, well,
Hey, look, a bucket of Fireball.
uh-oh.
Oh God.
Fireball is banned at all live drinking events.
I saw the fireball bucket today when we went to the liquor store.
It is banned.
That's
at
what he
all
drank
live-
last week.
It's all live drinking events have to ban the Fireball.
Speaking of which, how you doing?
How you doing?
I'm so fucking tired.
Oh, you're tired now.
But yeah, that's why I like offered to return RSS just because that person didn't speak English, so it was very difficult for him to understand. I was like, hey, like, I know you just joined, like, those are allies of ours. I understand if translation gets bad, but can you please return that to them? And if we need more, we will give them more.
My question is, who could translate Fireball?
You are not getting another bucket.
Fireball.
I got a bucket right next to me.
You didn't buy a bucket of Fireball,
fuck.
did you?
I got a bucket of Fireball.
Man, I'm so logging off early tonight. I don't want to be here for the Fallout again.
Yeah. I see.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to ask Wonky a question.
William Finger, what do you mean, boss? Hey, William, download TeamSpeak. Right? Okay, for all you guys, you can download TeamSpeak 3. On the front of RogersRaiders.com, there's a button that clicks Join Server, and you guys can talk to each other there, live with each other. And if you want to talk with us or ask a question, post it up in the live chat there, and we'll double check and make sure you're not doing any live mic feedbacks or anything like that before we drag you in. You guys can talk to us in here. Simple as that. It's free. 99 cents if you're on a phone. You can do TeamSpeak on a phone. You need to set up a push-to-talk button. For you guys on the phone, we have found turn down the mic output. That will stop this staticky clipping thing where everybody goes, oh, TeamSpeak sucks. TeamSpeak is so good that it doesn't need all that crap input that a digital phone will send at it. So turn that down and then you become clear.
All right, hold on. I got my brother wanting to add in a little piece of info about TeamSpeak.
Okay.
TeamSpeak is the most clearest, best platform out there.
And it's not owned by the
There
Chinese.
you have it. That's not owned by the Chinese.
Nothing owned by the Chinese is worth a damn.
All right, I got another little shout out I got to do. Anyone looking for a PC build, workstation grade that'll handle any gaming need, BlueStacks for Guns of Glory, any of that, we are running a service. Send me a message, we'll set you up. We can build you a real cheap PC that'll be bang for the buck, ready to rock and roll. Everything pre-installed, plug and play.
Dial 555 Sanford and Son Computers.
And we'll actually add in 6 seasons of Sanford and Sons. No lie, because we got it.
Oh, this stream's going downhill in a hurry.
We need Roma in here. Why can't we get Roma in the live?
He's too busy burning everything.
What? What are we doing?
What is going on with your ex-girl, Lisa?
Huh?
Lisa, my goodness, she was annoying yesterday.
Well, she was one of those people who was running around burning everyone, and then we burned her, and then she joined our alliance because she was like, I want to learn, but she speaks Vietnamese. The translator sucks. Explained not to go around burning hives, and she went and she ended up doing it, and we gave her the benefit of the doubt the first time. It was before KE, and then no, stop this. Maybe you weren't here for the first message because you just came in, and then I set the record straight with her. It was very clear and very simple wording that would translate. I was using a Google translator because the Guns of Glory translator sucks. And she said, okay. And the first thing she did as soon as KE started was go burn a hive. So I was like, Donnie, I'm going to kick her because we already warned her. And this is just going to, people are just going to point at this, go, look, you're breaking your own rules. I said, fuck it, kick her.
I think the translator needs to be fixed really badly because I think that's where miscommunication comes from, and you can't merge alliances with different languages because it makes it very difficult for that.
Yeah.
It does.
Well, you can't use Google's free translator in a commercial platform. Yeah, limits.
Well, maybe they should invest all that money that they make on GOG in a better translator.
Man, I will tell you, having done it on my website, because I got so many people that come to the website, because I have 18,000 people a day that come through the website. I never knew when I said, okay, I'm going to translate into 9 languages that the game plays in that are effective for me. And I used to do that. For those who've been on a website, remember I had some Vietnamese, Dutch, Italian, all German, all translated over there. It cost me 9 cents a freaking word. It just could not make its own money back to translate into that language. And it also destroyed any type of freaking structure to flow around the website. And finally I said, screw it. At the end of the day, throwing all the other languages out except for the English became cost effective. I thought, wow, I'll pull in the Dutch market. And I really, and from an ad perspective, Netherlands pays me 4 times what the United States does per ad. But it's a pain in the ass. It really is. Because my freaking other languages suck. I speak just a touch of Russian, some Tagali. I can call you a buckaluck in a few languages. But and I can visually see some things, but none of that squiggly line crap. If you're speaking some kind of Arabic, I got to run that through a translator, and then I got to interpret what the frick slang you said. Yeah, but
Not my fault.
yeah, but
That's where the translator runs into a lot of problems is when people are talking in,
slang,
lingo from their house. Yeah, you have to really simplify your wording, and still the Guns of Glory translator sucks. If I run the same thing I read through Guns of Glory through the Google translator, I get totally different wording.
I've learned.
Oh, and it's also very much emotions, though, too. Like how people
Yeah, they get hyped up.
portray how you write to them, and then that
Tell me
language
about
kind of
it.
makes it look more aggressive, and then they freak out over nothing, and it becomes like a vicious circle.
The worst part, the Chinese, you can't use the word troll. It doesn't exist in the Chinese language.
Tell me about it. I tell people in Thai that I want to do a line off a hooker's ass, but in English it's like, hey, I want to suck a Jolly Rancher out of your ear.
What the fuck, man?
Trying to set that joke up for half an hour. Problem,
I've been saving that one for like 2 days.
I've learned like certain things, like when I'm talking to Chinese and I'm saying, okay, your guy's being a troll, you got to use the word, you got to replace that with an English word, provocateur. If you go, that guy's being a provocateur, then the Chinese translator will understand what the hell you're talking about. So there's some of that where you got to get into common language so that everybody knows what the hell they're saying to each other.
Right.
What can I do for you then, Charles?
No one
Hi,
knows
Wonky.
no one knows what the fuck he's saying.
I love Wonky.
I do too.
I think he's hilarious.
Wonky's great.
Wonky's the light.
Charles said she had something to ask me.
Say that again.
Yeah, I
come
was
in
told
and
to come
said
on and
something
ask
to ask me.
Wonky a question.
Well, ask Wonky
What's
a
the
question.
Hold on, I gotta log back into GOG.
Oh, it's a question from someone else.
Make them come in here. Enigma's supposed to be in here today. Yet he's not.
I want to hear Wonky's version of baking a cake, like step by step, just like a
So
box.
what do you have to tell us?
Say that again.
What does Wonky have to tell us?
A few of our guys have asked if 420 would like to have like a 8-hour friendly war during the end of KE, but it's something I said I wouldn't ask until you was involved in the chat, because it's not like something I want to talk about behind your back or anything.
Friendly being how? Like we do a camp versus camp?
Oh, like have like a battle between us?
Just so that some of the bigger guys can get their points up and stuff. It's just a couple of our guys have been talking about it and they asked me to bring it up.
Oh.
I don't think it's a bad idea. I think that would be kind of interesting to see how our players would be with each other.
Charles, I'm going to warn you. We will wipe the floor.
I understand you guys have better statistics, but you know what? Give the little people a chance too, okay?
It is not
My
just,
stats suck, but I
it's
just want to
not-
get my KE gold.
It's not the stats.
I personally don't know what you're all talking about. Chels zeroed me yesterday or the day before, just downright zeroed me like I was nothing. She's huge.
That is a lot.
It is
She's
not the
massive.
stats.
But anyways, I am actually heading off. I just jumped on to ask that question.
Oh. Why are you heading off?
It's
What?
only
Aw.
a few hours, but yeah, something that you need to talk about amongst yourselves though.
I'll send some mail out.
Hey, Chels.
Yeah. You hear that ding ding? That means you got to stay for one more round.
I will see you guys later. Have a
Hey,
wonderful
Chels.
night.
Chels,
Have a good
Chels,
night,
I got a
Chels.
question.
Thank you.
I got a question.
Uh-oh.
What do you have a question on this time?
Oh, what
Hey,
do you
Chels.
you know
No,
what Bloody
no,
Mary's coming,
no,
right?
no, 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 no.
No, it's not like that.
How you doing?
It's not like that. It's a serious question. Chels,
What?
what are you wearing?
My God. I will say, Creep, you did help me get to Catacomb 7, so thank you very much. And I did get an extra fragment.
And congratulations on Catacomb 7.
Thank you. I was pretty excited.
Thank you for coming, Chels.
And who do you have to thank for that?
I said thank you, Creep.
All right, good night, honey. I'll see you in the
Night,
morning.
guys. Have a wonderful live show.
He's got drunk.
Good night, Chills.
Thank you.
Bye.
Chels is the R5 of Kingdom 420. She's in the #1 alliance in K533. If you want to join with her. She's about to get her alliance slaughtered right under our fingers as soon as she talks them into it, apparently. Why wouldn't
What is it, a camp
Like
versus camp
Chels
war?
in the catacombs.
It wasn't me.
I would
Guys, it wasn't me this time.
I would really suggest a camp versus camp, like 20K versus 20K or some shit.
Hell, fuck it. Let's pour it over there right now.
But yeah, oh no, don't
Stop
do that.
drinking, Creep.
No. There's the
No.
sounds fun to me. And if it's camp versus, because the camps act like a castle hit, right? There's a lot of healing there. That's my understanding. That's why everybody does that. Is a camp versus camp.
Well, anything that dies in a camp goes straight to your hospital.
Okay, so that's why everybody does a camp versus camp war. So that's an entertaining thing. We're trying to think up things to keep us from getting bored during the first 2 months of the kingdom. We all seem to be in agreement that we're going to try and build a great, big, beautiful kingdom that works together. We're going to have like 600 players, which means we're going to have new strategies. All the stuff you've ever seen before, we're going to change it up. We're going to have 2 alliances in each kingdom during KVK. We're going to have awesome top 10 freaking UACs. And if you're not in K533 yet, you don't know what's going on. Half of what they say. So, it's worse than it used to be. It's like they tried to outsource it to someone else, Marshall. It used to work better than it does now. I literally click the button sometimes and it gives me blank. All right. I was joking around earlier while Careless and his brother were talking about. They have gathered up some of these dual Xenon servers with high volume RAM. They make great bot servers for getting things done on your farms and you're not paying attention, not looking. You can run 10, 15, 20 farms and never have to log into crap. But you can also run these things epically as your PC version of your games, all kinds of games. Guns of Glory just ain't one of them. Anything BlueStacks. Those Xenon processors are really good for running emulators. It's kind of where a lot of Intel gear was designed as the basis for emulating stuff. All
right, I just got word from my brother. We are taking orders.
Yep.
So if you got a request, let us know.
The big things on these Xenon processors, they're not stupid expensive to build up, but they're stupidly heavy because it's quality materials. It's an industrial computer. Something that 10 years ago you would have spent about $60,000 on, and you're going to get them for under what, $600 to $800 to build one up nowadays. And I use one because I can't film and play and do other stuff at the same time. Got the team? Are you on the team speak there, Marshall?
Professor Marshall, welcome in.
All right, did you drag him in?
Yeah,
I did.
Many computers will run emulators amazing. What gets demanding is when you run multiple instances. Because the computer's got to accommodate that specific emulator, run at that speed, run at that demand, which actually uses a lot of resources. Now, you're running 1 instance, 2 instance, 3 instance, 4 instance. Yes, any modern day high-end machine can run it, no problem.
Hello.
But when you start running 10, 15, 20, it gets extremely demanding.
Wow. My sleep deprivation made this beer pickup made me dizzy.
I just set up a build for someone else that's running over 24 cores for less than $600.
Yes, I'm running an 8-core.
Yeah, I'm running 24 cores for my multiple emulators.
Yeah, right now I'm running 16 core. But I mean, what I'm saying, guys, is we could do a build, set you up real nice. It's not going to be the most modern technology, just a little 48 gigs of RAM, something like that. Maybe just a small amount of 24 cores for 600 or less.
It cost me more than that in shipping.
The shipping
does cost.
It's like $100 some odd bucks to ship one of these monsters, man. They're freaking huge.
Unless you put on the shipping to me, it's a gift. I have to pay import tax and everything.
But what I'm also getting at is we'll also toss in a real decent graphics card, something with like 6 gigabytes of video memory, something that's literally going to run anything out today with decent rates. I mean, it ain't going to be extreme top of the line, but it's going to be bang for the buck. You're going to get something good. And there's lots of options. We'll toss in like card readers, something where you set up a solid state. Hell, even if you want to set up an M2.
Man,
How's UAC going, guys?
oh, terrible. I haven't looked.
Oh, I just poofed on a tower.
Trick's doing good.
There we go.
Trick's
Now
doing good.
I got TeamSpeak working.
Romo, man, Romo's. We can't
Welcome in.
We can't lean on him so much. We're gonna have to get out there and gather.
Oh, I was trying. Trust me, I blew like 30,000 gold. Everyone's using the goddamn corner hack.
Everybody's using little. All you little wussies going, oh, I'm so uber. I got to hide my crap. Warriors, come out and play.
I mean, we're parked up against the forest, but yeah, I just saw one of our top 10 from my kingdom just went to the corner and built a bunch of little castles.
Right.
I hate that because it forces gold spend, and it just basically eliminates the non-spenders from being effective.
What I dislike about it is we had to fight against somebody like that, and just to get to their little castle wall, you had to use an advanced teleport, because as soon as you went in, it randomed you in their kingdom because of how far out they were built.
Right, and that's where he's talking about forcing a gold spend. And once they start forcing the gold spend, the developer's going, oh, well, we're supposed to increase gold spend per event. It decreases it after the initial. They're only monitoring it one event in. Oh, look, we allowed that, and look, our gold spend went up. Yes, but the next time they said, screw it, I'm not spending it. You frustrated them into out of the longer term gold spend. Instead of spending
Someone like me who barely ever has gold and I only get it from the events, it's frustrating as hell.
right, and so
Takes the strategy out of the game. They all call it strategy, and I'll call it glitching the game.
it is glitching the game. But somebody who would have spent $100,000 over the course of a month is now spending $15,000-$20,000 gold once and saying screw it and possibly not logging on. They're not looking long term enough at what it does to the effectiveness. That's why I showed you guys that you developers that are paying attention, you're forced to watch me. You hate the fact you're forced to watch me, but I showed you that graph of this thing going down, 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 down. It's because you keep making these decisions that piss people off. Stop pissing off the people who pay your salary. It's not hard logic. Yeah, my gosh. Yeah.
Poor Chills. She came in. Wait, are we live on YouTube?
She's been live.
See ya.
Pizza rolls.
She's been live before. Yeah, I keep wanting to check my mail to talk to Enigma, and I'm not in the right kingdom. I have to bounce over to 533 here in a minute. Yeah. You're like, well, I got fucking shut in my mouth.
A fella named Brutal was out hitting a lot today. But I don't know. A lot of people who joined had a high kill count before they joined them, right? So
Nope. Brutal Bastard is one of the ones that was out doing shit before, and I warned him. I'm going to watch him particularly because that's actually when Chell's named. She goes, oh, the Brutal Bastard over in M3W. He's like, oh, I'm not doing shit. I guarantee you he joined 420 to hide under Maya. He thinks he's protected. They don't think we can take Maya, and they're wrong.
Well, he was out hitting people today, wasn't he?
I wasn't on. You guys had to deal with that.
I've barely been on all day until later.
Caesar's out calling people his loudspeaker. If you want a full March camp battle for fun, PM me.
Yeah.
It won't be two of those. See, he's going to give out his stats too early. The
I'll do it if you put on your farm gear and take off all your shits easy.
I think you'd still.
Otherwise, I don't stand a
I
chance.
think you'd still lose.
I'd still lose, I know.
Yeah. And his farm gear's got to be over 1,000 on his top stats. I am.
I am too.
Yeah. It's,
But I'm a C37 going C38 next week.
oh, I'm a C26. I'm over 1,000 on my farm gear.
Oh, yeah, you're talking 533. I thought about joining you guys, but I was like, I can't start over. I have such a good group I'm working with right now that
If you
I
do, you
can't
do.
split
If you
kingdoms.
do, you do, man. That's honestly.
I'm doing 3, buddy.
If I'm not there, it's possible to build a. That's why I tell people to go over to the front page thing where I put the rules in for the first 2 months. They're working, but somebody's got to be responsible in making sure the little shitheads are not being irresponsible. Because if you ignore it for 8 hours, we went they jumped 10 million kills in the kingdom in 8 hours that I went to bed. And I should be playing Cobb. The kingdom should want everybody says they want this from the kingdom, and then they ignore their own alliance, murdering off all the newbies that don't know how to play. Yeah, that's not skill in any way, shape, fashion, or form, and it makes it harder for us later when we're trying to fill towers. I want that C22 with the T8 cap march, freaking to send me his T8s.
I just hit C21 today. So weird trying to make formations with D7 and below. It's not even worth the time almost.
Yeah, it isn't worth the time. I blew by that on purpose. I'm wondering.
Wow, I've actually gotten to 23,000 points now.
Interstate. I'm going to do something stupid in the middle of UAC. I'll swap this gear out.
Oh god, I've wasted too much gold. I spent 30,000 gold. I got 3 points on that point event. And I never do that. I fucking never do that.
I've spent 44,000 today, but 21,000 of that was for the assault cannon thing, whatever. Wonder.
Oh, nice.
Well, I decided to play with the wolf today. Did a complete switch and in 11th
Good
in
deal.
the kingdom.
Good deal.
Oh yeah, some C40s do not like me because I beat them in the wolf.
Oh, yeah. I don't even know where I ranked on the wolf on this one. This last one, 533. Did I get second again?
I never looked. I mean, I'm still like T7 and below and don't have gear yet, so I think I was in the top 30 for a bit, but I probably got knocked out by now.
CZ, where did I wind up ranking on the wolf in 533? I haven't logged in yet. I have a feeling that we're going to wind up with UAC on different days from 533 and 362, which is going to be a blast for me. That means every Saturday UAC.
I don't know how I'm going to juggle 3 at this point. This is why I didn't want to. Why you guys had to keep talking me into it.
Well, you're not going to have to
Finish
because
second.
Trick's going to burn you out of 312 tomorrow, and that'll be the end of that. Yeah.
Now, I'm staying out of that. You guys fucking do what you want to do.
I'm just saying, if Trick burns you out, it would be doing me a favor. So Trick, come on, hit Koji. He hates you with a passion.
You was second.
Wow.
Cheesy was third. Shadow was fourth.
I was second. So Maya wound up blowing by me. By how much?
3 million.
Oof. Wow. Yeah, that is definitely the sword.
What calculator do you guys use?
I winged it.
Oh, the one he made.
Yeah.
I actually just switched over to Russian-made calculator, and
Russian Bear.
I don't know who. I'm not sure who made it. It's an Excel sheet, and it got me a little bit more power out of it.
On the Wolf? It will depend. It will depend on what tier you are at the time. Yeah.
I'm T11s right now, so.
Yeah, T11's an attack tier. And I can also tell you that the new gear is favoring a heavier top tier march, which is what the Russian Bear does. I'm going to make some adjustments to the Wolf calculator here shortly. It's on the list. It's 2 years old. I mean, they've changed so much in the game in the last 2 years.
Yeah, the one thing I did like about this one, I don't know who made it. I can't read half of it. Is that I could actually look at what my march is going to be with my buffs before I put them on. So I can actually set everything up except for T11 distance and have my entire march set up. So that way, once I hit the colo, I can just slap the rest of it in T11 distance.
Gotcha.
Marshall,
we can do that.
Welcome to TeamSpeak. I just noticed you here. How you doing?
We can actually
Doing well.
We can actually do that now.
Someone send me that Russian Bear spreadsheet so I can test at some point.
I apologize, guys. I've been getting a good handful of messages here online asking about PC builds. Keep them coming, guys. Always looking to promote the community in this game.
Man, if you guys are wanting to put this much effort into the game, come into Kingdom 533, get started. I promise you, you will get your chance to catch up. You do not have to blow a crap load of money. We are trying I'm trying my level best with every dollar I got right now to make sure people have the ability to spend during events. So if you're going to spend wisely.
Yes, and every PC build I'll do for you guys, I'll make sure it's already set up with BlueStacks, Microsoft Office, Windows 10. So basically be plug and play. You fire up BlueStacks, you click on GunMuse's link, get Guns of Glory. You guys be ready to rock and roll running multiple accounts.
Hold on, let me put that link up there right now.
You do tech stuff too there, Creep, huh?
Uh-huh.
I actually do a lot of remote support and stuff.
Who doesn't these days? I'm like every 12-year-old
anything support related.
Every 12-year-old thinks they can do my job.
I run 4 monitors, so I run 3 accounts usually at one time.
I've got one entire system offset to a dual Xenon 24 CPU 128 gig RAM server just to run emulators.
I need to run something higher here soon.
I would really
But I'm just going to throw out there, guys, every PC we set up here, we'll set up just for you. You plug it in, you literally play. You open up BlueStacks. You'll be able to click on a link for GunMuse and download the game right then and there and be able to rock and roll with Guns of Glory.
Well, actually, if you download the BlueStacks from Rogers Raiders, it comes with Guns of Glory on it.
Yep, it works awesome.
Oh, there you go, guys. Even better.
Lies.
It
Lies.
was great.
It's
I downloaded that from your site the other day, and it didn't come with it on it.
And guys, also, I'll throw this in there. Really? We also have TeamSpeak. We'll also have TeamSpeak pre-installed, so you'll be able to connect to us, talk to us personally right from the start.
Koji, it really didn't work from the free GOG link?
No, remember when I upgraded it, and then I had to go into each instance and download Guns of Glory and all that shit again.
That was something with your crap, though. These are like new players.
Probably.
I don't think anything with the new players are having problems. Hold on.
If you guys are lucky, we might even throw in a TV series or 2. For Lawrence, we're throwing in 6 seasons of Sanford and Sons. Nope, no bullshit. We are literally giving them 6 seasons of Sanford and Sons.
All All right, so there's that. And guess what I didn't do this evening?
Oh, that's always fun. He started speeding towards my tower. I activated Mega. He turned around. C40s just came in trying to play with us.
I love scaring C40s, but I don't do it no more. I'm a little behind the curve. And that's when they know they got you.
I'm just sitting at home in my own tower now.
Copy. Slow this down. I need to go to Pretty Links. Man, I didn't do any of my prep work because I come in here late this evening.
I'm going to have a vape and fill one more drink, and then I'm going to bed after that last drink. That's your one more.
Ah! Not what I wanted to do. Shit. Copy. Edit. Man, I swear the paste button has been removed from my freaking Windows 10. Update. And now we are taking forever to update something. The joy of texting. Messages. All right, where are we at on our live count right this second? We're going to try and make it go up. All WordPress users. We are live at it helps if I spell it right. Send your message. This is going to cost me a fortune because I'm actually texting Britain now, guys. For those who go into the website and set up their phone numbers, I'm texting Britain, Estonia, some Poland, so a little bit of Russian. I am throwing it all over the planet.
I need to put my number on that list.
Devil be the freaking cost. 484 people signed up right now. This will be a record blast for me. I see some Britons going out now. They're going, who the fuck's texting me at 3 in the morning?
All right, guys, I got to throw this out here. There's now a 1 week waiting list for these PCs. I apologize, but there's a 1 week waiting list.
Don't be afraid
Don't
to
have the
give me
people to build them or what?
That I would guarantee that's hard to get that many parts that fast.
No, it's not necessarily hard to get the parts. It's just now we suddenly have to order a lot more. I appreciate all your guys' support, and I am 100% supporting GunMuse on this. We are setting these machines up to go straight through GunMuse, download the link, boom, ready to rock and roll. And once you guys receive your machine, you will instantly be able to just plug it in, log on, and play.
If you guys want to do stuff like this, man, you're more than welcome to build like forum pages up to do this. I'm not one of them guys who turns around and thinks that I built a mousetrap over on Rogers Raiders. I built a community, and the community needs to work together.
This honestly kind of took me by surprise. It started with 1 guy, then 2 guys, then 6 guys.
Right.
It's like, holy shit. But hell, I will even send the cases out to get powder coated GunMuse Rogers Raiders.
Oh, hell, don't tell people that.
Okay, my bad. I won't tell people that.
That's expensive. Yeah.
I actually got a guy 2 minutes down the road.
Yeah, but I don't have graphics built.
Well, we got a nice Polish girl.
I know Shadow hadn't gotten back to me. I can't speak for her yet. Besides that, I hate to admit it, but she might suck. We don't know yet. We've been nice. She's been nice, but she might be bad.
All right, I'll put a picture of me on the side of the case.
Okay, permission to send to +6. What country code is +6? And then I got this message from to violates the blacklist rule. Who's blacklist rule? I don't have any blacklist rules. Also a +8 region. What the hell? Freaking. So I guess I got a few countries.
Gun, I'll post it in TeamSpeak chat. I got all the country codes.
Okay, so I got +8. Plus, maybe +8-1. I don't know. I'm not counting the number of things. I got a bunch of +8-1s. I got a +3-7. A +3-4. A +1-8. A +6-2. A +8-5.
It's because that 8-1 is Japan, 8-2 is South Korea, 8-4 is Vietnam.
I don't know if I care about this stuff. +6-6.
6-6 is Thailand.
Okay. So all the
Commercial.
Indonesian stuff. Okay, I'll go look through my Indonesian crap.
Marshall, where about you from? What kingdom are you in?
I'm in 431.
Oh, welcome aboard, bud.
Here, actually, I'll post up my coordinates for you here.
Oh, no need. I ain't got you in UAC.
Yeah. Now I'm over here.
Now look at me having some fun.
Oh, I actually got my phone on the charger right now.
I gotta go find 21.
I'll get back to that.
Hold on, I'm looking.
All right, I'm back for the end.
I'm looking for 21 million.
Koji, did you pour another?
I did. It's in my hand.
All right, you got enough for one more?
This is my one more.
You got enough for one more.
Yeah, there's a little left in that 40 in the fridge.
Okay, good.
Yeah. D's nuts, how's it going? How old are you, D's nuts? Because that was like when I was in high school shit in the 80s, man. Fermunda cheese, D's nuts.
Where do you get this Russian bear calculator in the Excel sheet anyway? Because I want to try it out. I've tried all the calculators.
You asked me about it. I've been looking off screen here for it, and I don't see where I have it. I've read the Russian calculator. I've used it.
This is Russian bear.
There's a website called the Russian Bear for GOG.
I'm like looking it up on Google and not finding it.
I forget. Is there file transfer in TeamSpeak?
Yes.
Then who? All right, I can send over this Excel.
Save it as a 2003
please.
for him. Save it as a 2003 for him.
Oh yeah, my computer's old as fuck.
I actually don't even know what format it's in.
Yeah.
Well, if not, I can try and open it on my phone because my phone has all the modern shit on it. Because work gave me this nice new Samsung 10e.
I can change it. You said you need it as a 2003?
Yeah, if possible.
Of course it's possible.
I've been tweaking around with my Wolf March anyway, like because I've always tweaked my Wolf March, and I'm just noticing that T11 distance, if you stack it up more than even it out with everything else, is doing a lot more damage now than it used to. Don't know if it's the new gear or what's changed, but the infantry targeting tier of distance does a lot more damage if you stack it up or double it.
That's about the right age. Holy crap.
Now I have to figure out how to do this. Man, it's been so long since I've been on TeamSpeak. I think the last time I was on TeamSpeak, it was still blue.
It is blue. You can color you want it to be
No,
nowadays.
I'm in the whole background, like that was the only color you were allowed. Back before it started to look like Ventrilo.
Man, there is no such thing as a proper library of war setup. It is based on what you're doing at the time, unless you got the money to buy it all. If you are hitting the wolf, you want to stack stats on distance and cavalry attack. If you are playing around with damage in PvP, you're going to want to stack damages or damage reductions. If you are defending, you're going to want to do infantry damage reductions. It really depends on what you're doing at the time. That's a reset for gold area. Let's go in. New push. Wow, we are up 18% this week. On the number of people.
All right, we now got a 2-week waiting list on PCs.
The new push.
Roma wants to run a mega on Toxin, so I'm heading to 309.
309?
No, you didn't say 302, so I ain't in. And I'm not in game, so phone's charging.
Okay, on my way.
But what I do gotta say is,
Now, where did I save this thing?
Right.
Oh man, I managed to land right beside Moi.
Hold on. I actually got to put my gear on. Oh, wait a minute. We're running a mega. I don't have to put shit on. I'm over here getting my silver together for my C40.
I've got enough for C39 now, I think. I've almost got enough pitches.
Yeah.
I brought my barracks after barracks is brought up.
Academy 39 and barracks are 39.
No. Oh, I won't need Academy to 30. I need barracks to 38 to go 39. Academy will be for when I go 40, right?
Yeah.
That's no problem, Academy. It doesn't cost badges. I got resources for days on 312 in my farms. On 362, I have a little less because I gave some away, and I just haven't been... Yeah, my wife wants to drive a 2-hour drive tomorrow just to drop something on her mom's steps, even though she can't come within 6 feet of her and then drive home. I was like, well, fucking have fun with that, because I'm going to stay and play my game all day.
oh, I just got the live message 11 minutes ago on my text.
I just sent it out a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
I forgot to do all that. So I'm kind of curious what's going to happen late night. This is the latest one I've ever done.
Yeah, you're slacking a bit.
What? I've been up for a long time.
Oh, I get it. I know your pain, buddy. Trust me. I know your pain.
Okay, GunMuse, AKA War Strategy. Okay, man, for attack, look at your damage gains in distance and cavalry. Remember that your goal, or my goal rather, in attacking other castles is to kill their infantry. So I want to look at, I'm going to go over here to my look at these guys. Grenadiers have an increased attack against musketeers. Well, level 10s have an increased attack against things. If I go up to 9s, against musketeers. So I'm going to go over to my library, right? And I'm going to go to my distance, and you're going to see I've stacked my T11s, and I'm going to start stacking my T9s on my distance. Because they're going to deal
Mega's up. Mega Rally's up.
Okay. They're going to deal extra damage worth 3% of your attack power. All right. So I'm going to get guaranteed damage out of my attacking distance tiers.
So a question was brought up to me a while ago. You guys ready?
What's that?
Especially Koji. I know Koji will shine in this one.
What's that?
All right. So the question was brought up. A fella asked me saying, hey, I got $2, 2 Sun Kings, and 2 Masters I could build. What of individual equipment should I build? If I'm able to build 2 Sun Kings, 2 Masters, and 2 Bucks, which of what should I build?
Immediately, I'll say Sun King coat and Master boots, and then I'll have to look at the rest. Just because
let me go look at my Excel sheet.
Sun King coat gives you the extra troop stats, and Master boots gives you the extra troop stats. Buck doesn't.
You see, that was a very good question that jogged my memory. I had to tell the fella, I got to look this up because I don't got it right in front of me. It's been so long since I focused on Sun King or Master. It's something I would want to look up, but it's a damn good question, especially in newer kingdoms.
Actually, let me go look at my Magneto account.
I guarantee Sun King coat because it comes with an extra troop defense that the Master and Buck doesn't, and the Master boots comes with an extra troop defense that the Buck doesn't. So I know I'm going with those two at least.
Yeah, I remember looking at that too. But I just went over this last week or so whenever this Thrall stuff came out with my secondary account. It's my free main.
Friggin' Arkin's not online now. He'd be the one to ask because he just did a big ass spreadsheet about it.
I have a spreadsheet.
No, he's building it into so you have it on your phone. Hold on.
Arkin's in the game right now.
I'm going to. It's not done yet, guys. You will not believe you guys better kiss Arkin's ass for the amount of data entry this man has done this week. I want to share.
We should. You got to kiss his ass. He's doing it for your website.
I know the answer. I don't need the freaking calculator.
Speaking of calculators, I built a research and a construction one for resource. The resources math I'm getting to work out. I can't get the speed math to work.
Yeah, we're going to be working on that very shortly as well. So, there's a temporary. He's making it so that you can compare, what you can compare your stats from your old gear to your new gear. What you're going to get.
You guys have been working on one with all the different gear, how much it'll cost to build X, Y, and Z to get to C39 and all that is what you guys have been working on, right?
Yeah, the community effort we're getting is astronomical. It's really great, guys.
Right now in K533,
before I found
I had 12
GunMuse here. I was doing all this stuff myself.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing is.
Well, that's what a lot of us were doing.
Yeah, I got 12. I got 12.
When it came to
using Risers Raiders, and now I get to be a little lazy sometimes.
Yeah,
Oh, tell me about it. When it came to meat shields, I was originally tanking all that myself, trying to figure out the proper ratios and what I need to build where. I mean, there's a lot of other people at the same time they were doing the same thing. I mean, I'm not going to take all credit for it, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of trial and error. And people don't realize that even with these calculators, it's a lot of work everyone's got to put into them.
Yeah,
You know, a lot of testing, a lot of taking hits, rebuilding, taking more hits, rebuilding, taking more hits, or vice versa. I mean, there's a lot involved.
and a lot of this stuff is the volume data. I mean, I don't
Honestly,
know, Coach,
the attack calculators and stuff, that is just above my level.
yeah. So there's the
Oh, even then, I mean, you got to figure, even the calculators. The calculators are a good framework. They're good bases to work with. I mean, tweaking is always going to be a necessity. Just because you don't know who you're up against. You don't know what stats they got. And once you do figure out their stats and what kind of troops they got, I mean, the calculator is not going to be perfect, but it's a good, solid framework. You'll need to do your own tweaking.
right. And like,
I mean, I'm not going to say it's a good, solid framework. I'm honestly going to say it's one of the best frameworks.
so the gear calculator Arkin's working on, that's going to help people that don't know what gear to switch out next, because they'll visually be able to see what they lose and what they gain. So there's like 811 calculations that he has to come with on that one. And then what Koji was talking about earlier, let me find that one. We have coming up.
All right, what do we got here,
You
guys?
will not believe the insanity of this freaking other calculator, how big it is.
Mega lands in 20 seconds.
Yeah,
that's great.
You say that, and I go to like run to my game and realize I'm not talking to my alliance.
Oh, he bubbled.
Bubble boy. So like, here's another calculator we're working on.
I'm not going to lie. If I had a Canadian running at me naked, I'd probably bubble too.
So that is going to tell you how much RSS
My alliance
you
leader
need
is
to
actually Canadian.
how much RSS you need to have to be pushed, or what you're going to need to jump to the next level.
I learned a lot about
And we're gonna
Canada
add in
from South Park.
We're going to add in the
I could never get into watching South Park.
event 35% and 50% reduction.
It's a pretty catchy song. You should check it out. Called Blame Canada.
Blame Canada. They're not a real
Really?
country
You
anyway.
haven't seen South Park? Okay, he bubbled from the Mega, and then he broke his fucking bubble.
I mean, probably the nasty show of my era was probably Beavis and Butthead. South Park came on a little later than Beavis and Butthead. I mean, I'm not going to lie. South Park was just downright hilarious in the earlier seasons.
I really wish they would fix the glitch that graphics get stuck on your screen.
Oh, it's been
Yeah,
years.
that seems to always come up.
The power numbers get so annoying because it happens when I'm switching gear half the time, which I do about 5 times whenever I start smashing
It's
people.
almost as annoying
And
as the new
then
drop down
they
that
just
tells you
stack
that.
on top of each other to the point that it's just a yellow brick and it's annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the problems with this game is they're expanding so much, adding so much content to the point that their servers can't handle the load. I mean, a lot of us have experienced issues, especially when KVK first starts. Crashing, freezing, losing connection. And all that shit never used to happen a year and a half ago.
Oh, I don't think they've upgraded their servers in a year and a half, and they've added 200 kingdoms.
The drop down menu.
200, try 400 kingdoms.
New Mega.
The drop down menus.
The guy bubbled.
The drop down menus are the most insane thing. Hey, you click the button, is what they're telling you, or somebody else has clicked the button, or hey, here's a shout out from some asshole who has never had anything valid to say in his life. We think you should read it instead of the number you're looking for. that we stuck underneath that graphic.
That about hits it spot on.
Those shouts. But
That about hits it spot on.
what's worse is the people that win the jackpot. Like, I don't care about that, and I can't close that window, and half the time it's over top of something I'm trying to click on.
Yep. It's always in the way.
Okay,
It's
Donnie.
like, it's like, hey, Blood Wars is start. I'm trying to start this mega on this guy and get 10 people to join, but no. Instead, I got to read about someone telling me through a king's horn that unicorns are beautiful.
Watch for Toxin just bubbled before the mega hit him, and then he just bubbled to hit towers. So we're megaing him again. If he teleports to avoid this mega, hopefully Roma takes his spot. If not, someone else get it really quick
Okay.
because he's right beside everything.
All right, I'm just giving everyone a heads up. Creep is half drunk and he's ready to start burning shit.
Nice. I'm waiting on my buddy to get here with my new 12 pack. I'm running low.
So I got such a variation of booze, it's actually rather scary.
Yeah, I can't drink regular beer, so liquor store's been closed so long I'm out of that too.
Man, that March.
Yeah, I've been drinking everything but this bucket of Fireball I got right next to me, and I'm about to crack into it.
Oh
Keep talking
god.
about the bucket of Fireball. It makes me jealous.
Well, if you want to know what will happen after he drinks the bucket of Fireball, just watch
I've been
last
here.
week's. Okay.
I was
I
there.
was here.
Oh.
Creep, why are you hitting me? Creep, you're hitting me. Actually, Cece, you still here?
It wasn't me, it was Koji. I'm sorry, guys. It was all Koji. P.S. Iridus sits when he pees.
Somebody's using the hospital as a place marker in that same kingdom, by the way. So watch for that thing to get pulled.
Alright, just because I'm a dick and I'm boozed up, I want everyone in this live chat to shout out hashtag Iridus sits when he pees. Remember that. Everyone, hashtag Iridus sits when he pees. Let's make that shit go viral.
All right, Mega lands in 43 seconds. Keep an eye on this shit.
You guys got to understand, we got people who swear to God they would never watch or listen to anything I say, and then repeat 5.5 hours into a damn live event.
Yeah, we definitely verified that shit last week, didn't we?
Gosh. It's like, make up your mind, man. Are you freaking stalking? Do you want my freaking kidney in a bucket of ice next to the tub? What's going on here?
That's what I said. It's a 6-hour video, and he's complaining about like something that was 3 minutes out of a 6 hour. Everything we were doing was 533, except for that 3 minutes where Creep was trying to freak me the fuck out because I dropped his name. I was trying to distract you from hitting Arkin at the time, and he's making a big deal out of it.
I was drunk. I don't remember. I didn't even know what I did till I talked to you the next morning. Just like I'm pretty sure I'm coming up on my blackout point right now. Godfather is asking, what's the highest wolf scores we've seen in GOG? I've seen over 100 million, Godfather.
That would be Roma, who's leading this mega now. He had like 110 million last week.
What's funny is our highest stat guy does not win the wolf.
Yeah,
I don't think he doesn't care about changing and maximizing. I don't think.
Yeah, no March maximization there. Let me go down here.
I mean, he gets second. I mean, our second statted person gets first. 77.5 million is our top, and then 72.6 is our guy that, I mean, he has 3K, 6K, pushing 7K stats.
That's the
But
beauty
if
of
he gets beat
UAC.
by somebody that's 2K, 5K, or 2.5K,
you can look at
5Ks.
other people's wolf events. So I'm looking at 309s, and 68 million is the best they can do.
Is that you?
Oh, let me look at
Sorry.
312 right now.
Yeah, you get to do that whenever you don't have to sit at home and protect. That was I opted that I was going to be on defense team this week. Normally I'm out destroying things.
Trick only hit for 72 mil.
I didn't hit.
I remember 309. They were fun to play with in KR.
Yeah,
We just had 310. 310 is tough. It is full of C40s.
Goose bitch only hit for 89 mil. Trick bitch hit for 72 mil.
He doesn't bother with a wolf march anymore, I don't think.
Tell you what, 310 in KR is the first time I've seen all their big C40s were in other alliances, and then we started beating on them, and all of a sudden they all went to the KVK alliance and came at us.
That who we were trying to kill? Holy crap, we didn't do squat.
I mean, if I was getting plowed in the ass by Bruce Jenner and I was Trick King, I wouldn't care about a wolf march either, honestly.
Roma had a couple of marches heading in right after the mega, but the guy was just spamming the gold heal button.
I apologize, guys, for my language. I know GunMuse is probably going, damn it, creep, and he's just shaking his head after every other thing I say. But I'm sorry.
I'm just trying not to let the sailor mouth come out of my mouth, so.
I'm a truck driver. I've been doing it for so damn long. It's hard, especially when I'm drinking. It really is hard.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm not drunk yet, so.
I went back and I listened to the video last week, the live feed last week. I listened to myself and I just went, oh gosh, I was horrible.
Well, Iridus sits when he pees is trending. So
Everybody, Iridus sits when he pees. Hashtag Iridus sits when he pees. Let's trend that shit.
Why does that name sound familiar?
Because he sits when he pees.
if you watched any of my previous videos, you will see that he is a pompous little bitch who loves to talk smack, but has never once been able to back it up. He's got
I'm not gonna lie. You could find him in a rusty vehicle near a child daycare center near you. You probably could.
We sat on HEH. He was the head of HEH. We sat on them for a week. And the guy that's now their number one player over there swore to God he would never play with HEH because they're a bunch of lying little bastards. But then
he flawless. Yeah, we had to talk him out of it.
Well, flawless doesn't like to be told anything. He complains about things that he got told not to do. Like I would say, hey, stop running in there to rescue people. And then he would go, I'm spending so much gold rescuing people. I said, stop doing that because they're not learning to play. He was screwing.
I mean, in Flawless's defense, in Flawless's defense, he is a strong player. He's a very good player. He sends a relatively decent march. He'll destroy a lot of players.
Oh yeah.
But he's not a one-man army. I mean, he needs support like any big player. And at that time, given the caliber he was playing at, we just didn't have the players that could really support him for what he was trying to do.
I would tell him things like, we need to get these 4 people to C35 to support Flawless jump into 40. It was screwing our UAC that he was 40 and we weren't to 35 yet.
Yeah,
and he didn't understand that.
He was such a huge player. I mean, you cannot have one kingdom with one big player. You got to have a good supporting staff behind that player. And it was just costing him too much gold. And I understand that.
And I
He's
would,
a newer player, and he was spending a lot of money.
and I would caution you guys, when you start to see somebody that's jumping up and coining really fast, slow them down. They will drag your entire team to a place where they cannot get loot anymore for free.
And yeah, I mean, you guys will destroy everything having a player like that on your side. But you got to realize, how much is it costing him?
They'll get tired of it, but the lower players will not be able to score their points underneath his big march either. The game stops that. If he's got his T12s in the tower, your T10s aren't scoring shit.
And realistically, right now, where Flawless sits with HEH, where that, little faggot Iridus sits, I mean, he's got a good supporting staff in that specific alliance. He's got Winterfell, he's got Cooley, he's got a strong support staff, and they are an extremely destructive alliance. Very destructive. I mean, they're going against the top tier alliances Guns of Glory has to offer. The top tier. And they are beating them.
Roma has a plus
He's with a
6
group
Senna?
of people now where he's got the very, very strong support. And hey, that's great. It makes the game more affordable for a player of that tier.
Roma has a plus 6 Santa?
What's that?
Roma has a 6-star Santa.
He had it the day, like 2 days after, 3 days. He. I remember the first time I saw that. I went, "What the fuck?"
Hold on here. I don't even know if
I
that's
love Roma.
I don't even know if that's a good
I mean,
card
I'm
to
not
play.
going to lie, ladies and gentlemen. If Roma had breasts a little bit bigger, I would fight for his hand in marriage.
Creep's definitely drunk now.
Say what?
Say Creep's definitely drunk now.
Oh, I've been drunk for about 2 hours. Or 3, or 4. I don't even know.
I don't know that I would put that at the beginning of my march. Because he's the march leader, his remaining is usually going to be 0. That's why I wouldn't do that. Same thing with mopping on that no more. Because I've rethought some of these guards. Sometimes the remainder is just 0 because you're the leader. So you don't put your strongest cards where you think you put your strongest cards. I would put stupid, what seems like simple cards there. I would go a Travell. Was that right? Nope. A Benoit. I would put a Benoit and a D'Artagnan in there for a little bit and see what happens with my March kills.
Hey, Koji.
Yep.
Can I make you R5?
No.
Damn it.
Give it to butter if you're doing that.
Oh, I'm just
Sorry, my friend just showed up with my new case of alcohol. I totally missed what you guys were talking about.
Oh, you better catch up. We got Lady Macbeth listening to us again. I love you. You're my future ex-wife. Sees you hit it, I'll fucking light you up like no other, and don't think your stats are bigger.
Thank you, Cece.
That's a golden oldie.
A week old, but I'm laughing just as hard now.
It makes me so mad whenever I look at my stats and I see I'm freaking 0.1% away from a 4K. Makes me want to go upgrade something.
Creep, you sure you want to dig into that bucket of fireball?
home. Yeah, China. China.
China.
Oh, I still got some silver to plug. I'm not going to make 21 silver. 21 silver. That's just not going to happen.
Should I pour one more or no?
Oh, yeah, one more.
Yes,
One more.
definitely. I just got a 12 pack. Come on now, you can have at least one more.
It's 2 a.m.
It's
The
1
bars
a.m.
haven't
here.
closed yet. Yeah, see, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
No, our bars are
What's
open
the
until
difference? 2
3:30.
a.m., 3 a.m. One more.
I don't know what you're talking about. The bar's been closed for a month.
He's got you there. The bar's been closed for a month. The
almost had my freaking drink come out my nose.
It's like, what stock am I going to buy? I'm going to buy a AAA for A meetings. What company makes those freaking month coins? You know, that's who I'm going to buy stock in.
I wish I would have bought stock in Netflix before all this happened.
I find that the Netflix is probably going to bore the shit out of anybody before he knows what happens. See,
I'm out of shows to watch.
I know, right? I've been watching. I went and got Hulu because Hulu was fairly cheap. There I can watch like a crap load of Seinfelds, and one of my favorite shows ever, which is My Name Is Earl. Because Joy Turner is like the funniest character on the planet.
Oh, that's why my stats are under 4K. I'm not running my normal guards on March because I'm marching.
All right. All right, no more megas for me. I'm trying to get something done. Oh, how silly of me not to have my duelist boots on when I farm somebody's castle. Yeah, that's much better.
Oh, they rhymed her hard.
What are we talking about?
Oh, I just triple marched somebody and they put a million troops in her as soon as I marched. That's rough. Six war books and I have them almost double in stats. They stacked the castle on me as soon as I marched on it.
We lost snow today.
Yeah, we had snow here in PA, so.
No, I mean we lost the plough snow. He's gone.
I saw that PA snow this morning on the news.
I was talking to Snow.
Oh, you're talking about a person.
Well, I wasn't. I was talking about the PA snow I saw this morning on the news.
He's given me his castle. He's gone.
Why?
CZ.
CC running my players off?
He says he was trying to apologise to CZ for something that happened between the two yesterday, and today he was trying to apologise to him. CZ wouldn't have none of it. And then the next thing I know, he messaged me and said, "I'm really sorry, I tried to talk to him. I've had enough. I can't handle it no more, I'm not playing."
How's that my fault? He didn't quit freaking CZ's alliance, he quit my alliance.
I told him just to take a break off his castle for him. If he wants it, come back, he can have it back.
Oy. See, that's two people you've gotten into it this week with. Remember when I was saying you're getting a troll reputation? You're not paying attention to what you're saying, how you're saying it? You thought I was picking on you. I was trying to help you.
What happened was he blocked Lord Snow because I guess he was getting a lot of grief or something about something. I don't know. And Lord Snow was trying to apologize, but CZ just wouldn't unblock him. I don't know. I wasn't really into the whole thing.
No, that's twice I've heard that story, too, for two different peoples. Blocking people that you're freaking... blocking alliance members where you're starting shit and then you block them. You're the common denominator in all this arguing fight. Like, I've got time to deal with emotional issues.
Gun, we know you have all the time in the world. What are you talking about?
I don't actually. I got shit to do during the day, just like everybody else does.
Nah, GOG is life.
Right? Everybody thinks that's what's happening.
On the plus side, I got a nice C20 farm.
It's like today I had a live event to start at 6 o'clock, and I couldn't get it started until almost 8 because I had to drive halfway.
What was going on. I was looking for you around 6.
I had to drive halfway across the state. Go buy a dog. You know, it's real life shit's got to take care of this stuff sometimes. We do well with the numbers no matter what, so it's not hurtful, but I don't want to take anybody for granted.
Well, that's hurtful. My alliance leader just smashed somebody. He just decided to pull from a tower and start smashing castles away from us. He lost 157,000. They lost 1.1 million. And now the reinforcements are going back in that castle too.
Oh my gosh.
Where'd Creep go?
He could have passed out for all we know.
I don't know. He asked me to pour one more drink, and I did.
All right.
Oh, I asked you to pour one more drink.
Oh, this is going to take forever. I hope this castle's close. Fuck no.
He's going to wake up sober tomorrow and apologize for all this.
He didn't do anything yet today.
He's going to answer about all those computers that he wishes he didn't have to build now.
Right.
Oh God. I really don't like whenever the red dot shows up over the you spent gold button. Also known as points event.
You have spent.
Then I go, how much have I spent so far?
You have spent.
The pirate event was very nice to me, so again, which is nice. I love whenever, if it's not going to give me stats, because this one wasn't set up very good, At least it gave me a lot of gold.
Yeah, I got 30,000 or so from it. It's all gone after the start of this UAC.
I pulled 80,000 out of it.
Okay, that's a good night.
I have 85,000 in my bag and 5,000 still open, and I've already blown how much today? 61,000. I pulled at least 80,000 out of that pirate event, and I still had some gold leftovers from last savings event.
Oh shit, are you forcing your C40 as we speak?
Me? Yeah.
Yeah, I switched over to the feed because I'm turning the games off.
Oh,
I might be going to C40 right now. I don't know if I got enough or not, to be honest. I got to get a 21 million freaking silver number. I think I'm going to come about 5 million short.
21 million?
Okay, I got a question.
Uh-oh.
I can get...
Creep spec.
Creep spec. I got a question. Who shit in my pants?
Creep's diaper.
We're not talking about Dino.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I want to give a shout out to everyone out there. Bella is off of work.
Off work. Oh, hi, Bella. I just saw you there.
Is she in TeamSpeak?
Oh, and you're in the... I'm actually... I closed the game so I can run the YouTube now, and I'm just looking in the YouTube comments.
Oh, you know, I haven't even looked at YouTube chat in a while.
I can't run 2 instances of BlueStacks in YouTube. It just starts chopping my chat and everything.
Just giving this out there, guys. Everyone is following YouTube chat. Hashtag Iridis sits when he pees.
I don't know. I kind of like hashtag GOG is life.
Fuck you.
73 million is like free gear now.
Whew. Hashtag CZ likes 400-pound black girls.
Who doesn't?
He just said, who doesn't?
We had a really skinny fireman that did a little rodeo wrangling one night with this girl. And like 2 nights later, he's hiding under the pool table in the bar when she walks through the door. We're all pointing under the table.
Bella, I was going to go to bed early, but then I was thinking of you.
You rope it, you ride it.
Not only is he not going to bed, but he told us he has another bucket of Fireball beside him. He hasn't even started drinking yet, and he's already drunk.
I got another bucket of Fireball.
Hey, but the good thing is nobody has to drop tags to burn each other tonight. You can just get it done. See, one less.
Hashtag creep hive hunt.
I don't think creep has many troops left in 533.
Yeah, a few 100,000.
Well, he let himself get zeroed and floated his castle, so he doesn't really have many troops at all.
Bella's got protection this weekend.
I'm going to have to look in there shortly and see what the hell is going on in 533.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, creep has opened a bucket of Fireball.
thought Fireball was banned.
Fireball is banned during
No.
live chats.
We'll have to
Aw.
mute Creep soon.
That's no fun.
I am like a lightweight tonight. I am blotto. I'm like seeing stars while my eyes are open here.
I'm seeing double at this point, yeah.
Chels told the news half her alliance is bubbled.
Who, what, where?
CZ talking in TeamSpeak chat. Oh, looks like my tower is going to get hit. Oh, no, it's just a scout.
There's no news. We're asking if people want to have Camp Wars tomorrow after KE is over.
Oh, yeah, that's how in my kingdom is all NAP. That's how we challenge for wonders now is Camp Wars.
Creeps drinking Fireball.
What sucks is they never want to do full marches.
Creeps drinking Fireball.
Fireball is not
Is there
allowed.
an echo in here?
Fireball.
There is an echo.
Every time I say Fireball, GunMuse thinks diplomacy cringe.
I can see it on Gun's face.
I'm the diplomat.
I don't do diplomacy very well. I do.
That's why you need me.
I do the shit.
Y'all already know where I stand on diplomacy. You guys Gun back in 362 days. Diplomacy? What diplomacy?
Wanting diplomacy. See, that's my contribution. I get us to the point where everybody goes, God, can't we just work this out without all this crap? And I'm like, crap. Hey, there you go. Now you want to talk to each other. Have at it.
Hi, Lily.
Hi.
Hey, Lily.
Hi, Lily. Hey, Lily.
What's up?
Uh-oh.
What are you wearing? Uh-oh.
Don't start with me.
He's just opened another bucket of Fireball. We're all in for it.
We all know diplomacy always leads to the worst digital butthurt you'll ever have.
Right? The worst words in Washington you've ever heard: bipartisanship. That means everybody's getting screwed.
The worst words you ever heard in GOG was creeps drinking Fireball. Well, at least I'm working up to that. And 3 shots in.
There's my C-31 farm.
When you call me tomorrow and ask what happened, I'm going to say I don't know because I went to bed when you started drinking the shit.
Does Miller have any resources? Let's find out. HEH phrase. That's not what I read. It says GOG Mother's Day is the code. We'll put that in there. Thanks, HEH phrase. But I thought it was like "go fuck your mother" is what he was saying for a second. Hold on.
The C-40 does not like me. I speed hit his buddy, and then he decides to scout my castle. Guess he doesn't understand what anti-scout is.
And again, thank you, Phrase, for the gift code. It is published.
Oh, is there a new gift code?
Yes.
GOG Mother's Day.
Gift codes. We will try it out right now. And show you what we get here.
Bella messaged me online saying, "Hey, how are you?" I said, "I'm drunk." She said, "Well, I'm bubbled."
She wrote that in the YouTube chat too.
Damn it. Phrase will probably get
Hashtag.
for giving information on my channel.
Hashtag Erdis sits when he pees.
Oh, did he actually have troops in there?
Yeah, I'm gonna get a phone call from Lion sometime, or a phone call from Gun sometime tomorrow saying, "God damn you, creep, you son of a bitch."
Hold on, Scout. How much walls he got left? He'll be right back.
Gun and I go back a good long time. A lot of our ideas will clash. A lot of our leadership ideas will clash. Hell, a lot of our gameplay ideas will clash. But when it all boils down to it, him and I are kind of on the same interface. We flow together pretty well. We complement each other.
Pound 5 marches in just because. Oh my gosh, I can't stop coughing. Alright. See if that'll settle me down for a minute.
All right, so we managed to scare them all out of our kingdom. Finally.
You shot who in the what now?
No, I spent about 15k gold to scare C40 and his C32 and C36 friends out of my kingdom.
Damn, you did that for only 15k gold?
Pretty much, yeah.
That's a good deal.
Granted, it wasn't just me. There was other people that were spending some gold too. But every time he pulled his Rhine from their castles, we were speed hitting them. 5 clicks, and I'm at their base in about 5 seconds.
I don't even know where I'm at in UAC. I haven't been really focusing
I
on
wonder
it.
if you know where you're at on the planet half the time.
Damn, aren't you new to this channel?
You don't need to be new, no creep.
I'm a new voice. I am not a new follower.
Damn it, man. Yeah, don't feel bad. I don't know where I am half the time, neither.
Creep, I was talking about you, not me.
It's not you, it's me.
That's what he was saying, was he don't know where you are. Oh my gosh. So,
I thought I got thrown out of the channel for a second.
I have that ability.
I have to remember that. I'm not the server admin anymore. The last time I was on TeamSpeak or Ventrilo, I was always the server admin with permissions of you can't move me.
Yeah, you better start tickling my balls now.
You like that too much.
I'm not gonna lie, I probably would.
All right, I'm out for the night. Have a good one, everybody.
I'll probably close my eyes and picture you as Koji. Koji!
Sorry, buddy. Exit only. Good night, everybody.
Koji, one more.
Good night, Koji.
take it easy.
Later, Koji.
Have a good night, Koji. I love you, you damn Canadian bastard. See, now, Marshall, you scared away Koji.
Oh no. Koji's got to keep the wife somewhat happy. She's got to drive all the way up and talk to her mother.
All right, who's next? All right, Marshall, your next target is Rochambeau.
I'll be gone before Rochambeau.
Oh, shit, we still got a Brit in here? Wonky, what number pint are you on?
Oh, we don't like to count with our shoes off.
Oh no, tell me about it. But I know I only had 18. I've just drunk the last one, so
18?
We don't like to count with our shoes off these days. It gets quite embarrassing when we're talking about beer. Yeah.
Wonky, is the liquor store still open? Go get some more.
I can't help but think of the movie Snatch. Why didn't you puck over that? It's too tight. Too tight, you can let the jumbo fucking jet in that. Tyrone, when you go in reverse, things come from behind.
How much freaking food do I need for C40? I keep forgetting this stupid number.
It depends on what reducers you have.
Oh, the only reducer I got, Splendor.
I don't have Splendid Gear numbers, but I can tell you what the original number is.
Hold on. The original number is 439 million. Splendor's 373.
Oh shit, Creek cracked open another.
I was gonna say, where did that crack come from?
Oh, Shambo, you gotta admit it, bud. You're an amateur.
I need 150 million iron.
I don't open every beer on live chat.
Oh, neither do I.
So I debated about buying Merc ships today because I'm bored, and then I went to go buy them, and I realized I had one.
Right, because you
So
thought
now
because you thought you might be bored at one point in time. Oh, fuck me! Open a billion.
Actually, to be honest, it is better to buy them whenever they're in the limited shop because it's the same price for the one day, and you get extra stuff.
Right. That's usually the best time to go grab them and get ahead on the game.
I bought them there, and I was like, I remember doing it now. I was like, oh, I'm going to probably use this in a UAC when I get bored. Well, today was that day. And now people are running because my blue ships are going places. And it's going at C40s mainly. It is so much fun having my high March cap that I have these days.
I'll be so pissed.
That is the one annoying thing, though. With the new gear, your March cap changes just slightly every day.
Right. Keeps you freaking adjusting your march. At least guess.
Lately, I've just been throwing more into cav.
I throw more into distance.
With the T11 March, the cav is low, and throwing a little bit more in cav seems to be helping me kill some more T12 infantry.
It will kill more infantry. Always will.
That's why I've been doing it, because just mainly because the T11 March is so infantry heavy, and it's cav light on the T11s.
If you're punching up on T11s, heavier cav, or damn near equal cav in distance. If you're punching anywhere else on the downside, much heavier distance than the cav. And I mean, like, drop 20% of your cav and just throw it at your distance. A couple quick slide rules, and you will just eat through the troops.
I never get the opportunity to punch down.
Right.
I'm number 2 stat in my alliance. I punch up.
I'm gonna build.
We have like
I'm gonna build a C40
like,
night live on freaking
nice
YouTube. I hope. I think I can come up with 20 million freaking silver. I don't know.
Oh, by the way, Gun, I sent you a message on Speak.
Now I hear it, dang.
Oh, that's my buddy in the background with his Facebook going off.
All I saw was I freaking love Lily. Stalker.
No, I sent you a personal message.
Where's your other friend at, CZ? I like your other friend. The only reason I keep you around is so she'll come back. You've been pissing off my other players, man. You're going to have to hold up your end of the bargain here. I want the funny girl. What's her name? Laurel's. She's funny.
Oh yeah, Laurel's. Where's Laurel's at?
Right? She was hilarious last week. You know, and
she was.
She didn't build anything in the kingdom all week long. I made an exception. I should have booted her ass, and I didn't. Should have booted CZ, but you know, it's CZ's friend. CZ's over here causing me drama, costing me players. Wait.
Uh-oh.
All right, you're going to get Laurel's on here. I see how you wake her ass up. I'll pull a creep move. Wake her ass up.
All right, I got to spend another.
She's going to give me. She's going to give me that looking picture. She's going to have to. She's going to have to deliver. I like that little. I'll cut you, bitch. Look that she gives me in with them eyes. She's got that. I'll cut you, bitch eyes.
By the way, did anyone else notice that this gold event, or this big spender event, that they grouped us in kingdoms now and not just in your own kingdom?
I did not.
And yeah, we're in what is it, 29 or 30 kingdom grouping.
That is another indicator of the volume loss, right?
Well, the thing is, rewards didn't change. They didn't get any better. It's volume loss and the fact that now you're fighting how many more people. I mean, we have someone that has spent, and this I think is ridiculous. They have spent 1.6 million gold.
They don't put a stop to the freaking duplication act till somebody bitches about it.
How does this guy from 421 spend 1.6 million gold?
Duplication act. They don't put a stop to it till somebody bitches about it. And what they'll do is they won't duplicate the gold. They'll duplicate the fortune teller materials, which will allow you to get the 2,000 gold packs out of it. That's what they'll do. Then you just spam the fortune teller real fast. And
who has the time for that?
You put it on a bot.
Yeah.
Come back tomorrow. It's gone through the fortune teller a million times.
I won't lie. I've used the record macro to farm or to send food to my farm.
What's the name of mine? I got one here. Click something.
I don't even. I just recreate them every time because you don't have this
remouse. That's what it's called.
Oh no, this is straight up on BlueStacks. Record macro.
Oh, I don't do that. I use remouse standard here, and it'll record click 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 every once in a while. But that's only when I'm looking for a bug that I'm going to exploit. I actually don't do it very often. And then when I do,
finally, I have the live chat to actually work again. For some reason, it keeps pausing. I think it's because of where my talk button is. I have my talk button on my mouse, so.
Which kingdom you in, Carrie? Can't call them bullies just because they win. That makes you the bully because you're using words against them. They can't defend against themselves.
Now, granted, if it was inner kingdom, someone comes and hits their fort while they're in UAC, that is kind of a bully tactic.
I've gotten more sensitive to the bully word, not in favor of the people who like to use the bully word, but in favor of the people the bully word gets used against. And that's because I have seen little 105-pound nerds walk up and actually just shit talk a 6'4" guy, and I'm like, do you not understand physics? When he gets tired of your shit, he's going to pound you. And then that's when you're just being a bully. No, I'm just tired of your shit. And that's not the same thing as a bully.
There's that too. Yes,
Yeah.
I agree with you there.
Yeah.
Now, granted, I'm the 120-pound guy that will talk shit to the 300-pound guy because.
Well, I had these 4-H girls that used to come in the store and they're begging for money. I was like, we want to stop bullying. I said, oh, you're going to teach karate classes? No. Then how are you going to stop bullying? We're going to hold these seminars. I was like, well, that ain't going to work. As big as I am today, and you guys see the pictures with me standing there with freaking special forces guys, I was a 5'2", 105-pound freshman. I didn't sprout in growth till my senior year. I've been on both sides of it. The difference is when I was 5'2", I ran my damn mouth, and I knew I ran my mouth. Called it belligerent midget syndrome.
You sound like me.
Yeah, it's belligerent midget system, not just
5'7", 120 pounds. Difference is I learned how to use it.
Yeah. I was doing mixed martial arts 15 years before it became a word.
Right.
But I also had rules for me using it. I wasn't allowed to be using it at school.
The only time I was allowed to use it is in self-defense.
Not even then. The rule for me was I had to take the ass whipping. No one under 25 was allowed to learn what I learned. That was the rule from the guy that was teaching it. I was the exception because where we taught it was our business, and so the rule with me was you're not allowed to use it. Period. Take the ass whipping. We taught you how to take an ass whipping. Take the ass whipping. And I did some of that. I don't understand. What did they get out of you quitting? See, now I'm wondering if GOG isn't building castles or taking over old castles for the strict purposes of running you guys to new kingdoms. Right?
I'm starting to wonder about that.
I am. I'm seeing it more and more. We're going to keep pounding on you till you come to the new kingdom. So come to K533, Carrie. Come hang out with us. I'm telling you guys, don't worry. It looks like there's a leveling type spending thing here. If you're spending $100 a month maintaining your castle in Old Kingdom, you'll blow up in freaking the new kingdom. You'll be right there where your old one was.
Well, what was that number that you just said?
Like $100.
It cut out on me.
$100 a month.
100?
Yeah. I'm telling you, I'm already almost to pass my 362 kingdom in under 15 days. And I spent a year and a half in 362.
Yeah. My problem is I can't leave my group,
Right.
That's the hard part. I can't leave them.
Bring them with you. Build an entire alliance.
I can't.
I'm telling you.
I can't convince. Well, we just did a merger. That's the problem. We just did a merger where we're now number 2 in the kingdom.
But all that means is you're understanding the death is coming.
I'm saying with this new merger and we're number 2 now, I can see the fact that they won't come with.
Right. This month.
Right. It maybe in 3-4 months. Whenever GOG finally focuses the 400 kingdoms to then move to the 600 or 700 kingdoms. I'm running parade marches right now, by the way. This guy decides that he keeps wanting to gold heal, so I'm sending parade marches at him. With blue airships. They're nice. They're nice and pretty.
I got yawning, dude, man. I've been up for freaking 40 some odd hours now. Yeah. Robert, how you doing, man? It's been, I tell you, a lot of people who are playing C40s and know the game, you will be amazed at how much enjoyment you get getting a small group together that you're helping to grow. And when you can turn around and you can work with somebody like me and say, all right, you don't need to ask me if I'm going to burn you. I've got rules. And if your players step outside those rules that I got posted on the front of Rogers Raiders, they're going to learn a lesson because they stepped outside the rules. They won't repeat that mistake. I'm not doing I'm not doing it to be a dick. I'm not doing it to prove I got better stats at that moment. I'm like, you shouldn't have 100 million iron open while you're outside your hive. Okay? Common sense thing. Everybody knows that. But some people don't.
Not in the early days, that's for sure. Not in the early days.
We plucked a couple 100 million iron open where they open every RSS pack every single time. And no one told them not to.
It's now
all
people
right,
coming from
back.
a kingdom where that's NAP and then going into a kingdom where you can't leave hive without protection. Some people could forget. I mean, I've had somebody the last 2 KRs not shield on time because they fall asleep.
I would tell you
before I fall asleep, make sure I either put an 8 or a 24 hour. Most times a 24 hour because I like to sleep for 12 hours at a time. I sleep.
I will tell you what's going on in 533 is fine and fabulous right now, but what's going on in 534 and 535? It needs people to take the same set of rules that I set forward. It's like, okay, follow these rules and try and keep 600 players going in 534 and 535.
Whoa.
What?
Bella's here.
Long time ago.
Oh, hi, Bella.
Hey, Bella.
Hey there.
Bella.
I got a question. Oh.
What's up?
It's what you're wearing.
What are you wearing? No, I'm serious.
I'm afraid that
the same thing I was wearing last time you asked me the question before I went to work.
What is that? A warrior suit with a staff knife to cut his head off?
The simple shame of having known creep is what she's wearing.
Ouch.
Whoa! Whoa!
That
whoa!
was even worse than me.
Whoa! 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 GunMuse, you're destroying my brand name here.
I gotta go. I gotta go. For a second. Hold on.
So what can we start putting YouTube stuff into the chat here, so I can play I'm a creep every time I see creep on here?
The boy, you got nothing on me, man. Let me tell you.
You never watched Lonely Island Gang? I'm a creep.
You never ate some chocolate covered Ambien? Come on now, juvenile. You ain't got nothing. How you doing, Bella?
I mean, you probably got me on age by a bit. But I ain't no juvenile, that's for sure.
I'm surprised that Creep doesn't have an algorithm yet that just detects women in chat, and just when he presses talk to chat, it says, "What are you wearing?"
Y'all think so lightly of me now. Come on now. Hey, Bella. Bella.
What?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
How was work?
It was day 6, so yeah, it sucked ass.
Day 6?
Yes. 6
Does this
scheduled
rag
shifts.
smell like chloroform?
What about chloroform?
Does this rag smell like chloroform?
It might. Why don't you give it a sniff?
No, that's not how it works there, sweet cheeks.
Oh. Well, that little...
You look like you need a drink.
I am. Holy crap. Jalapeno olives.
I'm gonna call it, guys. Have a good night, everyone.
Wait, what?
Later, monkeys.
Wonky, you leaving already?
It's 7 a.m. in the morning, buddy.
Okay,
So
Andy.
you got a full day ahead of you.
Yeah, you're just starting, big boy.
My Aussies should be awake. Where's all my Aussies at, man? Yeah.
All right, Wonky, you have a good one there, big boy. You stay out of trouble. Don't eat the yellow snow. Remember, it's not rape if Bella's on top.
The what are you wearing a logarithm?
Hey, Crete.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to regret asking this. What are you wearing?
What are you wearing?
Let's see here. I'm wearing some
baby powder.
Some Family Guy skivvies, a wife beater, and a pair of socks.
Is there any Cheeto dust on that wife beater?
Is there any what?
There is on his
Cheeto
penis.
dust.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Say again.
Sorry, man.
I said, is there any Cheeto dust on that wife beater?
No, not yet. I got the bag of Cheetos cracked and ready, though.
I'm really getting
Have you
mad
gotten
at
the
this
beanbag
Musk
chair?
I ain't got the beanbag chair yet, Billy. You haven't showed up.
You are slacking. I am telling you, you gotta get
No,
you a beanbag chair.
no, I'm not slacking. I got my specific line of needs. I keep telling people all I needed to keep happy is a 12-pack of beer, a bag of Cheetos, and a good porno. I'm not including the beanbag chair yet.
And his bucket of Fireball.
He's
Oh,
not
the
a
bucket of Fireball. That bucket of Fireball just makes ugly chicks look better and better. Come on.
Man, speaking of
That's
ugly
why
chicks.
you need it, creep.
You do know you can watch pornos with good-looking chicks in. You don't have to have ugly ones.
The biker club that lives next door, my God, I used to get pissed off that they were always souping up their bikes, but I get it now. They need the extra horsepower to haul that shit around. Oh, man, that was a... Whew. I swear
You
to
see,
God,
the problem is with unhappiness in life these days. Everyone's so damn unhappy, but you just got to realize life's simpler than that. You just got to lower them standards a little bit, you know? I mean, you shouldn't be focused on all the important shit, you know? Just be happy with what you got, you know? If you only got a right hand and some, like, midget porn, you make do, goddammit.
Important life lessons learned from Creep.
Wow.
That's it. That's it. That's all you need, guys.
Have you ever seen a midget and been unhappy? Be honest.
Yes,
Have you
they
ever
seem
seen
to always be angry and want to hit me with an axe.
the midget, you look at a midget and go, oh boy, a midget. You don't go look at a midget and go, oh.
You see, hold on. Whoever said they're always unhappy and want to hit you with an axe, god damn it. If you can't pleasure a damn midget and they want to hit you with an axe, you got some serious fucking problems, buddy.
I think it's because I'm only about 6 inches taller than them, and I tell them that I'm not a midget.
If they want to hit you with an axe and you can't pleasure a midget, damn, I hate to see you with a full-size woman.
Meet them at a Ren fair once.
I mean, I've met some women at run fairs. Don't give me that shit now.
If you guys want to see some seriously funny shit about
She
midgets,
swung her sword.
comedian Brad Williams.
She swung her sword, I swung mine, I won, damn it. If you're letting a woman beat you in a fucking sword fight, you got a serious problem there, Marshall.
I wasn't talking about a sword fight.
Brad Williams.
Well, you must have been. Man, if you lose before...
We might be killing Gun at this point.
Man, if you lose before you even get to the sword fight, you got some serious problems there, big boy.
Now, I got a question. Why can I not get out of Militia 3? Because they keep stacking me with C40s.
Right.
Well, at least it
This
didn't
is
stack or
annoying.
something.
Like, it used to be, like, I used to hit 20s and 26s and get out of militias and get up there, and then I finally find the big castles. Now I'm hitting C40s left and right, and I'm stuck at Militia 3 still.
You talking about Musketeer Fort?
Yes, I am.
You having a problem getting past Muskie 3?
Not really. Not really a problem. It's just I have to wait on resets now every 6 hours or whatever it is because they stack me with 4 or 5 C40s.
Hey, you wait just before reset to go ahead and hit it. Meaning you don't even hit that damn refresh button, your last refresh button, until right before reset. Right before reset, you hit that refresh button and you clear it. Then after reset, you can run it through again.
That's what I've been trying to do, but even then it's been smashing me.
Man, I'm gonna take.
I get lucky. I beat some C40s, but man, being a C37, some of these guys got like 400K marchers and crap, and
I mean, if you're seriously stacked against someone in your favor, sit back one day. Just to make sure you get the max rewards you can. I mean, if it's constantly, non-stop set against your favor, just lay back one day. Sit back one level.
The conventional wisdom is to put a crappy defense in there so that better players go past you and you get to kill more people below your league.
You're talking about the Musketeer Fort?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to quote GunMuse on this one. The dirty little secret. Ready? Wait until an hour before reset and all the bigs will move by and go up the list and all the shitty farm castles will just lay behind and not do anything. Then you go in and you boost yourself. Trust your boost and your march will not work, but your attack and defense, if you can buy a cheap one to add the boost to attack and defense, make sure you change your talents to attack.
Well, I'm always in those.
And hostile on your airship. Because if you do it and your airship's out gathering, it's not going to count. And make sure you change your guards. And I guarantee you'll get further every day.
That's basically what I said with less specific details.
I like the details. Actually make more sense.
One problem there. Your attack boost and defense boost don't work in the fort.
Yes, they do.
Your 25% do not.
No, they don't.
You got to do 20%.
No.
What?
They don't work.
Yeah, I would say
yeah, they do.
They don't work for me.
Doesn't work. The march boost does not work. The other ones do.
But the 25% on attack and defense work?
They don't work on my end.
Hold on, I'll check it right fucking now.
Let me see what I'm at, and I'll tell you.
But
I'm not full 2Ks, then I know that it's not working.
But the big key is wait until about an hour before reset. That way, all the bigs
make
moved
sure
along.
Make sure that you're actually in battle gear. That's another issue.
I'm in farm gear. Everybody saw that, and I still have an infantry attack about 4,000.
I was in farm gear. I was in farm gear and beat a 37 and a 40. Okay.
I think that Gun should play T-Rex Spooby tonight on live chat.
What the hell is that?
Well, I
One
can
of
tell
the
you my
funniest things you'll ever
50%
hear.
boost. 50% boosts are not working in the fort. In other words, I'd be full 2Ks and 4Ks.
That's what I was trying to tell everyone.
Yep.
What is Creep still doing awake?
The boosts on the castle do not. They don't help.
As far as I remember, it's into my head for some reason, and they can always change it. I just sometimes don't pay attention. But yeah, they didn't have an effect before.
No, Now, in the spirit mine, I always reset it whenever I do wolf, because your colo even will add. So you have on your horn, your colo, and whatever March cap boost you have, that will hold in the mine for the week.
Fucking thank you for telling me about the damn March cap boost.
No, everyone
for farming.
Everyone who adds in on it, I mean, even Gun and I still learn on a daily basis. So new statistics always help us.
It's always I'm not afraid to update what I fucking don't know.
Hey, I'm always learning too. It's part of the reason why I started watching Gun and watching what's being said on Rogers Raiders.
That's what I would say.
I try to post about it.
It's the biggest reason that I promote other YouTubers.
I will never be a YouTuber.
Because this game, I mean, it's not notorious in this game. They do nerf stats. They do nerf new things damn near on a weekly basis. They change shit. They change stats.
There's something in the spirit mines that they're not counting, because my stats aren't the same there as whenever I'm smashing somebody else, and I can't figure out what that is that they're not counting. But my stats are lower in the spirit mines than what they are actual.
Some damage numbers.
Shit, you still have to reset your spirit mines daily if you were constantly growing, just because each level gave new stats. But they nerfed all that. They changed all that out.
No, they haven't.
They're showing.
Yeah, they have. No, they really have. Your stats used to change. Your stats used to change per level in the spirit mines. They changed that like, what was it, 8, 9, 10 months ago?
Now, they will show you a stat report that shows you all your damage numbers, but they do not calculate them all.
No, each level of the spirit mines, every time you gained a new level in the spirit mines, you used to be able to choose stat increases.
Oh, yeah.
That was since 6 months ago that they went away from that.
I'm just telling you.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Even today, they'll tell you got 180 army damage, and I promise you they're not calculating that number into the actual hit. It is not there yet, or I would already know it. I've been looking for it.
Yeah, 5-10% damage stats used to make a whole difference when it came to like 300-400% show stats.
Yeah, it's now, if you're not within 1,000, you're screwed.
It still makes a huge difference. I mean, people got stuck in their mind, and I'll still argue this. GunMuse will disagree with me. This is where we clash a little bit. GunMuse will disagree with me. I mean, when it comes to building up your airship, especially in a newer kingdom, if you only got like a level 40 or 42 airship or something, that where you're missing out on other abilities, you're missing out on 20-plus abilities. People are trying to fit Sky Iron into those slots to get those 20-plus ability stat boosts.
Oh, yeah.
They're giving up damage stats.
Yep.
But how many times have you seen where you've won a battle where you're 300, 400, 500% behind, but you're 10% ahead in damage stats, 5% ahead in damage stats?
It still matters. It still matters.
No, he's looking at he's specifically looking at my airship here recently, where I have been.
It's just not you, Gun.
Hold on, I've been dragging the card around because it's an easy one to level up to make 20 for my Sky Iron to activate. But the problem, the reason I've been doing that is I haven't been attacking anybody with that. That is strictly for the wolf and the expedition to get free shit out of it.
Yeah, the expedition. But those damage stats.
But during KE, I will lose all my troop health, and I don't have any of my Sky Iron troop health. I don't have any of my Sky Iron freaking defense numbers on my castles, because I can't get 20s on those and run the damage numbers, and the damage numbers are way more important than freaking people.
No, God, yeah. That 5%,
the damage numbers.
Though that 5%, that 10% damage stats. I mean, someone could dwarf you 400, 500, 600% in those show stats. You will walk all over them all day just because you got a 5-10% difference in damage numbers.
I can tell you, we can tell a difference of a hit between someone having their accolade on and from Catacombs and not having it.
Absolutely, I can tell.
Absolutely. Oh yeah.
I can watch a hit and go fuck, and know damn good and well before I look at the stats, just because I looked at the kill number, that my accolade was on or not.
I look at it and go, wow, that was really far off from what I thought. I scroll down, I'm like all green arrows, and I go to damage, and I go, and my accolades are off.
Right. Yeah.
That happened in the middle of last UAC. I was beating some guy one day. The next day I hit him. I went, what the hell happened? And I look down, and all of a sudden, I'm missing fucking 50% stats.
Ladies and gentlemen who are following us right now in this live chat, we got a new guy in here today, Marshall. You might notice his voice. He's quite different than me and GunMuse. Give a shout out to him. Hashtag Marshall. Thank you for joining.
Marshall's following along about almost everything for like, 6-7 months now.
I've been around for a while, and pretty sure I'm subscribed and all that crap too.
And don't forget, hashtag, here it is, sits when he pees.
And that's why early on you want to go explosive to get
Fuck you, cocksucker, for calling me out 360.
What I did in Catacomb was I actually went Warrior, finished Catacomb fast, and then swapped to get my damage.
Yep, that's what you do.
I slapped explosive up there because I'd never done it when I started Kingdom 533, and that was the only reason I did it. I looked at it before and I went, that shit specs. That's too hard. And I wish I'd have listened to myself and never touched that explosive spec. It has been a money hole. It has been a money suck. It's been a time suck. I'm still not on level 8 when I would be completing the Catacombs light years ahead of the rest of the kingdom if I'd have just followed the earlier videos that I showed everybody how to do this stuff properly.
You go warrior until you can get to the end, and then you respec to explosive, and then the goal is that last troop damage too at the end.
I'll be right back, guys.
81.5% troop damage.
You need level 60 creation to get that last
that's
damage.
what I have, but I'm
at level 54.
That's the idea.
Yeah, I'm at level 54. So I have the first one, and then I actually, instead of trying to get the next damage stat, I went back and I grabbed other troop stats and the other ones until I know I get to level 60, and then I'll switch over to get that damage.
Yeah, when I do UAC on my C40, I'm maxed on troop damage too, and I can beat guys that have 300 to 500 more stats.
Yes,
across the board, because I'm maxed on that.
Yes, and that is actually something I've been teaching here in my alliance. Everything I learned from you guys and from Rogers Raiders and GunMuse, I try and teach it to my guys here. And some are picking it up, some aren't.
Yeah,
I keep preaching. If you don't want to send a full march to a tower, send a 60K or 100K march, a proper march. Don't send just one tier. These people are sending one tier to a tower.
That's the beauty of the Rogers
We're getting
Raiders,
knocked over.
Where you, as a teacher, use that to say, "Look, guys, go just see what see how he's doing it. He's been doing it this way for a while, and if you do that, now somebody's reinforcing what you're saying. Because
yes, and that's what I've been trying to do.
I become the endorser of what you're saying instead of you endorsing me. Have me endorse you. Go ahead and take credit. Otherwise you won't be able to teach. I wish it wasn't that way, but it is that way, and then my ego won't be bruised. I promise.
I get what you're saying there, Gun, but to be honest, there's a reason why they started calling me the professor, and that's why that's now my name.
Right.
I'm currently Professor Xavier. We're deciding what my next name's gonna be. I was Professor Oak for a while.
What's
I
Professor
have this
Oak?
thing where I have
Well, you
Professor
gotta
Oak
be
is from
Professor
Pokemon.
X. Come on.
I'm Professor X, Professor Xavier.
There you go.
But, well, it's because I have a bunch of farms as well, and they all currently have X-Men names. And it's my thing that every few weeks or to a month or whatever, I change my name, and I change all my farms at the same time.
What do you change it to? Virgin?
Nope, that long sailed. Sorry, creep. You don't get to take that badge.
Yeah, I gotta jump on it when I can. Come on.
I bet you want to.
Hey, beauties will let switch away.
Damn it, creep! You made me lose my train of thought.
Yeah, I got that effect.
I'm laughing so hard. Oh god.
Yeah, you'll find yourself on one pathway. You're trying to make a point, and then creep says something, and you go, "Ah, fuck."
To be honest, I've done that in chat. Talking live, it's worse.
I know.
It happens so much faster.
It's harder. It's harder than a preacher at a church social.
Yeah, just imagine if Bella was chiming in. I'd rip on all of you even more.
Hey, Gun.
What?
Do me a favor. Just, do you have your phone?
Somewhere, yeah.
Just go on YouTube on your phone and watch Spooby T-Rex. It's 7 minutes and 41 seconds long. We can keep this going. And you gotta watch it and come back and tell me what you think. I honestly think that you'll think it's the funniest thing ever.
I forgot to cue my mic when I opened up my drink. Damn it.
Spell Spooby. Spell
Spooby. Spooby.
Right, you know,
and then just
since I lost my train of thought, I'll be back. I gotta go.
There's some YouTube videos out there. They don't actually show a visual. It's just him talking, but listen to it. I swear to God, when you come back, you'll say it's one of the fucking funniest things you've ever heard. And just so you know, to set up the premise, the guy T-Rex, he's a black comedian. So that helps because people don't understand if they're listening to it, if he's what he's saying.
No comment.
Holy crap, we're like 23 seconds and the guy hadn't gotten past the freaking screen here. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
Hey, Bella.
Yes.
What are you wearing?
It's a sad,
Everything
sad
I was wearing
day.
last time, yes.
The hallway, the rednecks wanted to fight anybody.
That's what I like to hear.
For this joke. I'm riding with my friend Mike, and I cut this redneck
Hold on,
off
I
in his
think
truck.
I
It was
need
by
to
accident. It
renew
wasn't
my
on purpose,
bubble.
by accident. And the redneck gave me the finger. I didn't see it. Mike was back, he was like, "Hey, Lexi, the man in the truck behind you, he give you all the finger." So I was like, so fuck him. He say fuck you too, but he said first. Then the redneck went flying past me on my driver's side and hung out the window and was like, fuck you, Spooby!
All right.
I don't know what the fucking Spooby is either, but I didn't like it. I was like, I ain't no motherfucking Spooby! The fuck is a Spooby, Mike? I don't know, but he was talking to you. I want to punch you right now, motherfucker. Mike started shaking his head. It's a sad, sad day. The fuck are you talking about? It's a sad, sad day, T-Rexy. Any day a white man to call a black man the Spooby. Give the black man the finger twicey. Say fuck you twicey. And the black man to do nothing about it. It's a sad, sad day. I'm like, what are we supposed to do, Mike? I'm fucking driving. You're supposed to scare him. White man scare the black man. You scare him. You hang out the window. You yell at him. He gets scared and drive away fast. I tell you, you try. So I was like, yeah, let me fucking try this shit. Some white guys are scared of black guys. I could probably scare them, so I hung out the window. I was like, hey! You gave me the finger, called me a spoopy, pull over, I'm whooping your ass! Oh shit, this motherfucker pulled over, Mike. The fuck you told me to do that shit for? He didn't just pull over, he pulled right the fuck over. He's just trying to call your bluff. You call his bluff. You get out, you try. You scare him, you try. He drive up scared, I tell you, you try. This motherfucker played 2 Jedi mind tricks in like 15 seconds on me. Cause I got out and walked over to his truck. I was like, hey man, he gave me the fucking fan and called me a spoobie. Said, fuck you twice to me? Get the fuck out your truck. I do what? Listen here, Jesse Jackson, or whoever the fuck you are. I get out of my vehicle, I'm gonna fill this whole street with uppercut, you hear me? I thought I was good at talking shit. I was like, damn, for real? He got out, started coming at me, so I started back, hey, easy, Kelly, easy. Can we keep this verbal and not make it physical? Then he started using slang to let me know that he had been in the hood and wasn't scared of black folks. Oh, hell no, don't try to flip the script now. When I was sitting in my vehicle nothing but 5 seconds ago, you were talking to shit like you were bout it. I doubt it, look at you. You ain't got no fucking posse rolling with you, your vehicle ain't sitting on 20s. Ain't got no jewelry, bling, in hell. You ain't even dark skinned. You're all light and creamy looking. I believe I can take you, throw up your dick beaters, let's dance. So at this point, I'm like, oh my fucking God, I don't want to fight this guy. I'm scared of this motherfucker now, right? So I'm thinking I can still talk shit enough that he'll get scared and back down, right? So I'm like, man, I'm going to hit you in your chest so hard your shoulders are going to touch. Rednecks are better at shit talking than I were. Motherfucker, I'm going to tell you what, you ever dream of putting your hands on me, you better wake up and apologize. I'm a bad son of a bitch. I'm about to hit you with so many rights, you'll be begging me for a left. You understand me? You ever see me fighting a bear, you better jump in and help the bear. I'm like, God damn. For real? And when rednecks start putting the H before the W, that's when it's getting serious. I'm going to tell you what. You ain't never met a white man like me. I'm about to whoop your ass. So I'm looking back for my friend Mike for some help. Don't start looking every which way. Mike's in the car. T-Rex, get out of there. He put in the H before the W. He means business. Get out of there. I'm like, would you get your Chinese ass out and get in a stance, motherfucker? Redneck was still talking shit. Motherfucker, I'm gonna tell you what, I'm so fucking bad. If you're ever on the phone with God and I call, you better click over and see what the fuck I want. Mike heard enough. Mike jumped out. He was like, oh, this is ridiculous. This is a T-Rex. Get back in the car. Redneck, get in your truck and get out of here. Man, fuck you, Miyagi. I'll whoop you and Tyrone's son. Kunta-san. Get your yellow ass back in the car before I swell your eyes shut the rest of the way. Mike was like, T-Rex, hurry up. I be in the car waiting. Hurry up. He was like, all the Chinese people in the world, and I can hook up with the only one that doesn't know karate. The cop showed up before anybody could get fucked up, thank God, because I really didn't want to fight the guy. And the cop showed up. Beep! All right, break it up. What the hell's going on here? I'm going to tell you what's going on here, Your Honor. I'm driving down the street. I'm minding my own fucking business. Next thing I know, Martin Luther the King over here decides he's going to cut me off. I don't give a fuck if it's February. I gave him the finger. That's Black History Month, just for y'all who didn't know. I gave him the finger. Next thing I know, he's hanging out the window. He's hooping and hollering. He's carrying on and such, telling me to pull my vehicle to the side of the road, so I oblige. I pulled my big lawn over to the side of the road. Next thing I know, he jumps out of his vehicle. He walks up to me. He's hip-hopping, he's bebopping, because, you know, they're very musical people. I don't know if you're aware of that, but they're very musical. He's walking up, hip-hopping, bebopping, and he looks me in my eye and tells me to get out of my vehicle. So once again, I oblige. I'm being very cooperative at this point. Me and Martin Luther, we're standing in the street exchanging pleasantries. Next thing I know, Jackie fucking Chan jumps out the fucking car.
Yo, I got to get out of here. Y'all have been absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for hanging in there with me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Y'all hung in there with me. Thank you very much. I love you guys. I love you. T-Rex right there. Come on. Love that guy. Love that guy.
All right.
We actually just landed on somebody. They were 500 and some million power, and everyone's like, oh, you need T12s, you need T12s. And I looked at their stats. I said, all right. I jumped next to him and hit a mega. Filled it. We wrecked them.
No, it's like what I would say. In 362, I'm 820, 830 million power. I don't have T12s.
Right.
This is how it works. Those bigs.
I mean, you want to rock and roll with me.
Yep. If you're stacked 2 T4, T6, T8 infantry, they don't want to mess with you.
Who wrote the book on that?
I did. Literally wrote.
I'm pretty
that
sure
book.
GOG wrote the book on that.
No, it's called the freaking. I have a calculator on the thing. It's been up there since the day I built the website.
I haven't seen that book.
It's because you can't read, creep.
It's called Tempted Death. It's been up there for almost 3 years.
That's because it comes from China.
From China.
I get all kinds of the competitors who aren't business anymore that were claiming they all wrote it. Meanwhile, they were just downloading my spreadsheet and sticking their name on it.
Right now, Creep is learning Mandarin.
I'm trying to figure out what GunMuse is doing right now because I can't hear him. So
he's listening to that video, I think.
No, I did listen to that video.
He's playing around here in Expedition Fort. What is today's expedition? I don't even know if I care.
I'm not playing in it.
Did you like
guard.
it, Gun?
Yeah, he's funny.
My eyes were watering.
He's funny. Not the best, not the worst.
Oh, there we go. Actually, Gun, you doing that reminded me that I just updated my guards and I need to actually do this expedition. Most days I don't have to do it because I don't update all the time.
Man, why don't I have freaking, aren't my guards maxed?
No.
Oh.
If you're not running all legendaries, you're not maxed yet.
Should be running all legendaries. Hold on, I got them all.
I'm minding my own business over here. Martin Luther the King.
Martin Luther the King. I was just talking about that with my dad the other day. He says, if we're on Martin Luther King Boulevard, we are in the wrong fucking part of town to where we need to be.
USC just might get easier now. One of our guys just deployed all his farms into the forest.
Why don't?
Which means people don't want to hit us then because it costs them many, many minutes.
I thought the best part about his whole skit was he played all 3 parts pretty damn good.
Oh yeah, he bounced back and forth. Did you ever see the racist field trip? Little video for the racist field trip where they took all the kids.
I haven't seen that.
Picking. You got to go watch that one, dude. It ain't even a professional comic. It's just some guy sitting on his freaking couch telling a story about how he went picking cotton one day for the field trip.
He asked me to get out of my car, so I obliged.
Oh, but you missed it because I had it muted. But I was telling everybody else, it's like, oh yeah, roll up your dick beaters. I've used that line before whipping somebody's ass. that is just a southern thing.
That is the clear sign of if someone says that, you're probably about to get your ass beat.
Yeah, roll up your dick beaters. This will be quick.
I remember that shit from fucking South Carolina.
I think the line I used one night was roll up your dick beaters real quick because I don't want you to lose a button.
All right, that's taking a little far there, Gun.
Some kind of long sleeves on. Like roll up your dick beaters real quick. I don't want you to lose a button. Yeah. All right, good night, y'all.
Yeah. Who was that saying good night?
Creep.
Creep's finally. Creep finally was leaving. Wow.
One more.
Yes, I am having one more. I keep forgetting to cue it up with the mic.
I hadn't been in a
I
fight.
gotta learn these
I hadn't been
things.
in a real fight in like 20 years.
I've been in too damn many.
Oh man. Back when I was in my 20s, man.
Hey, your enhancements are maxed. You're not allowed to enhance anywhere past that, Gun.
I know, right? When I was in my 20s, I didn't even pick the fights I got in. Everybody else liked seeing me win the fights real quickly, and they'd go pick those fights. And then, I got my ribs broke in a bar in Hawaii one time. I got my back rib, the ribs.
Why does every story start with in Hawaii one time?
Not all of them. That's the only time I lost a fight in Hawaii. But this Samoan guy threw me up. And when he threw me up, I was moving at such a velocity that when I hit the rafters in the bar, it broke the ribs in my back.
Nice.
Yeah, first don't mess rule of Fight Club: don't fight a Samoan.
Don't fight
a
Samoan.
Definitely, if you're gonna fight a Samoan, you don't just use fists.
I got my ass whipped in Thailand.
Make sure you got a truck.
This is when I had a group of Marines around me, and they're all like, "Oh, get in there with that kid! Get in there with that kid!" The kid was like 5'1", 105 pounds. He come running across the ring. I hit him once. He did a full somersault on his head when he rolled over on the mat, and it's like all these bamboo mats. I'm all full of myself. All the Marines are cheering around, and the guy in that kid's corner went, that's the last time I hit that fucking kid. He come in there, fucking raked my knees, raked my shins. I couldn't walk. Freaking, they knew how to fight Americans, and they would feign punches to the head, and you go to move, take you out the legs. 2 minutes into the fight, I could not walk. That kid was throwing round kicks, freaking like a windmill at me.
It sounds like me fighting people.
Yeah. Well, it's just they knew how to fight Americans.
If you don't have power, you use your speed.
Oh man, he was fast. And then one time I was in Perth, Australia, and I was working with the Aussie police, and I was hammered off my ass, and they had me driving the paddy wagon on the left side of the fucking road, full of they're having a ball. I'm having a ball. It was a blast. We get a call for this guy that they threw out of the back of a bar. So we pull around in the back with the paddy wagon, get out, and there's this big Aborigine guy. He's squared up in the corner, and that cop goes, "Hey, he's all yours, mate. Go right at it." And I grabbed a 2x4 that was in the alley, went running at him, hit that Aborigine guy right up inside the head with a 2x4, and a piece of information they left out before was Aborigine skulls are 1/4 inch thicker than the normal human's head. That fucker grinned at me just before he started pummeling me. Freaking knew damn good. He didn't even flinch when I hit him with the damn 2x4. And it broke. I mean, I hit him that hard. Yeah.
Ooh, ouch, that hurt.
Yeah. That was
sorry,
all, those are my
I'm talking about I just got smacked in my tower.
I got
that
hurt. Those are the 3 big human fights I got. I got beat up by a kangaroo in Australia as well. That thing pummeled the shit
they
out.
will fuck you up.
He fucked me up so fast it wasn't even funny. I didn't stand a chance against that kangaroo in that ring. Yeah.
Oh, we won. I just got smacked by a C-40 in my tower, and we won. He lost more than us. Oh, but he had me on stats.
But all these other fights, most of the other fights that I won, it's bar fights and shit. The like in Bullfinch Pub in Hong Kong, that place broke out into a brawl. And brawls, I hold my own because I just walk through like a Moses part in the water, man. I start smacking people, they hit the ground. And then in Long Beach, California, I had 5 Mexican guys. It was a little white kid. We're playing pool, and a little white kid stole a quarter off the pool table. You know, you put your quarters up waiting for the next game. I said, man, you need a quarter, I'll give you a quarter. And he turned around and went, what'd you say about these Mexicans? Next thing I knew, I had 5 Mexicans squared off against me. And it didn't work out well for the 5 Mexicans.
Never does, especially at a pool table.
I was breaking pool cues. It looked like a Jackie Pan.
All right.
In there. They're so little. And then we used to go down to like Tijuana and go. It's the only time I ever mosh dance, because what mosh dancing is running around a big fucking circle and punching people in the face. You like, there's 12 bodies on the floor. I think we need to leave before the bounties grab a hold of us. But no, I don't do that no more. I'm too old.
Yeah, well, I'm 30, and I'm too old for half that shit anymore.
Did Bella go to bed?
The fight game is a young man's game.
I'm 30 and I feel old. Still happens from time to time. He smashed into my Mega again. And he lost again. I guess.
You got the goal to break you out eventually.
No, he's gonna get numbers because all my people are refilling. Everybody. Oh nope, he's gone. He left. He decided that was not the fight he wanted.
That fight is not gonna go well. I've done that where I beat on a castle even though I'm losing until I gold break him.
Oh, I've done that too. The problem is whenever 8 castles are refilling that tower at the same time, you know you're not going to gold break 8 people.
Nope.
And I'm mega on that tower right now. And he beat me in stats, but not by a lot. I mean, our last losses were, we lost 300,000 to his 400,000. He's a C-40 with a level 70 airship.
Oh, see, if that had been me, I'd have beat you with gold.
He only beat me by 200 troop stats.
I would have sped the second march in so that I kicked you out of the tower, and then when everybody's refill came, I would have knocked the shit out of them one at a time.
Well, the thing is, his first hit, this is his second hit. His first hit didn't land well either. It landed worse, actually. It would have taken probably 3 marches for him to beat me, because his other stats beat me by... Well, he's damn near 5Ks, and I'm only in the tower right now. I'm only 4.4, 4.5s. So 500% difference, but in damage, he only has me by 3.5%. His cav damage is 40%, not 35% on me, and his distance damage is 45% on me.
Yeah, I'd have broke you. On purpose.
You might have. Yeah.
I would have done it. I would have.
He didn't want to gold spend.
Yeah, you have to gold spend in between the marches that are refilling, or you're screwed.
Well, he didn't want to. He didn't want to gold spend to break it.
Right.
And the people that were refilling it were all right near that tower.
Yeah, you got to get
So
it in before they
he-
start filling it. So you can break them up one by one.
And we have him right now. Well, actually, he managed to get in on us because someone messed up their camps. He was actually in on us on the forest this time. Right now, most people are 5 levels back or 5 tiles back in the forest. He managed to find the one spot someone screwed up. Didn't camp the right spot.
The easiest way to break the will of an alliance in UAC is if you got a big or a second big or a third big that's got the big stats, just go in and hit all the castles around the area. Make them have to spend. They don't want to spend, and then you won't have to worry about marches.
Yeah, you'll clear out any non-spenders right off the bat. And then if you see a big active alliance after you've done that, then you go, oh crap, I got a whole group of spenders here.
Well, that's kind of what has happened in this UAC. Is we have some people that are moderate spenders, but they're smart spenders. And we have healing buff running as per usual.
Right. Oh man.
We don't light it off right away. We light it off when the bigs come here to home. That's when we light it off.
I'm sitting here
because
trying to find 21 million silver. I didn't even look at my own bags. I'm still looking at my farms. I feel so foolish.
I wish you were here in 431. I got 20 million silver.
I just opened I opened one set of packs and got what I needed. I just literally forget to look at my own bags all the time.
So do I. In your main?
Yep.
Yep.
What the hell's my main for? Why are we looking there? Crap. Look at there. I got 73 1.5 million food packs.
We train ourselves to not touch.
Don't touch
the bag.
Don't touch the bag.
But for C40, you probably should. Now, granted, I have 97 million over open on my main right now.
Woohoo! Look at there. There is C40. Let's go get some other shit done. Let us... Fuck, is there an R4 on? Let me get the compass.
I don't know if this guy realized I took over Mega. By the way, it's the funny part. I'm not a C40, so people like to target my tower whenever I Mega, compared to whenever our C40s Mega the towers.
74 fucking...
And that's what makes me laugh is I'm number 2 in stats. So C40s literally hide under my Mega.
See if I can...
And it's a lot of fun.
Especially with all this pursuer difference in how the stats go across.
Oh, it is so different. If you don't get a full set, you're screwed.
Yeah, I'm sword starved right now. My troop attack is garbage.
You know what happened? I was hood starved, and that's how I lost. I lost my freaking wonder.
Did you start 40 already?
No.
He's about
to. Hold on.
Go to fucking bed, man.
I'll pop that goddamn shit.
Oh shit!
He just had to check on the hostages. He's back.
I'd like to cut a couple of these freaking... Oh shit! Talents. Fuck me. How can no one in there told me I was fucking missing my talents, man? You're all watching me.
What are you looking at right now,
I'm like a minute behind you, dude.
I know. Hold on.
I'm
your deals of the day.
Hey, Marshall.
What the shit is that?
Marshall, talk a little softer.
I think I bumped my mic.
Upgrade, so 66.
I really want to.
There you go. I popped strat.
I will tell you, your guys' daily deals look different than ours.
They're different in every case.
They're different in every. Hey, calm down there, sugar tits.
Just to let you guys
hey,
know
gun.
that-
Hey, gun. I just popped a strat.
I saw that. Appreciate it, man.
Just so you know, Gun.
You're welcome. I love you, creep.
Airship parts are coming.
My
They got a recharge award for 5, 22, 38.
Rochambeau, I was trying to listen to Don say I love you, creep, but you ruined it.
Airship change is coming.
Rochambeau, shut up.
Yeah. Well, we know airship parts are coming, but no, like just the layout is looking different. Was there an update that got put out tonight or something that I didn't update to?
This is 5.6.
I'm on 5.6, but whatever
mean I don't have
window
enough
you had up
resources?
there. What was that window that you just had up
just
there
had
that
that
was
was
showing airship parts and stuff? in
Okay,
your
I'm
daily
on
deal?
Carnival Fever. If
So
you
needless to
recharge
say,
award-
needless to say, calm down there, Tinker Nuts. Gun, I popped the strat for you.
Creed, I think I'm about to pop C40.
Okay, you get it done. Now, don't make me wait.
C40 live on
Did you speed it yet?
I did.
Did you
sped
speed it yet?
I did. Sped it right up.
Truckosaurus, you pay for the whole seat, but you only use the edge.
All right, congratulations to GunMuse for being like the 57th C40.
Yeah, I'm like number 57 in the kingdom. I'm slower than shit. Hold on.
Oh.
I can.
Hopefully that remark was not sexually related.
Sexually related. Sexually related. Hold on. We're
Gun-
gonna go. What?
I'm trying to figure out what the hell happened to my live chat here.
Oh. Ignore all those 5,000 training speed ups. They don't exist. Okay. And let's go.
And Creep's drunk and tired.
Hey, I got more fucking
Oh.
I got more
I see
Go
what
to bed,
happened.
Spooby.
With me having this talk button on my mouse, it actually took me to a different video that I was looking at, but the layout of whatever you were looking at was weird.
Wasn't me?
Oh, it was your channel. It was one of your videos that I apparently hadn't seen before.
Oh.
I think I think a band actually made a song in regards to that called Psycho Sticks. Something about like virgin issues or I forget what it's called.
I think Creep has sleep issues.
Probably.
That's the least.
I'm out of speed ups, but I will get some T12s cooking probably tomorrow or day after. Yeah.
I've not hit my 20 million troops yet, so I can't start T12s.
I ran out of speed ups building my C39 or my infantry 39. Got a day left, and then I believe let's burn some of those up. Yeah, I got 35 on there. And 35 on there. So I think if I did the math right the last time, let me go here, upgrade. That's not asking me for, oh, there they are. So I got 2K freaking badges. So 300 here and 1,500 here. Yeah, I'll get my T12 distance and my D12 infantry cooking. And then I'm back to farming badges again.
Why farm badges as a C40? Oh wait, you don't have all your buildings. Never mind.
I have all my buildings. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm hearing from my C40s right now is they have like 4,500 badges, and they're like, "What do we do with them?"
Hero food. run freaking things so that the rest of your alliance can grow by giving bounties up?
Well, the problem is we're in the part that no one has parcels.
That's
we
means
run bounties.
That means nobody's participating.
We run No, we're just running bounties that bad right now, and we bring our farms in to help run bounties, and everyone's out of parcels.
You know, I get a giggle. I'm rated 41 in castle level, but rated 10 in power level.
Ooh, where am I rated in castle level?
Power doesn't matter.
Power doesn't matter.
Power, it does a little bit. Not a lot.
Power level only affects the intimidation factor.
Oh, he only mentions that because I'm 2 levels higher than him. I'll get some castle level up here though. That 40 goes in the order of who built it in what order, right? That's what that list is.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna go to bed. So y'all have a good
Hey,
night.
Bella.
What?
What are you wearing?
Same thing I was wearing last time, creep. Good night, y'all.
Nothing?
There is a cream
Nothing
for that.
for you.
You know, I called her when she woke up. Now she's going to bed. I think she doesn't like me because I'm white.
Racist.
I was right.
All right, so let's put some gear on now. What the hell? I don't need to build shit no more.
Oh, thank God.
Change.
I got to pull a camp. Oh yeah, I get to be camp police tonight. This is great.
Oh, that reminds me, I gotta hit a whole crap load of freaking thralls tonight, don't I? In order to get some free bottles in this kingdom.
Stay out of 533.
You know, I wish I would have a UAC on 533 right now instead of freaking Kingdom 18.
Right?
Kingdom 18 versus 431. I wonder who has the bigger castles.
431.
No. How about 1.5 billion C40s? Can't beat their castle. We can beat them in towers at times.
Right. That's how you beat those guys.
And that goes to the logic that we're trying to create here.
Right.
It's the only way to beat them, but the problem is, and they have a 1.5 billion and a 1.8 billion and then another 1 billion. It's literally like a 5-man freaking alliance. They stack it in a tower. You can't stop them. The one guy has 6 million or 6,000 stats, and they speed into a tower. You can't get them out.
Is one of Dave Baker's doesn't?
It's just one of those that I don't have enough people.
Right.
That play the way I play to get them out.
And that's the whole idea behind RRG is
I know.
We have 10, 12, 13 people on. The highest stat could go in Mega. And they can sit there and spend gold all day and we can just keep reinforcing.
I'm new.
The thing is, I was asked to not go to 533
I'm new.
Because my alliance leader doesn't want to lose me, and he knows if I pull another kingdom and I have fun there,
Oh, dude,
I'll
533 has
end up
been a
dropping.
blast. I didn't expect.
I know it looks like it.
I didn't even
And
expect to have fun here. I really didn't, and it's been a blast. I thought, oh, here's another chore building
I'm
another
really
kingdom.
thinking about. I am thinking about putting up a no money castle out there, and seeing how it is. But right now, my money is locked right here, and with these guys.
No,
Creep,
we get that.
Creep, you're
you
old.
got an investment somewhere else, stick to it. But you don't have to spend to have fun here.
No.
Just
What's
do the daily grind. It'll be fun.
What's a KVK?
If I put money I put into this castle, into a 533 castle with you guys, I already know it'd be double his power than what it is right now. I already know this because I play your guys' tactics, you guys play those tactics, and I wouldn't have to spend on the events the way I do.
No.
I already know this.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm spending 90 to 100K.
You could take a large
UAC.
You could take a large chunk sum of money. It just depends how you fast it, how early you spend it, how late you spend it. I mean, it just depends how you spend it. I mean, you could take, if you got a $5,000 limit, you can spend $4,000 up front, take that $1,000 and make a stretch. Or you can spend $2,000 up front, take that $3,000, make a stretch. I mean, realistically, it just depends how you spend it.
To be honest,
you could take a
lot. Where to spend my money, and I've been telling people left and right. There's some guys that have crap stats and have had crap stats for months.
I mean, you can take $4,000.
Have gold to spend, and I'm like, you're buying gold. And they're like, yeah, I buy gold. I'm like, well, that's the worst place that you can spend money.
No, not necessarily. I mean, it just depends how you spend your money. I mean, if you got like a $6,000 limit, you could take $3,000, spend it up front, be the biggest bad boy, and just run off intimidation for months on end, and just take your remainder money and run on events and stay as a big boy. I'd say you take $1,000, be a mediocre boy for months on end, and just run for months and months and months and months off that remainder budget.
That's where
I'm at.
It just depends how you spend. I mean, the game has evolved so much when it comes to spending that you really can't budget a certain number for a certain period of time anymore. Just how they got their events spread out, how they got their everything spread out. I mean, you just got to look at it beforehand, but not necessarily expect events or anything of that sort, and just say, okay, I got this kind of budget. This is what I'm working with. This is what I'm going to... This is my 8-month goal, 10-month goal, 1-year goal. But always have that specific pool of money on hand.
Just be like the honeybees. Swarm the murder hornet and kill it.
I mean, if I had my way, fuck, I'd just toast the whole goddamn kingdom. Non-stop.
You just want to toast whatever's in front of your face.
You know, that's just the way I play.
And you wonder if it's going to get you high or not.
I mean, I spend money with a goal.
Now, I've taken a lot from this channel, and I spend towards stats more than I do castle levels. There's a reason why I'm a 2K, 4K. I was a C35 up until, a week ago?
Right.
And I'm a C37. I'll be a C38 next week just because I'm waiting on badges.
Stats before levels. T12s are defensive tiers anyway.
Well, yeah. And I'm getting to the point right now with my alliance that I need to be more defensive because we have so many people that want to attack all the time and no one wants to defend. We have a bunch of C40s. And I outstat every one of them except for one. The one guy that outstats me is a C40, and he's been king once before. He never wants king again. By the way, Gun, he feels the same way that you do about King.
King is Piss Boy from History of the World Part 1.
It is a chore and a pain in the ass.
And there's people who love that chore and they're good at it. Let them have it.
The problem is, here's what I can't get around to my kingdom, and I can't get in their heads. They think they decided.
That's why I don't
somebody
open on film shit.
Hey, somebody voted. Somebody some time ago voted. You gotta be C40 to be king.
Yeah, well, that's a stupid vote.
By the way, last KVK, I said that. They told me to go fuck myself. And I decided to random all of my farms.
All right, calm down,
out of the forest.
I've been king probably more than anyone in this channel right now combined, and I've never been a C40. Never.
Exactly. I think someone that should be king doesn't have to be the powerhouse of the kingdom. It's somebody that understands the game, can help people.
I don't think anybody I ever even appointed was a C40, was there? Flawless. And I regret that one. Because that was like the downfall. That guy's ego went through the roof after that.
What is up with the name William Wallace in this game?
Flawless.
I swear that's the push button. Well, Wallace, William Wallace. That's like the push button, the guy that just wants to kill everything.
Lord Snow.
I want to kill everything.
Lothbrok, just go down the line.
I want to kill everything.
Creep, you're a special breed. We already know this. First of his name. But no, like they apparently voted at some point that you have to be a C40. There is a C40 king that if I wanted to,
you have to look at who voted.
I could zero them
if they really voted. And quite frankly, it's just like the same thing where like top 20 nap in a kingdom. That's because you're safe now. That's why you voted that way.
I think
because the other 80% of the kingdom didn't vote to kill themselves. I guarantee you that vote didn't happen.
That argument is valid.
So we voted for top 20 nap. How come you're not adhering to it? Because I know you're full of shit, and I'm going to kill you for being full of shit. That's the reason I'm killing you today. You tried to fucking bullshit me. That 80% of the kingdom said, please kill me. I hate my money.
We dealt with that. I remember that from whenever I started the game. What's funny is we were in alliance that during that time we were low in power. And there was they had a top 10, NAP that in KE they won't hit each other. But as soon as it came to KE, we got farmed. And we battled out of that. And I'll be honest, once I started teaching people crap from GunMuse and Rogers Raiders, we battled up out of that, and we started getting stats where they didn't want to hit us.
Oh, man, the first 362 was the first application.
Whatever their C30s show up, and our C26s started fucking smacking people.
362 was...
your C30 shows up and has 15 lines coming at him in an instant.
362 was the first application of theory. And the problem wound up being there is I don't think we had more than 40 players that went along with me. Now they're like, oh man, look what they do. But there weren't 40 players that went along with me. And then when we started doing the KVKs, some threw it in my basket trying to make me fail. And then when that didn't happen, then they worked to make it fail. Not just let it fail, but actively started working to make it fail.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, what your guys are building in 533 is amazing. And I don't want to see what y'all can do with 100 people doing what you guys do.
Oh, we do that now in 362 with 160 to 180 people. But
but I'm saying with 100 in your alliance.
Oh no,
and then plus then, as you were talking about, having a second attack team. If you have that active of a kingdom, you will be the kingdom that nobody wants in KVK.
533's going to be 3 attack teams.
It's going to be deadly.
It's going to be 3 attack teams and 3 defense teams at the same time. We're going to have 6 teams before it's over. We're gonna have 600 players actively like freaking hornets all over. You're gonna see the word 533 pop up, and the only way to beat us is to bore us the week before so much that nobody wants to show up.
Gun, if I ever see 533 come across my screen for KVK, I'm gonna message and say, please don't kill me.
Hey, we're done, please. Please, can we click our own freaking buttons this week?
Right? Hey, I'll make a pact with you. If that happens, I'll be like, hey, give us our own kingdom. Let me be king.
In the background for 362, there for about 6 months, I refused to let anybody make a bargain with another kingdom because no one was learning.
It's not fun.
It's not fun. You got people waiting around like, oh, we're not attacking. I'm not doing this. I cut this deal. I'm like, okay, you had fun cutting a deal, but the other 99 people just had to sit and wait for you to get done chatting with somebody.
Well, I'll tell you, last KVK, I was helping out a friend. I sped him into the tower. I forgot to speed my own march. So I sat for 4 hours without getting into the tower. And I wasn't gonna get in a tower because I needed to go to bed at that point. So I went to another kingdom and I busted their tower solo.
Those days are almost gone. Honestly, the solo tower busting. I remember I loved solo tower busting. I could do it in 3.
No, it is getting
I could do it in 3 hits every time, and not anymore. Not at my stats, that's for sure.
It cost me a lot more than 3 hits. But I solo tower, but I busted that, and then I mega the tower, and other people sped in. Whenever I said I was going to bust in the tower, I was sitting in the forest when I did it. And then I megaed it. They smashed the tower, managed to get it. And then a C40 smashed me, and I stood there. He didn't kick me. And then I bubbled. Then I bubbled. He bubbled right afterwards. And then in Alliance chat, in our KVK chat, they're like, "Oh, you got beat." Well, I was like, "No, if I actually lost that battle, I would have been sent home. I'm still sitting in their forest."
For you Guns of Glory's developers, I just burned an entire bar of stamina for 0 bottles. 0?
Ouch.
Really? 0?
Yeah,
Work on your fucking math.
That's what I don't like is they won't give us the math on that.
No, but what's worse about it is other people have already gotten 2 and 3 drops of the sword, and they're lowering the bottle count.
Yep. Oh, yeah, bottle. Well, how about this? They lower the sapphire count now, too. They say it's still at 25%. I can tell you, whenever it first came out, I was pulling 100, 200 bottles out of a 20 pool. You know what I mean? And now I'm pulling 25. I can't believe their numbers that are on my screen.
Right.
That's the problem I have. I can't believe the numbers that they're actually giving me.
So there I was, balls deep in a 20-year-old.
We're talking GOG here, creep.
Oh,
you're not needed.
Okay, my bad. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just fucking with you, brother. But no, like I really can't believe these counts that they're giving us because I finally got my hook. The hood was the last one I got for Pursuer. But believe in these percentages. They lowered Steel, they lowered Crimson to bring in Sapphires after they, said that they were going to be on Vampires. And then they took that back. They apparently never were there, shouldn't have been there, but they put the graphic there. You know what I mean?
Scott, what country are you from? Hold on, I gotta get some work done here.
Oh, crap. I need to start looking over here.
Good morning from the UK. Good morning, my ass. We just had people pass out drunk at 7 a.m. in the morning over there. So you can't turn around and act like you're just waking up. It's like...
Maybe they're normal people. Gun, we're not normal.
Wonky is a different breed of animal.
I know, Wonky just passed out. He's like, it's 7 o'clock, I gotta go to bed. Yeah.
But yet he's still sitting on the channel.
And he's still
Turn
popping.
his speaker up.
He's still popping the beer as he's heading to walk from the computer to the bed.
I'm gonna try it again.
Take it easy, man.
Yeah, Creep already said he was going to bed, and then he showed back up again.
Wonky is a good dude.
Thanks for popping that buff, man. I would not have made C40 without that buff, by the way. I did not have the speed ups for it.
I really just can't hang out any longer tonight.
Good night, Creep.
I only
love you.
I only had 74 days worth of speed ups, and that's exactly what I needed.
You're all amateurs.
I don't know. You're the one going to bed first.
I just said I'm going off TeamSpeak. Doesn't mean I'm going to bed.
Earlier you said you were going to bed.
Oh. Wow, that was like it.
Well, I could be laying in bed and still burning 420.
Don't burn people. Just do it legally. Otherwise, GunMuse might have to kick your ass later.
I don't
it may take quite a bit to leave TeamSpeak. It may also take quite a bit to stop the burn and take one pill to end all that.
Keyword penicillin.
The penicillin to stop the burning.
No, they got other pill names for what he's talking about.
I swear to God, she said she was 18.
She said the cream would cure it. Don't worry.
It's funny to watch the live chat, no sound, and the expressions on Gun's face. 30 seconds after we have a conversation.
My big question is, how many times in the past 2 years has Gun gone, God damn it, Creep?
3, I think.
247,000 times.
I mean, that's a legitimate question. I'm kind of curious about that.
There was 3 times. One was Hellhound's fault.
The
other was fucking Flawless's fault.
God damn it, the professor is
and
back.
then the other one was just the other night when you freaking burned Bella.
No, I mean, legitimate. The phrase, God damn it, Creep.
3 times.
Well, I don't play with him every day, so I won't get it as much as you do.
I'm sure I get it. I'm just kind of curious how many times it's come up.
Woo! That was a hot pepper. Wow.
Gun, are you still talking? Because we can't hear you.
That's a hot pepper. Well, they can hear me. That's all that matters. Screw you guys.
I had to mute my live chat.
I'm legitimately curious. How many times in the past 2 years have you gone, God damn it, Creep?
3 times. There was the once with Hellhound with OPGS, OGS, whatever the fuck they were right after KVK. They wouldn't stop hitting people. Then there was the Flawless incident where you two were burning everybody. Well, fuck it. Might as well kill them. And then there was the Bella incident just last week. I think that's only 3.
Only 3?
I think so. I'm hard to razzle.
That's actually not too bad. That's a lot less than I figured.
I don't panic under duress. That's what makes me good the way I do. That's what makes me good at what I do. You can be shooting bullets. Like when I go shoot IPSC, and they're shooting targets and go, wow, man, how do you shoot so fast? The fucking targets aren't shooting back at me. It's very fucking easy to be calm. And then when I'm in a real combat situation and something's shooting back at me, I might shoot a little bit faster. But not as
So if I overreact, I got like a 4.5 second window to explode, like to a 4.5 window to kind of prepare for like a nasty response from me. If I don't get it within that 4.5 minute window, I know that okay, well he's just going goddamn it creep, and then he's gonna roll with it.
Who the fuck's conquering my quarries, you bitches? In level 7. In level 7. Little fucking pricks.
In level 7, I bet just somebody being a douchebag.
Oh yeah, we got the douchebag crew. On.
Oh, dude, all my farms. I did have to make an example of somebody. I have all my farms in their own world there.
Night Fury from Kingdom 438.
One of them.
Night Fury from Kingdom 438, huh, bud? What the fuck, man?
But no, the what? You only get 60 gold from that?
That was from,
it's always been 80.
60. Oh, that's changed.
No, it's still 80 here.
It depends on the kingdom.
Wow, I didn't know that. Well, there's something new to learn today.
Berwick from Kingdom 300. Bingo.
You want him to die?
You guys forget something here. I have a castle that will chase and hunt your fucking ass just as easily as what you're doing. You completely forget you were picking on my 10-day-old castle, and you might piss me off. You just saw my 4,000 stats in farm gear on my other account, okay? Holy shit, man. You no thought process.
Good. I put all my farms into this same level, or they're all pretty much level 7, and they're sitting in this same area, all with the same names, same kingdom. What does someone do? Decides that they're going to spend their day to kick every one of them. I spent a week making sure that they could not farm anything. Because after that first 2-hour lockdown, I decided that they weren't going to be able to get a single crystal that week.
You guys can see I'm having a problem here, so I'm gonna have to call this shit shortly.
They messaged me and asked me to quit following them and quit kicking them. I said, well then don't touch my farms ever again.
Yeah, Creep's been all week kicking 312 out just because he went and made a nasty shout out one day. It happens.
Well, the thing is, they didn't realize that there was a C35 with, at the time, I was like 1.6K with 3.5Ks, and they were not that high of stats, and I just came wrecking them. And every time that they got a new quarry, I found them. Turns out, I only have to hit you once to be able to follow you.
Right.
Because I can just use my farm to follow where you're at. It tells me right where you are, and I'll come find you. I don't understand why people kick in level 7.
Well,
or level 4 or level 3. Like, that's just dumb.
If you're doing it every hour and a half and you catch people just right on the timing, you can really farm a lot of points real quick. You can get a lot of crystals real quick. You can get 1 million crystals a day out of kicking. But why?
It's not worth it whenever someone that you're screwing with somebody that will also spend the time to just
they don't realize that until you make it not worth it for them. That's the same philosophy that's going on in the kingdom. It's like, oh, Muse, why'd you go and burn everybody 2 days before KE? Because you're the top of the freaking kill list with 22 million kills. We have had KVKs that have lasted 18 hours where we barely break 22 million kills. So,
I've never had a KVK that lasted that long.
We have had some top 10 KVKs in the kingdom.
Well, it's because people give up too fast. And I'll be honest, in my kingdom, people give up too fast. If they start seeing people that are higher status than our highest status guy, they give up.
It's the stat win. Like, oh, his stats are higher than ours. We're done.
And that's whenever I go, these people don't actually know how to play.
No, but...
And, by the way, that's how I get angry in KVK and I get thrown out.
Some about what we're going to do here in the 5-3 episode stuff is teach a little more strategy and a little less how to quit early type thinking. Yeah.
Yep. And honestly, I'm looking forward to it so that way I can show those videos.
But that's one of the reasons we're also gonna expand out to the 600 players is even if I don't get the 600 players to play all at once at the same time, I'll always have 300 that'll be playing at one time.
Right.
If they know their job, then we don't have a problem.
Well, that's my philosophy with what I want to do, and I've been pushing to do for our KVKs is we're not the number one alliance. We're not the number one, stats. My alliance leader has been leading a tower, and what I've been telling them is I want my alliance to come into the KVK alliance, and we run that tower and that tower only. And ever since we've done that, we don't get hit anymore. People with bigger stats get hit.
Right. Yeah, and we did that.
And they're like, why isn't your tower getting hit? Because we're active, always sending more to the tower than what it can hold. And
plus any good scout that looks in there sees that you got formation marches going.
Exactly.
Oh, if I look in a tower and I see 4 marches going down the tower, yeah, not my first hit.
That's exactly what happens.
I will avoid it to last.
They're like, you guys are getting points though. Yeah, you're right. But also that 7K stat guy isn't hitting us. Because he knows he's going to lose his march. He's going to need a second march to take that tower.
We'll get our points when he has to hit us. Yeah.
Exactly.
You do get points once you if he took the castle and you started killing troops that way. I think you get points, don't you?
I don't know. That's something I haven't been able to prove yet.
You used to, but I don't remember if you still do.
Yeah, I haven't been able to prove that yet. I haven't been able to stand in a castle outside of the kingdom by myself for a while. Turns out some other mega 7K person decides to solo me.
Man, I get any freaking ingots from bottles from this.
I still remember when 2K, 4K was actually like a big deal.
The only thing that sucks about tower sitting in KVK is you only get a certain amount of points.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah. You get more points on the other kingdoms.
Kills. You get more if you're killing things.
Like I said, we're going to have a different strategy to where more people in the kingdom get more points by using a different time start and a different philosophy of just knowing that we can accomplish certain things. It's great to do the buffs. I'm pretty certain we can hold our own kingdom 90% of the time, depending on the stats that hit us. And the rest of it's about making sure more of the kingdom gets loot every time we play.
I think I think what we need to focus on is hold your kingdom, but at the same time, if you have the players, rotate players from who's online or going offline.
We're doing the rotating now, and it's unfortunately what happens is the kingdom, the alliance that's hosting it, what do? They stick all their players that just crawled out of bed into a tower, and then they let them log off and leave.
And that's the problem.
Like,
now, on defense, that's kind of okay. Have some players in reserve, but then also at the same time, have an attack alliance that if you're in defense, there's someone that can take it that says, hey, I'll throw a march in if you pull, and then you rotate to attack while you're online. and then you go attack. I think that would work better, but at the same time, when those people are offline, they can't refill. So you got to have, some of your lower tier players that can at least refill the tower.
We'll do stuff like
you
have
said.
a farm rotate in there just to burn just to burn the gold, so that the farm is renewing the freaking megas.
Yes. To be honest, I did that. I straight up speed marched a fucking cav in to a tower and refilled the mega, and they're like, "Well, why are you bringing a C20 or a C16 into the KVK Alliance?" I said, "To go refill that mega. You can throw it the hell out right afterwards. I don't care. That's its job. Let me burn my 2,000 gold while that big stat guy is offline. Instead of someone else that's also big, has decent stats, spending their gold. Because my farms farm gold.
Right.
Pirate event. My farms have more gold than my main half the time. You know what I mean? Let them throw a cav in, just a single unit, and restart that mega that keeps us from losing.
Most play styles.
Someone that respects you.
All right, hold on. I'm answering a freaking guy in here. Is like, let's get in here and see in case you guys are ready. Okay, I do not want war within the kingdom. We want strong alliances. We want to play together. But one person is constantly looking for Pumpkin King. We can't overpower him, but if he attacks again, we are going to respond and burn those who play around him. That's the proper response. You got one guy in an alliance that's burning around you. Tuck, duck, avoid, don't be where he's at, and burn everybody else in that alliance. He can't play friendless. He won't be popular. It is, if he can't play with normalcy, he can't play friendless. And then once you drive him out of that alliance, or everybody drives him out of that alliance, he'll wind up somewhere where everybody else acts that way as well. At that point, then a bunch of us in the kingdom will deal with him. But I'm not jumping and burning my gold up to rescue you because you're having a problem. They're picking on you because you're a little weaker. A, you need to get a little stronger. B, you need to learn to use some tactics to work around his strengths. I have never been the strongest person in a fight. But if I know I can't beat him this way, I'm going to bend them over the freaking barrel, spank their little ass, and have everybody else go, why'd you make me lose my troops? You did it. They hate us because of you. Because people act that way. All right.
Arlie Ermy, adapt, overcome.
And persevere.
Persevere.
You missed the last line of his quote.
I was leaving it out there for you to finish.
Well,
I know Arlie Army.
Okay, Shadow is speaking with Cav. She is an experienced girl. She told me to do 16 tomorrow, and I'll give her the chance. Huh? I don't get that one. Told her if not, I will move her to some other small alliance. Oh, she's starting to move people out to a smaller Academy alliance. I don't think Academy alliances work like everybody thinks they do. What you really wind up with is a leaderless alliance.
You need the only way the Academy alliance works is if you already have a full main alliance, and then an Academy alliance. It has to be run by either someone that knows the game and is running 2 accounts that can afford to run 2 accounts, or you lose one of your best R4s to run that alliance. It's the only way that any kind of academy works, in my opinion.
Well, you've got to have leadership all the time.
That's my point. That's why you have to lose one of your best R4s.
Not one
Go
of.
and lead that
lots
alliance.
Lots of. It's not. You can't lean on one person, because when that one person gets tired of being leaned on, he leaves.
Yeah, and that's part of it.
Yeah. No.
But a good R4 should be able to train at least a second or third.
Yeah, well,
before they get tired of it. But at the same time, you're not really making an academy alliance. You're just making a secondary alliance.
I train R4s. I pay attention to the way the R4s speak. Like you'll see me harp on, like, when they start using the word someone, anyone, will, want, everyone. These people don't exist in the alliance. You got to call people out by name, give them a responsibility, task them with the chore. And with Arkin, Arkin goes, well, I think we ought to freaking build a castle calculator. Thanks for volunteering. Here's how you put the data in. Arkin's building for you. I'm like, Arkin volunteered whether he knew it or not.
Whenever you got a new calculator, smash me the fucking numbers. I'll put it in and tell me how to somewhat do it, and I'll try.
Oh, the system I use a pain.
I actually sent Koji my castle. Actually, I sent him all my calculators tonight.
Well,
he has line chat. You don't. I can't figure out how to get freaking file share to work on TeamSpeak. Sorry.
Well,
first rule of our RG club: don't actually say I will do something, because he will put you in charge.
Here's the thing. I won't say I will do something unless I'm okay with
you know what
trying.
Navy? You know what Navy spells, right? Never again volunteer yourself.
Never again volunteer yourself. Guess what? You realize I was in the Navy, right?
Volunteer in RRG, you got a job.
And guess what? I don't volunteer for crap unless I know I enjoy doing it.
I learned that trick from my dad. My dad pulls that on people all the time. Like, I think we ought to go. Thank you. Let me know how the progress goes. Keep me updated.
The problem is I'm having issues with my calculators, and I said this. I got the RSS counts and percentage break-offs and everything. I got that is working. I can't get the speeds to work, and I don't know why.
Because the speeds aren't linear. You're speeding up base. You're not speeding up base plus. It's a very we're gonna do the speeds in Arkin's castle calculator, and I guarantee you when we do, we're gonna be pulling our freaking hair out trying to figure out what base plus is.
Because I quit.
Honestly, tomorrow, or not tomorrow, because tomorrow's Mother's Day and I won't be around. Screw UAC, they already know I'm not gonna be here, and they're gonna hate it. I told them I'm gonna mega a fucking tower, and if they want to keep that mega, they're gonna spend for it. I'm logging off. But I want to send you my Excel sheet and see what you think about it. I just got to figure out a way to do it.
You can do it in TeamSpeak.
Yeah. I mean, how? Because I've been trying all night. I tried to send it to Koji in TeamSpeak, and I couldn't figure it out. I ended up sending it to him on line chat.
Oh,
and I know what you think about line chat.
We'll send it to somebody on line chat. They'll get it to me.
Yeah. I sent it to Koji.
Oh.
He got it.
And then let him look it over. He'll let me know.
That's what I told him.
Koji knows what he's doing.
I know.
He just doesn't want to do it no more.
I know. I know that fact too.
The bleeding edge sucks, man.
Koji is the Asian treasure box of secrets.
Koji is a
I know that as well.
Very good strategist. I always want to.
I know. I've learned a lot from him.
Yeah, he's good to bounce ideas off. Always has been. Yeah.
He is the Sun Tzu of RRG.
Well, I mean, he can think critically, and that's important to me. Yeah. You don't have to agree with me, but you got to be able to withstand your point so that I can disagree with you and figure out why I disagree with you. Sometimes I don't know why I'm disagreeing with you. Until I can articulate it, we're in a fucking standoff.
You know, to be honest, you can ask Jay in my alliance. That's how me and him operate. Like, I'll tell him, like, you sound stupid right now. And he goes, why? I don't know, but it sounds stupid.
Yeah.
Give me a few to figure that out.
Yeah, I can't figure out why it's dumb, but I'll get back to you. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? That's why he calls me, you know, he goes, dude, you're like my right hand. When it comes to stats and everything, it's my thing. I'm like, and my brain tells me that's wrong. Why it's wrong, I can't tell you right now.
I've always been that way.
But
I do the same thing in my alliance when we're doing UAC or whatever. I'll look at the stats they report and I'll go, did you look at the whole report? And they'll be like, well, not really. And I'll go, well, did you see their cavalry heavy?
Yeah,
what
exactly.
kills cavalry?
Did you hit that button at the bottom?
Right.
Did you hit that button at the bottom?
Close to them in stats. Adjust your freaking march.
Did you look at that button at the bottom?
And then they go, oh shit. And then they post it and they win. Oh, jeez.
How is that the same as what you just said?
But by the way, what's funny is this UAC should not be as hard as the last one. We're not winning. I'm sitting on defense. This UAC.
What did you mean? How is that different than what they just said?
Everything he said just totally made sense.
Because they weren't talking about reading reports.
They were talking about knowing that something was wrong and not being able to verbalize when it was wrong. And you gave an example of knowing what was wrong right off the bat.
No, he knew what was wrong because he read the report. They didn't know what happened because they lost and didn't understand why because they didn't read the full report.
But technically, they didn't know why out of ignorance, not because they actually knew something was wrong.
Right.
Yeah, they didn't have the conscious thought because they didn't even have the subconscious thought either. So we were talking about conscious thought versus subconscious thought, but they're not having the subconscious thought. Why can't I?
Holy
find
crap!
23?
Holy crap! I'm sitting on defense and I'm actually at 34,000 already. By the way, normally I'm done with UAC crap for the individual score. This being on defense sucks.
Yeah, the UAC thing is if you read the report and you see you're just totally outmanned, move away. Just don't even do it. But if you're within the stat range, adjust your march.
There's 34 other
figure it
towers
out where they have their books
and
beat it.
And I tell people, it's like playing Musketeer Fort. You gotta change your march sometimes. But also, I have people that are still sending single tier marches. And I tell them, stop doing that. I had someone send artillery today. I sent them straight home. They're like, why'd you send my march home? I said, could you send artillery to a tower?
23, woo.
They're like, what? I thought artillery was good in defense. I said, you thought wrong. Have you not listened to me for 6 months? This is people
but
that
you're actually not right
honestly,
there either. Odd tier artillery does protect your infantry. You will get less infantry kills if you have some artillery on offense. Not a lot.
They were
in
taking
castle.
They were
If you're in
taking
your castle, that's okay.
Even in
no,
tower.
it's in tower 2, but whenever there's other people trying to get in there to fill that tower with
there you go
infantry and everything else.
That's where the trade-off began that started the false assumption. I want to put more people in the tower, and I don't want to wait for your fucking march to get there, so don't bring artillery.
Yeah.
Well, it's also power side of you don't put artillery in there whenever there's other people that are bringing more stats. Artillery just don't get the stats that your infantry, your cav, and distance get, and damage stats. So if there's more people to fill those places, the only thing artillery really does is proc dart faster.
GOG
The only time that
developers,
makes any difference is if you have the stars and the points into it.
I'm approaching
Well, we're talking
40
I'm
freaking
talking
kills with no bottles.
I'm talking like towers that we have megas on. So
Right. They're just filling it with the wrong stats.
Right. Well, I'm saying we got megas on our towers right now because the fact that tomorrow's a holiday, a lot of guys are looking at logging the hell off and checking in every 3 hours. Not actually playing.
Man, that's a lot of
because it's a
mama
freaking
boys.
holiday tomorrow.
Holy shit.
If they have infantry damage reduction on the cannons and
We
they
don't
have
have that
stars
yet.
on it
We
and they
don't-
have it maxed, then that's okay. But otherwise, it's garbage.
Well, the thing is, most of our guys don't even know about that stat. There's 2 of us that know. We've talked about it. No one's running it besides me and my leader. We're the only 2 running it, and we're also the ones that don't get wrecked because, I
Welcome to the
actually
morning
did not
zoo.
know- I did not know about that infantry artillery resistance thing on Airship being good until Gun showed it and said, hey, it gives you infantry attack. Well, shit.
Well, that's the thing, is they need to be informed that it's
Well,
an
we
actual thing
say-
that they can do.
We
But
say
to
it.
get the stars and to spend the money on it is another thing, right?
Well, I'll be honest. I have not spent, I don't think, any money on
Well,
stars
not,
on my
not,
airship.
not the money. I'm just saying your mind. Put
Yeah,
those points towards it.
Right. Like, I actually destroyed. I've always been the guy that has the biggest gather number from the silver mine. I still am, and I have that too. But it's because I know when to focus airship experience versus when I need components. I'm actually kind of pissed. They skipped airship experience event this week.
Yeah, not only that, I heard that they're going to change those points that you put into your experience in your airship for whatever talent. I heard they're just going to make it a flat base. That's what I hear.
What do you mean a flat base?
So all those points that you put into every one of those abilities are going to be based off your airship level.
I've been accepted to the GOG developer room. Their number one rule is lie, cheat, and manipulate. Don't let anybody know what you're really doing. So any rumor that you heard was literally rumor.
Yeah.
It's shit. So don't pull that man.
Yeah, let's not put rumors out. But my thing is, like, I have components that I can't use, really, in certain areas. But I also know I go by what GunMuse said, 7 months ago. When they bring up an airship experience event, level your airship, nothing more. Because you're not going to get what they give you in that event is not worth it most times. Now, if you could put a couple more thousand in and get that next level, sure. But if you can't level your airship that event's probably worthless.
It is. Skip
and
it.
honestly,
Move to the next one.
exactly. And what sucks is I skipped the last one that they had, and then they skipped this one on me.
That's because they're listening to me too.
No, they're freaking assholes.
No, they're listening to me too, and they're turning around going, "Oh, they're gaming our system." Everywhere that I show the way to game the system, they feel like you're cheating and stealing from them. So they turn around and they freaking undo the gaming system, is what it comes down to.
I'll be honest. Today, I decided to actually put my Sky Iron on because I had one I could do. I tell you what, I could do another level on Sky Iron and get another 50,000 points. I won't do it. I looked at the prizes. I was like, maybe I'll just wait for a 50% event. That's the sad part is this carnival event is becoming a carnival. No one's doing it anymore. If
you watch it, I've always said it's a spenders event, and the event portion of this, if people want to look at it that way, is how do I take the $100 I was going to spend and turn it into $300 worth of stats? That's
50% events.
Yeah, you can't freaking look at it as a straight up, I'm going to win something. It is a manipulation of the stats.
Well, I started looking at how far down can I get? Now, if I'm at the point I have enough saved up and I can get all the way down that carnival event, it might be worth it.
I don't know what Dragon and KOA means, man. What do you mean by that? I don't.
Oh, Dragon is Airship.
Oh, well then it is like that. Then it's already there.
Yeah, the Dragon and KOA is the same thing as Airship here.
The point is GOG says, here's a free game. If you find a way to beat it being free, we're going to stop you from doing that.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a free to play, not a free to win. Just like every other game that's free to play out there. It's never free to win. It's free to play.
Which is fine, because they need to make their money. And I'm fine with giving them a few bucks here, a few bucks there to keep the game going.
Yes.
But they are getting greedy.
Yes. To be honest, I kind of wish they would.
If everybody that gave $1 to GOG
7K stats
gave me 10 cents,
one kingdom,
I'd have
and
20
that's
million
who they get
bucks.
to play with.
If everybody,
I want them to put.
If everybody that if everybody gave $1, every time you give $1 GOG, I got 10 cents on it, I'd have $20 million a year. We don't even come close. The greedy ones are the ones who want the information on how to beat the game that they're willing to buy every cent in their pocket for and not acknowledge that they got more from me for free than they got out of them for pay. You can't, so I look at it culturally, not as, oh, you little sorry bastards aren't paying me. I look at it culturally as you don't have all the huff and puff about what you hate about society. You don't fucking truly believe when you're alone at home with a piece of glass in front of your face. I don't believe you no more because I see the stats. I know they're full of shit. So when I turn around and I go, nope, we're not doing that. That's because I see the real stats. I know what you really think on your side of the glass because you either clicked or you didn't. And unfortunately for you guys, I know what you're thinking. I know what you're doing.
All these games hate people like you and me and the rest of us that are in this channel. We look at it as stats and numbers, and we're good at them. They don't like that. And I'll be honest, the last thing I spent big money on was my castle skin that I got. I got the Iron Dragon skin. The one thing that pisses me off I can't make the colors blue. If I could have got the Poseidon, if I would have known about the Poseidon, I was so little and not paying attention to what I wanted in the game, I didn't get it. So now I have the big iron dragon that yells at people.
You wanted the gay merman?
Hey, I'm a submariner. I want a blue freaking castle that looks at least okay. It could have dolphins coming out. Dolphins are evil, by the way. I don't know if you ever swam with an angry dolphin.
I've been bit by a dolphin.
They're not very nice. Angry dolphins are not very nice.
We were just talking about that the other night in here, I think. It was like, man, dolphins have very sharp teeth if you don't know.
Hungry dolphins are not nice.
No. Guess what? What's really funny is I will switch my castle skin in KR when I'm protecting somebody. And then whenever someone shows up, I will switch it to the angry dragon. And when a C-30 shows up next to a C-26 that I have enforced, by the way, and I switch to the angry dragon, they just teleport away instead of attacking. And it's hilarious. I need to figure out how to, like, screen capture that one of these days.
I honestly didn't get any skins whatsoever from any events, other than the one that where I actually bought it was the Viking event. So I have the big angry Viking up front.
I will never buy a skin. I got this one. I got my angry dragon because that was at the time that I was.
Well, I didn't buy it. It was just left over, and I bought it.
Yeah, I never have leftovers on those events. I will buy something to prep for the next event.
180 stamina for one bottle.
I was looking at the point at how much it was going to cost me to get the next, and I went, I want this skin.
Oh no, yeah, I didn't want that skin. Well, for Angry Dragon here, got it right as I just hit C30, and I was statting up. And that was I think I spent $150 during that event, maybe 200. And I was like, I was looking at getting stats. It was a pirate event. And I was like, I'm looking at getting stats. And I just statted for it. Through what money I had that month at the game, and I got it. That's how, and I'll be honest with you, every pirate event since, I do not run my permanent keys.
I was thinking about doing the Cupid Castle and renaming myself Dr. Love.
That actually would be funny, and I had the same thought. But I'm the professor now, so I gotta try keeping on the professor theme.
That one guy, somebody was, OPS said he was hive hunting. I didn't actually see if he did or not. So, and I'm falling asleep like nobody's business.
Well, I gotta take 2 minutes, and I'll be right back.
I don't think I'll be here when you come back because I am going to bed. Oh, wait a minute. I'll bet you anything I didn't actually go get my speed ups. Can't forget them on my new kingdom. I forget them on my old kingdom all the freaking time. Redeem. Okay, we don't need that open. You guys saw me passing out there for a second. Caught myself.
Okay, Spooby.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's like, oh, first head, Bob. Time to pull it over. Get off the road before you hurt somebody. Yeah. I'm hoping I stockpile enough of these speed ups so that the next time I need to dip into my speed ups, I got the freaking guards I'm looking at.
All right, I'm back.
I'm waiting for the day that 232 gets matched with Guns Alliance.
You know, I'm not waiting for the day that 431 gets matched with 362.
Oh, I want it. I
No.
want it so we can have it on live stream.
No. 362. You know what? If Guns Alliance gets matched with 362,
it's been
I
going.
hope they.
Everybody.
I hope that they get it matched with GRL.
I can tell you, there's been a
GLS.
direct fall off in activity in 362 since I started 533. And I mean,
I know that.
on that week. And here's the bad thing: it's not because the players moved here. It just I've only got 3 that have moved. That's it. That's all that's in from.
No, it's because your activity moved. They moved.
My activity died last November. I had to quit playing for a while. And
362 fell off the map when you died.
Nah, they were still winning on the KVKs. They didn't.
Well, I know why
they
we
didn't need
get
me
matched
for.
with Gun is because we're in the top 100 in Alliance power. We'll probably not ever get matched with them.
I don't know where we are in Alliance power. What you think in 533 we're matched with one top 100?
No, in 232 we were 66 in world power.
Oh, where do you look at that?
That's what I'm saying is well, we're not right now because
where
we
do
went
you see
somewhere
world
else
power?
for UAC.
That's on a
Where do you see
KVK.
world
It's on a
power?
KVK screen.
Oh.
How do you see world power? You just click on your icon.
What icon? Like, these are things I have not even looked at.
In the
because
top, there's
I
a thing
haven't-
called All Buttons.
It's called All Kingdoms.
In what screen?
In your leaderboard, there's at the top. There's an all.
Oh, leaderboard. There we go. Oh, we're no rank. We're not even ranked.
We're not ranked right now because we went to a farm alliance to do UAC.
No, you understand. So that's a. Where do you see like
It's a cheat.
kingdom? How do
It's
you
a cheat.
How do you see a kingdom rank?
Alliance power.
So basically, no, I'm saying
Alliance
like.
power.
Well, yeah. Start
Well,
adding
that's
up
just
multiple.
your alliance.
Add up multiple alliances.
Oh.
See,
It's time for that bullshit.
I know that right now we're in the middle of freaking UAC, so we're below 25 million right now. But I know that we're statically above 25 million. We got 2 alliances that are in the top there.
So 169 has the biggest alliance right now.
Yes.
Look at it after UAC because a lot of the alliances they move to farm kingdoms to try to get a lower enemy.
Oh yeah, that was the other thing that I've been fighting with my alliance about. Switching to farm gear before
No,
UAC
not switching to
placement.
farm gear. That doesn't matter.
Before
It's the alliance research is where it
oh,
goes.
I guess you didn't catch my voice there. I was being sarcastic. Like,
Oh, okay.
they've been fighting for me. They're fighting with me for weeks about it. What's funny is this week we said, let's not do that. we have our most even power fight that we've ever had. Everybody is 16 billion to 18 billion.
Well, Gun has a theory that it's just activity.
Oh, no, activity definitely plays.
And your win
I think
streak.
activity definitely
And
plays.
your win streak. I think your win streak's thrown in there now too.
I honestly, Gun,
Your
I
basic,
think that's true because
your basic batting average, your win-loss ratio is thrown in there as well.
this is the most fair week we've had. It's been a fight, but I don't feel it's an unfair fight. I decided to go defense this week, and I'll be honest, guys are not liking defending right now, or they don't like attacking us right now. I think that the new way that they're doing this is bringing in defense better, and it's charging the R5 with understanding the difference of how many points you get in UAC versus what you have done. Because my points are very low, but I know my R5 knows I already spent, I spent 70K kicking people from towers, from our area, smashing people at home. And that's the one thing I don't like about UAC, is how they calculate points. Individual points, that is.
Yeah, the individual points is a pain in the
Why is defending so low compared to plundering?
Because people would log on, log off. It's to encourage you to prevent doing that.
And it leaves it on your R4 or your R5 to know who is doing that and who's sitting here watching towers and watching the forest for my alliance. And I'm booting people, and we just set up, one of our guys logged on and he set up a 2-tower troll, basically. 2 castles deep into the forest. That's where they land, is behind his castles. Right. It's literally a 20-minute drive. I think it's 15, 20-minute drive for them to get to anything. And I don't think that's unfair, because we put them in the forest. They're not far. It's just we put them in the forest. I think it's less unfair than a corner strat, where you have to spend gold to even get within 10 minutes of getting to their stuff.
Alright, man, I gotta call it. I'm fading here. I'm not gonna even make it to my freaking house. Alright, guys, I appreciate everybody coming in here. Thank you. We'll be I got a couple videos I got to release this week. One was the KRE, how this went, in my opinion. Could have gone a little better. It could have gone way worse, and I'm very happy with the way the KE worked. You guys saw.
I forget you guys are in KE.
3-day KE here in the freaking New Kingdom. But I also showed you guys the things where everybody's like, I appreciate what's going on. We're not trying to be Kingdom Police. We're trying to set a Kingdom standard. Everybody needs to police the standard. It's what you expect from others in the Kingdom. That's what a standard is. Don't turn around and act like, and you need to learn the tactics to defend yourself against people who don't adhere to that. And then when we see onesie-twosies that just can't be handled, we'll deal with them. Because we may not be able to deal with them by ourselves. It may be somebody drop $50,000 tomorrow. But we'll still deal with them. Or we'll deal with anybody who's cooperating with them. So, if you're thinking about playing in a New Kingdom in 533, you're welcome. If you're thinking about starting in one where you don't have all the drama of the YouTube stuff that goes with it, go read the article. Be the guy that starts the standard and enforces the rules, and then we'll see you in KVK, man. I hope you guys got 6 players, 6 teams like we will. I appreciate it. Thank you.
There, gun.
No, we're not done yet. We're looking for the end button to actually say end.
I don't know how you